れる？張り切っていくよ。小さな頃からこの道一筋ってわけで結構ベテランなんだよね、私。腕前は信用してくれて大丈夫だからね。いつでも待ってるよ。いらっしゃい。張り切っていくよ。作っちゃう？鍛えちゃう？いつでも待ってるよ。張り切っていくよ。作っちゃう？鍛えちゃう？いつでも待ってるよ。張り切っていくよ。いつでも待ってるよ。
Sorry about that. I just bloody realised Obius did that little stupid thing again. With it not having my microphone go through. Like, I was looking at the microphone slash AUX and it was moving up and down saying, oh, you know, you're talking. But then I realised, why can't I hear myself? Obius did that little stupid... Hello, me. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, because I have my OBS microphone thingamajig to have a one-way thing where I can hear myself talk, but the actual stream can't hear like me twice, so to speak. And it's in a way, so I'm not the, you know, I don't hear like a delay between my voice, but I can hear my voice. So it allows me to know, hey, when I'm talking, the stream can hear me. Whatever. Anyway, when I was looking over there, not looking over there, when I was talking, what I was trying to say was, my plan for today, well, after I said g'day, was, right now, I was going to do the Hunt the Rathalos thing to get my Rathalos Lash so I can upgrade the Switch Axe, which then I was going to make a full set of this, which means also getting the bloody Lunagaron Frost Jewel, one of the rare things it will drop. because I thought about it. This isn't all that bad, I suppose. You know, monsters do get enraged quite regularly. This gives me plus 10 affinity as well. The Wirebug, Whisperer, the Redirection. I actually read this one. Perform a perfectly timed switch skill swap just as the monster attacks to reduce damage and negate damage reactions. So in other words, you know, when I use it, I won't like get hit back maybe? I don't know. I don't really use it anyway. But the Agitator, the Latent Power, they're good I suppose. And I was looking at, you know, all the gem slot, jewel slots, decoration slots, and this leaves me just enough to have full evade distance, evade extender, and because of a thing I have, maybe this thing, there is a Bubbly Dance 3. Well, it's Bubbly Dance 2, but it's got 1-3 slots, which I can put a Bubbly Dance in, so Bubbly Dance 3. And there'll be just enough 1 slots to get a Speed Sharpening 3. To, you know, make up for the fact that, like with the Almudron gear, it gives the 50% chance of not losing sharpness. I was also looking at, you know, just weapons earlier. What can I make? I don't really want to make any other sword and shield things. I'm quite happy with my blasty one here. But I suppose if I want to make some sword and shield things, it's going to have to be ones, you know, with high elements. And I was looking at this one. 300, ice, 54, and 3 1 slots. Which is pretty good, I suppose. Like, I could also make this one, but I have my ice switch axe that does the same thing. But then again, I wouldn't have to worry about, you know, the whole losing power fast thing. No, maybe I will make it. Anyway, I got my everything here. Yeah, and listening to YouTube. Cause guess what? When I'm playing on my own, I don't just sit here listening to the game audio. I listen to YouTube. Just YouTube videos. And my little obsession as of late is plainly difficult. Just listening to all these, you know, all the tragedy stuff. I don't know, it's all interesting, you know, bits and pieces of disasters in history that you don't really hear about. And also, if it wasn't for this, I'll be listening to, you know, other VTubers. Can't do that, you know, when I'm streaming. It's a bit disingenuous to others. So, yeah, in the meantime, I don't listen to music, I listen to, YouTube videos. So I'll be listening to a brief history of the Tenerife airport disaster, a dark day for aviation, in brackets, documentary, by Plainly Difficult, 1 year ago.
When investigating the causation of disasters, the Swiss cheese model is often brought up. I know it sounds like a strange comparison to bring up cheese, but bear with me. Imagine a block of holy cheese, sliced. Some holes only go part of the way through it. Imagine an event, say you tripping up on a child's toy. This could have been prevented in a number of ways, say telling your 2-year-old to put their toys away after playing with them, or looking where you're going. In the Swiss cheese model, either of these potential blockers for your painful fall would have averted disaster. But say all of those failures or holes line up. like how you can line up the holes in slices of Swiss cheese to see all the way through. Then disaster is inevitable. Here is a more official sounding explanation. The Swiss cheese model likens human systems to multiple slices of cheese stacked side by side, in which the risk of threat becoming a reality is mitigated by the differing layers and the types of defences which are layered behind each other. This means that one failure wouldn't result in disaster. However, more multiple lapses in safety procedures and human factors line up those holes, resulting in a bigger failure of the systems placed to prevent disaster. Now I've got you thinking about tasty cheese. You might be asking, what has this got to do with anything? Well, one such incident in Tenerife in 1977 would be the perfect example of how this model works. Today, we're looking at the collision of KLM Flight 4805 and Pan Am Flight 1736. As such, I'm going to rate it here 7 on my patented plane default disaster scale, but here 9 on my legacy scale. This is the result of an impatient pilot, multiple communications failings by using non-standard phrases, radio interference, a lost plane on a runway, a terrorist attack at another airport, and poor visibility due to low clouds. Each individual situation may have not led to disaster, but when added together, the collision of KLM Flight 4805 and Pan Am 1736 almost became inevitable. It is the 27th of March 1977, and members of the Canary Islands independence movement detonate a bomb in a florist shop in Gran Canaria Airport near Las Palmas, Gran Canaria, injuring 8. As security forces scrabble to investigate, a second bomb threat is called in. Not wanting to be responsible for a massacre, the police are forced to shut down all traffic to Gran Canaria Airport whilst they search for the hidden device. With multiple planes in the air, the decision by air traffic control is to divert many aircraft to nearby Los Rodeos Airport in Tenerife, now called Tenerife North Airport, some 75 kilometres away. Los Rodeos by the early afternoon was awash with aircraft, far more than usually experienced at the airport. The airport had only one runway and one main taxiway running parallel to it, with 4 short taxiways for connecting the two. So much was the congestion on the ground that planes were blocking the taxiway, forcing aircraft to taxi on the runway before positioning themselves for takeoff, a procedure known as back-taxiing. At the beginning of the shutdown, Pan Am Flight 1736's crew would have much preferred to stay in the air in a holding pattern, as at 13:15 they had around 2 hours worth of fuel. However, the flight was ordered to land in Tenerife, much to the disappointment of her crew and passengers. Much better for the passengers' comfort to be ready to land when the all clear was given, especially due to the long distance the flight had covered from Los Angeles with an intermediate stop at New York. The crew on board consisted of Captain Victor Grubbs, aged 56, First Officer Robert Bragg, aged 39, Flight Engineer George Warnes, 46, and 13 flight attendants, along with 380 passengers, mostly of retirement age. The flight crew had over 30,000 hours of experience. Although not all covered on the Boeing 747, the crew were confident in the plane. The Pan Am plane was quite a historically important specimen for the 747's legacy. It had operated the inaugural 747 commercial flight on the 22nd of January 1970. Not only that, but the plane had the honour on the 2nd of August 1970 to become the first 747 to be hijacked. Another plane caught out during the disruption of services to Gran Canaria Airport was KLM 4805, which, much like Pan Am 1736, had found itself diverted to Tenerife. The KLM aircraft was also a 747, and was chartered by the Holland International Travel Group and had departed from Amsterdam Airport Schiphol, Netherlands. The crew were also experienced, but was captained by somewhat of a KLM celebrity, Jacob Goedhuizen van Zanten, aged 50. Van Zanten was KLM's star pilot and head 747 training instructor. So much was his value to the company that his face was even on advertising material for the airline. His flying career started in 1947 when he gained his private pilot's license, and by 1950 he had achieved his commercial certification and began working for KLM the same year. By 1977 he had amassed over 11,000 hours of flying time, 1,500 of which were on the 747. Accompanying Van Zanten on the crew of the KLM were First Officer Klaas Meurs and Flight Engineer William Schrader. Again, like the Pan Am flight, the team combined had several tens of thousands of hours of experience. By late afternoon, Gran Canaria Airport slowly opened up to traffic again. This meant that the much delayed and diverted aircraft could complete their journeys. Not wanting to be delayed further at its destination and not wanting to break the laws on duty crew working time, Van Zanten took the opportunity to refuel the KLM where they were. However, this would block in other aircraft, including 1736, for over half an hour. Much to the annoyance of the Pan Am, which still had enough fuel on board for the final leg of its journey. The captain and first officer left the plane to measure the gap between the KLM and the active runway, but the distance was lower than the safe minimum. They were obliged to wait. The added delay was further compounded by a Dutch family not going back to the KLM on time. Finally, at 16:56, Van Zanten's KLM radioed the control tower for clearance to taxi. Tenerife Airport is at 633 metres above sea level. This has an unusual side effect. Clouds at 600 metres above ground level at the nearby coast are at runway level at Los Rodeos. With clouds being blown in from the sea, this creates variable visibilities where clear visuals 1 minute can almost instantly drop below minimums the next. And the 27th of March was just such a day. After 3 minutes of confused conversation, at 16:59 the instructions to proceed down the main runway and to backtrack for takeoff were received and understood by the flight crew. These instructions meant that the KLM would turn 180 degrees once at the end of the runway in preparation for takeoff. At 17:02 the Pan Am called the tower for clearance to taxi. This was granted, but with the additional instructions to turn onto the third left taxiway. Pretty straightforward you might think, but when you look at the diagram of the airport, those instructions make little sense. Only 2 taxiways on site look viable for a 747 to make the desired turn to reach the end of the runway. The taxiways were unmarked and by now visibility on the runway was concerningly low. The Pan Am called up the tower to confirm that it was not indeed taxiway 1 instead of the requested 3. The ATC replied abruptly, "Third one, sir. 1, 2, 3, third one." The aircraft proceeded to taxi up the main runway, marking off the taxiways to their left as they passed. Number 1 and 2 were successfully identified, but lost in the thick fog, the crew failed to identify number 3. A confused conversation broke out in the cockpit, hinting that they were now lost. Meanwhile, the KLM plane contacted ATC to confirm that they had passed the 4th exit. The tower replied, "OK, make 180 and report ready for clearance." Almost immediately after the plane was in a position for takeoff, Van Zanten pulled back the throttles and the plane started to move. First Officer Meurs advised Van Zanten that ATC clearance had not been given, and the captain replied, "No, I know that, go ahead ask." In doing so, bringing the engines back to idle. At 17:05, the KLM confirmed it was ready to take off and awaiting ATC. Soon after, ATC informed the KLM what their route was to follow after takeoff. but no authorization for takeoff was actually given. The KLM replied and confirmed the information given, but added, "We are at takeoff," which is a non-standard message. ATC replied, "OK, stand by for takeoff, I will call you back." During this message, the KLM experienced radio interference, muffling the instructions. Van Zanten interrupted the co-pilot's readback with the comments, "We're going," taking ATC's non-standard use of OK as authority to proceed. The KLM released its brakes, took power and started to move down the runway. With ATC not being able to see the two planes in the thick fog, they thought all movements were still under control. The tower then contacted the Pan Am flight saying, "Papa Alpha, report when runway clear," to which Pan Am replied, "OK, we'll report when runway clear." Unbeknownst to the Pan Am and the tower that whilst this final conversation took place, the KLM had started on a head-on collision course. Hearing the communications between the tower and the Pan Am, the KLM engineer said, "Is he not clear, that Pan American?" Van Zanten replied, "Oh yes," but still continued with the takeoff. The KLM loomed off in the fog as it hurtled towards the Pan Am. Captain Victor Grubb shouted, "There he is!" The Pan Am was now near exit number 4. Grubbs yelled, "God damn, that son of a bitch is coming!" Captain Bragg applied the throttles and tried to turn onto the grass off the runway in an effort to avert disaster. Shortly after, the KLM crew saw the Pan Am on the ground. By now it was travelling too fast to abort the takeoff. They rotated the aircraft and attempted to clear the Pan Am by getting airborne, causing a tail strike. At a speed of 160 miles per hour and at a distance of 100 metres from the Pan Am, the KLM's nose gear cleared the aircraft off the ground, but the left side engines, lower fuselage and main landing gear struck a part of the Pan Am's fuselage. The result was ripping apart the centre part of the Pan Am, almost directly above the wing. The right side engines crashed through the Pan Am's upper deck behind the cockpit. The momentum of the takeoff speed of the KLM led to a brief time in the air, but it had received critical damage and subsequently the plane stalled, took a sharp roll and impacted the ground 150 metres down from the Pan Am. After impact, the freshly fuelled aircraft burst into an uncontrollable fireball, engulfing all within. Seeing the inferno, rescue workers made a beeline to the site of the KLM, completely ignoring the Pan Am. In a miraculous turn of luck, the captain, first officer and flight engineer of the Pan Am 1736 had survived. This would come to haunt them for the rest of their lives. The only survivors of the disaster were 61 members of crew and passengers aboard the Pan Am. Many escaped through the now open central part of the fuselage onto the still intact wings, jumping through the relative safety of the runway. All aboard the KLM perished, most likely from the impact and fire when the aircraft hit the ground. Although not severely deformed, the escape doors on the plane's fuselage were not operated. The 61 survivors were promptly transported to Santa Cruz hospitals. Needless to say, Los Rodeos Airport, the only operating airport in Tenerife at the time, was closed to all fixed-wing traffic. This closure would last for 2 days to allow some clear-up efforts. With 583 dead, 61 injured and 2 multi-million-dollar aircraft written off, the only questions available are how and why. Initially, KLM, upon hearing about a collision involving one of their fleets, set about assembling an investigation team. The logical person for this task would be the head of pilot training, Captain Jacob Verhusen van Zanten. But the company would be shocked to find out that the helm of the disaster was their most experienced 747 pilot. The investigation into the event would gain international attention, in part due to it being a collision between a Dutch and American airlines on Spanish soil, but also due to the entirely preventable nature of the crash. Both planes were sound mechanically, and both crews had more than enough experience for operating in such conditions. However, Van Zanten did take off, disregarding all the apparent warning signs, for example his first officer not gaining clearance for takeoff and the ATC giving no explicit instructions to allow him to, which should have pointed him to stay on the ground. In the back of the captain's mind was a recently imposed law on limits of time a crew can operate. When the rule came into force, it was relatively easy for a captain to work out how much time his crew had to work. But after December 1976, the process to work out the amount of operating time left became too complicated. This meant that crews could not work without fully knowing their remaining time, and as such, erred on the side of caution, as a violation could result in not just punishment from the company, but also Dutch law. This would have played on Van Zanten's mind, and even on that of the crews, where exceeding the limit would result in the plane being grounded at Las Palmas and could have cost the company money and affected plans back at home. The fear of being stuck far away from home would have had an effect on the crew called fixation, and almost tunnel vision-like mental state, where the goal is the most important thing and all potential hazards are ignored. In the Spanish investigation into the crash, it was thought that this phenomenon, along with communication errors, led Van Zanten to believe that he had the authority to take off. Let's look at the communication errors that could have caused this. The Dutch investigation pointed out that during communications between the tower and both planes, background noise could be heard from a football game being listened to. This could have contributed to some confusion or distraction amongst communications. Also, the tower had to deal with a higher than normal workload. On top of that, poor visibility due to low clouds, no one could see where the other was. Also, the instructions for the Pan Am to use Taxiway 3 would have resulted in a difficult manoeuvre for the crew to do, leading to confusion and eventual loss of position of the plane. During the vital clearance request stage, once the KLM had lined up, a misunderstanding led the crew to believe they had clearance. The statement by the first officer, "We are ready for takeoff and we are awaiting ATC clearance," was responded to from the tower with, "You're clear to Papa Alpha Beacon," which was the ATC clearance. The intention of the ATC was to inform them of their route after takeoff, but this was understood as "You are clear to go." The second part of the control tower's message was to stand by for takeoff clearance, which was continued by "OK," followed on with a 2-second gap, ending with the message "I will call you back." Captain Van Zanten took power halfway through the readback of the first officer, in the assumption that the authority had been given, which was further reinforced by hearing the word "OK." His crew on board could have questioned the assumption, but his seniority and experience led them to accept his decision. The main cause of the accident was the confusion in communication, where the KLM thought it had clearance for takeoff, while simultaneously the tower thought the plane was stationary. The final potential diversion from disaster was thwarted by pure bad luck. As the Pan Am heard the word "OK" from the tower, they feared the KLM could misunderstand this. In desperation, they radioed saying that they were still on the runway, but this was blocked out by the tower's 2-second gap between the words "OK" and "I will call you back." This created a squeal sound in the KLM cockpit, and the warning sign was missed. Multiple failures lined up at Tenerife, which each individual one wouldn't have resulted in the crash. But when each hole was matched, the outcome was inevitable. The Dutch government initially refused to accept that Van Zanten was responsible for the accident, but would relent, and KLM paid the victims' families compensation ranging between $58,000 and $600,000. The event shook the airline industry and helped push forward the understanding of human factors, most importantly, completion bias and fixation. These issues still remain in all industries today, but the greater of one's ability to recognise these can help prevent future disasters. Las Rodeas has now been relegated to domestic and smaller airplane flights. The airport has subsequently been renamed to Tenerife North. A newer, more modern airport opened in 1978 and has taken the load of international flights, named Tenerife South. which by 2018 would handle over 12 million passenger journeys per year. This is a Plane Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plane Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a sunny southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so if you fancy, check them out. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching.
心が熱く燃えている。さすが我がお供。
It is 6 p.m. on the 8th of April 1954, Ciampino Airport in Rome, and South African Airways Flight 201 prepares for takeoff. The plane the crew are operating is the de Havilland Comet. It represents the cutting edge in aviation and is the world's first commercial jet plane. It is relatively new, at only 1 year and 7 months old. The plane is under the command of Captain Wilhelm K. Mostert. The destination is Johannesburg, South Africa, but air journeys of the time involved multiple stop-offs, and 201 is no different. Originating from London, the flight has one more stop-off in Cairo en route. Including crew, the aircraft this evening has 21 lives aboard. The plane is cleared for takeoff, and the captain takes power at 18:32 and climbs rapidly towards its cruising height of 11,000 metres. During its ascent, at 19:07, the aircraft contacts Cairo on the long-range high-frequency radio to report an estimated time of arrival of 21:02. This will be the last message from 201, as just 5 minutes later the aircraft experienced a rapid decompression. The plane disintegrated, killing all on board. The event would be the third of such a fatal loss of a comet in just over 12 months. The mystery of the dramatic and quick loss of South African Airways Flight 201 and the previous 2 accidents would highlight a fatal flaw in one of the world's most advanced and newest forms of air travel, and shake the British aero industry to its core. A comet would not take to the skies in commercial service for nearly another 4 years, severely hampering the public's image of the aircraft. I'm rating the de Havilland Comet events here 8 on my disaster scale and here 9 on my historical legacy scale. Welcome to Plane Difficult, where we look into disasters and interesting events in history.
Okay, this is Plainly Difficult, a brief history of the de Havilland Comet design disaster of 1954, in brackets, documentary. That should really be, you know, give me a sec.
When
I don't know why I suppose I can do this.
it is
Over. Where's your...
plane is multiple. The aircraft rapidly towards its cruising height of 11,000.
Oh, there we go. Now, where's me? There I am. Oh, I can do this now. Boop. Wait. No. Is it at or hash? The at. Like, difficult videos I'm watching. Oh, what was this one that I watched? So where is it? There it is. this. Good old copy and paste. Boop. Next up. Oh, first, move up on here. Find the bloody... There it is. Do this. Oop. Do move that away. And do this. Boop. There we go. Now let's see what this looks like with a little refresh. Plainly difficult videos. I'm watching a brief history of, and the name of the thing. Excellence, excellence, good, good, good. Yep. Alright, now back to this. Wait, did I make sure?
When investigating the...
Oh, didn't even like it. Anyway, back to listening to it. Yeah.
Crowds gather around a new and striking aircraft at the 1949 Farnborough Air Show. The plane is a departure from the usual fare of propeller-driven World War II related aircraft. The new creation from de Havilland, a company famed by its wartime creation, the wooden framed Mosquito, marked the cutting edge of passenger transport. It's easy to think...
Hold up a sec, just pause this a sec so I can do a little talking talk. There's I just discovered this. Dignified. Morph increases the fill rate for weapons with gorges and the charge rate of weapons with charge attacks, aka, switch axe. Power prolonger, switch axe. These two, which always I love to get. This, which I loved, because 50% of the time I don't lose sharpness. Rapid morph, perfect. This is all the things that I would have loved, that I love for switch axe on the one thing. Why y'all here? Been using this the whole time because it's got the things. It's just this, but a bit more. Because it's also got the evade extender and focus and power well, it's already got power prolonger, which I love because it also allows me to... Okay, apparently I want to make this. Alright, I was gonna make this, but apparently I want to make this. Means I gotta make myself a Rathian weave. Not make myself. Gotta get myself some Rathian weaves, which are gotten from. Oh wait, no! Look at that, Royal Order Certificate 2. How do I get more of that? Well, obviously that's something I'm gonna have to not focus on, but inevitably get over time, I suppose. In the meantime, let's just get back to making this. Oh, right. Back to...
But a jet plane for travel is nothing particularly impressive. But for the late 1940s, such an aircraft was almost unthinkable, as just a few years earlier, jet-powered fighter planes had only just managed to take part in World War II towards its closing stages. At the time, passenger flights were noisy and uncomfortable experiences, due to the vibrations emitted from the piston propeller driveline. Little did those observing the future of travel in 1949 know that the aircraft before them would be a ticking time bomb for any who travelled aboard. But our story starts a few years earlier than the optimistic launch of the Comet in war-torn 1943. Between 1942 and 1943, Lord Brabazon of Tara headed a committee to investigate the future of the British Empire's airliner market following World War II. The committee was conducted in two parts, and during the second, in 1943, multiple future aircraft were specified, one of which was the Type 4 jet-powered passenger airliner. The concept for a fully jet-powered airliner was personally pursued by de Havilland founder Geoffrey de Havilland. The company was awarded a development and production contract under the designation Type 106. In 1946, a team was set up to design the new aircraft under the leadership of engineer Ronald Bishop of Mosquito fame. During the development phase, the Type 106 went through some radical designs. Although originally intended to take just 24 passengers, changes in specifications from the UK's national carrier and potential main customer for the aircraft, BOAC, led to the design needing to accommodate 36. Because of the changes, a more conventional 20-degree swept wing design with unswept tail surfaces was settled upon. Married to an enlarged fuselage, this final design was named the Comet. It was to be an all-metal low-wing cantilever monoplane powered by 4 jet engines buried within the wings. The form of the aircraft was low drag and something very different from other airliners of the time. The fuselage was constructed of thin aluminium, which was both riveted and chemically bonded together, and this helped to save weight of the aircraft overall. The crew and passenger areas were pressurised. This, mixed with rapid temperature changes and a cruising speed of 460 miles per hour, meant that the fuselage had to deal with high stress levels, and because of this, the aircraft needed to be extensively tested. Between 1947 and 1948, de Havilland stress tested at Hatfield Aerodrome small components with large assemblies in a number of different test rigs. Decompression chambers were used to test large sections of the fuselage, involving testing to component failure, to get an idea of what the new plane could take. Testing moved to conducting structural studies with a water tank that could be configured to increase pressures gradually to enable individual failure point discovery. Entire sections of the fuselage were also rapidly pressurised to 2.75 pounds per square inch overpressure and depressurised through more than 16,000 cycles in order to simulate tens of thousands of operating hours. The same was done to the windows and frames. All of these yielded satisfactory results. When you look at the Comet, something different but not necessarily obvious can be seen, and that is the window shape. When compared to a modern aircraft, the DH-106 had square cutouts for viewing ports. The first prototypes made in flight out of Hatfield Aerodrome took place on the 27th of July 1949 and lasted just over 13 minutes. The first aircraft was registered as Golf Alpha Lima Victor Golf and was the very same aircraft used to wow the crowds at Farnborough the same year. The first production aircraft was lent to BOAC in 1951 for testing and training purposes, and on the 2nd of May 1952, as part of BOAC's route proving trials, became the world's first paying passenger jetliner on a flight from London to Johannesburg. The Comet was about 50% faster than their piston-powered contemporaries, and the first year of service proved the aircraft to be very profitable for BOAC. In total, 12 of the first type would be delivered to customers, but although initially looking good, the journey of the Comet would take a rough turn. On the 26th of October 1952, Comet suffered its first loss of hull incident, when a BOAC flight departing Rome's Ciampino airport failed to become airborne and ran into rough ground at the end of the runway. However, the next crash, involving a Comet, would sadly be fatal. On the 3rd of March 1953, a new Canadian Pacific Airlines Comet 1A failed to become airborne while attempting a night takeoff at Karachi, Pakistan, on a delivery flight to Australia. The aircraft plunged into a dry drainage canal and collided with an embankment, killing all 5 crew and 6 passengers on board. Next came the bloodiest 12 months for the Comet. The first of 3 structural failures of the aircraft took place on the 2nd of May 1953, when BOAC Flight 783 crashed just 6 minutes after takeoff from Calcutta, India, killing all 43 on board. Although overstress of the fuselage was concluded by the inquiry into the accident, the ultimate cause was attributed to extreme turbulence and pilot error by overcompensating. The concept of metal fatigue was not on the cards, and thus the Comet was allowed to continue working in passenger service. It would be less than a year that another total loss would occur within the Comet fleet. A Comet registered as Golf Alpha Lima Yankee Papa was being operated as BOAC Flight 781 on a journey from Kallang Airport, Singapore to London Heathrow. On the start of its last leg, 781 had 35 on board, including its 6 crew. The crew had just over 15,000 hours of flight time, and by any standard, as most were World War II veterans, were highly experienced. Whilst the plane was in Rome, it was inspected by Jerry Ball. Part of this pre-flight check is to look for incidental damage. Not seeing anything to worry about, Ball's team give the okay for the Comet to resume its flight. Flight 781 departed from Rome at 10:31 AM on the 10th of January 1954. At about 10:50, the Comet's captain was in contact with another BOAC flight, an Argonaut. The conversation was about the weather, but suddenly, mid-sentence, Captain Alan Gibson went silent, and Flight 781 was seen by witnesses falling into the sea. Needless to say, investigators were now confronted with 2 strange occurrences involving the Comet and set out to find the cause of such a dramatic loss of aircraft. Initial recovery efforts found 15 bodies, some personal effects, and some smaller wreckage pieces. To try and find the cause of the crash, autopsies were undertaken on the recovered bodies. These gave a small glimpse into the cause of the crash. Many had ruptured lungs and fractured skulls and other respiratory injuries, hinting at a rapid decompression event. Initially, a bomb was thought to have been the cause, but investigators couldn't conclude until the wreckage was inspected. But another competing theory was that of an engine explosion. In the meantime, the fleet was grounded. During this time, all remaining Comets received a modification to their engines, where the turbine ring was encased with an armour plate to contain a possible disintegration of the turbine disc. But a problem arose of how to recover the wreckage, as it was plunged into the Mediterranean Sea. It wouldn't be until August 1954 that Flight 781 would be found and returned to the surface for shipping back to the UK. Long before the eventual recovery, BOAC wanted their expensive jetliner fleet back into the air, and the company pressured the British government, and on the 23rd of March, just 10 weeks after the crash, this was achieved. Just a few weeks after the resumption of services, on the 8th of April 1954, South African Airways Flight 201 would be lost departing Rome in almost identical circumstances, with 3 losses of aircraft due to suspected fuselage explosive decompression. The Royal Aircraft Establishment set about investigating the cause of the disasters. After the 8th of April crash, both Flight 781 and 207 were investigated as part of a joint inquiry headed up by Sir Arnold Hall. The report would take over a year to come out, but this time would be invested in stress testing the aircraft way beyond what the designers had envisioned. Unlike 781, 201 was deemed unrecoverable, but the similarity of the accident meant that if investigators could determine the cause for one, then it would likely be the cause for the other. The recovery of 781 was completed in August 1954, with around 70% of the airframe reclaimed from the seabed. The wreckage was reconstructed, allowing investigators to visualise potential hints for structural failure. The initial thoughts of an engine explosion after the loss of 201 now seemed to be pretty unlikely, as the South African Airways plane had received the armoured ring modification to its engines. Seeking to find out the cause, a Comet had to be structurally tested to find weak points in its fuselage, and in order to facilitate this, BOAC donated one of its Comet's Golf Alpha Lima Yankee uniform for testing to failure. The aircraft was placed inside a large water tank. The tank was filled and water was pumped into the airplane to simulate flight conditions. By pumping water into the fuselage and then pumping it out again, a simulation of takeoff and landings was created with the pressurising and depressurising of the cabin. The use of water instead of air allowed investigators to see where potential stress fractures would occur, as when air is compressed, it can release energy in a way similar to a bomb, virtually destroying any evidence. The donated plane, before testing began in June 1954, had experienced roughly 1,230 pressurised flights. The fuselage would last another 1,830 test flights in the water tank before structural failure occurred. In total, the plane, including its previous service record, had experienced approximately 3,060 pressurisation cycles. The results of the structural failure were worrying for the entire Comet fleet. It was found that stress fractures originated from the front of the fuselage around the window edges. But even more worrying was that due to algae growing around the stress fractures, it was discovered that the fractures had been gradually growing over multiple pressure cycles. This was around the same time as more pieces of 781 came in for examination. They were from the area around the wing spar and consisted of 2 square windows, which were used to house the aerials for the aircraft's automatic direction finding equipment. With the evidence from the test tank and the actual wreckage, investigators were able to piece together the failure points, the cutouts made in the thin fuselage metal for the square windows. Investigators compared the results from the tank test to 781, which had over 1,200 pressurisation, and 201, which had received 900 pressurisation cycles, and concluded that both aircraft would have experienced micro stress fractures during their working life. As each time the cabin was pressurised, the corners of the windows become fatigued, as the stress was concentrated on the corners and wasn't spread evenly across the opening. After hundreds and thousands of cycles, the frame would start to crack and continue to weaken the whole structure of the plane. The testing during the design of the Comet was found to be inadequate for the actual stresses loaded on the structure. The findings on both the BOAC and South African Airways crashes were published on the 1st of February 1955. The Comet design was subsequently revised, making improvements to the already in development Comet 2. And one main obvious difference could be seen: the windows. This, and also an increase in metal thickness and increased structural support. Additionally, larger wings and a longer fuselage were incorporated, and this meant that the aircraft was now far better. But the damage to the brand was already done. All outstanding orders for the Comet from airlines around the world were cancelled. The type would remain grounded from commercial services until 1958, when the aircraft would take to the skies once again. A trickle of orders would come in eventually, with 2 more revisions being released. The aircraft would be retired in 1997, far outlasting the company that had built it, but its legacy would endure way beyond its working life. Both of de Havilland's competitors, Boeing and Douglas, learnt from the mistakes from the Comet, even admitting in private that if de Havilland had not experienced the Comet's pressurisation problems first, then it would have happened to them. But ironically, it would be Boeing with their much less futuristic and pod-mounted engine 707, introduced in 1958, that would eventually rule the commercial skies, leaving the Comet as a bold but flawed footnote in aviation. This is a Plainly Difficult production, and all videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plainly Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently sunny southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos, nods and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. This video is the third in a series on the Chernobyl disaster. The first video started with the precursor event, the Leningrad 1975 meltdown. The second video, titled Chernobyl Part 1, covers the fateful failure of the RBMK at Chernobyl number 4. And finally, this video, which will look at the aftermath and cleanup from one of the world's worst pollution events. I'd recommend watching the previous two videos if you haven't done so already. But now, let's begin the final episode of my Chernobyl series. It is February 2022 and Russian soldiers have crossed the Belarusian-Ukrainian border and have been ordered to occupy the Chernobyl exclusion zone. The site offers political capital in the Russian invasion. It has the potential to be a future bargaining chip for any negotiations. But maybe more importantly, it represents a logistic benefit in that it is in a direct line between Belarus and Kyiv. The Ukrainian guards are arrested and bundled into a basement. The technical staff, however, are allowed to continue their work, keeping the site relatively safe. All around the site of the 1986 Chernobyl disaster, Russian soldiers dig in. They excavate trenches and make dugouts. Either from ignorance, blindly following orders, or the fear of catching a Ukrainian bullet have led these men to be digging up some of the world's
Chernobyl nuclear disaster cleanup explained. Unfortunately, it seems this is a bit of a series that he's done. Design and
75 meltdown. The second video, titled Chernobyl Part 1, covers the fateful failure of the RBMK at Chernobyl number 4. And finally, this video started with the Okie dokie, I kind of want to do that.
Yeah, maybe later. This one, what's this? Brief history of Buffalo Creek disaster. Alright, let's see this one.
One of a series of dams in Buffalo Creek, West Virginia, would fail, causing a catastrophic domino effect, releasing some 130 million gallons of black water down onto the residents some 250 feet below. The disaster would cause a 10 to 20 feet high tidal wave washing down the creek and valley, causing a death and destruction trail of 15 miles over a 3-hour period. Not only a local tragedy, but the event would highlight the dangers of such storage operations and the coal industry as a whole. The disaster would leave a cost of $50 million in property damage and $15 million in highway damage. But more importantly, 125 were killed and nearly 5,000 made homeless. Today we're looking at the Buffalo Creek Dam failure and subsequent flood on the 26th of February 1972. And as such, I'm going to rate it here 8 on the patented Plainly Difficult disaster scale. Buffalo Creek Valley is in the southwestern corner of West Virginia, 40 miles south of Charleston. The area has been used for mining activities all the way back to 1900. Development of the coal industry in the area increased when in 1914 a railway spur was built. By 1920, the creek was peppered with small mining camps that would eventually develop into small communities once the land was sold off to private residents. Many of the people lived on the narrow flat floodplain of around 400 feet wide along the creek. The hilly and narrow valleys of the area limited the overall population, and because of this, Logan County as a whole only had a peak population in 1950 of around 77,000. In 1945, the Laredo Mining Company opened Mine Number 5 and began activities in one of the forks off the creek named Middle Fork. The waste from the on-site coal preparation plant was sent to the mouth of the Middle Fork, building a large waste bank called Bank 1 across the hollow. Now, a preparation plant washes coal of soil and rock and crushes it into graded sized chunks. The waste is largely coal-contaminated water and soil. In 1959, the company began pumping wastewater into the hollow behind the Waste Bank 1 to settle out solids from spent wash water. The intention was to build a reservoir, but the bank was too porous, leading to water leaking out. This problem was later solved in the 1960s when much finer waste from a local strip mine was added to the bank, which did hold back much more water. The mine was taken over by Buffalo Mining Company in 1964. The water was decanted from the reservoir into a smaller clear water pond for recycling for use in further preparation of coal. By 1966, Waste Bank 1 went 1,500 feet down the Middle Fork and was 200 feet high at the face of the Buffalo Creek. A disaster in Wales, UK, would cast doubt upon the bank's stability, which would result in a survey in 1966. As a side note, Aberfan is most certainly on my list of disasters to cover. A year after the inspection, the bank grew in height by another 50 feet as more and more waste was dumped on site. Going into 1967, a new dam behind the clear pond was created from waste 600 feet upstream from the original bank. By the end of the year, the dam was extended, allowing a 20 feet deep pool to form. By 1969, this dam and pool was not enough, and this necessitated the construction of a third dam. This new dam, number 3, was 600 feet upstream and was around 60 feet above the second dam. In 1970, the Pittston Coal Company took over the operations on the site. After extensive surveys of the Buffalo Mining Company's properties, it was given a thumbs up as safe by the new owners. Worryingly, in 1971, Pittston was cited for over 5,000 safety violations at its mines nationally. By early 1972, Dam 3 had extended 465 feet across the fork along its front downstream crest. About 800,000 tonnes of coal waste had been dumped to form the dam, and it was able to impound a pool of around 30 feet deep. Most of the dams in this area were only intended to hold water from rainfall or high levels of wastewater for shortish periods of time. However, for Dam 3, the pond was often full to the brim. During the construction of the dam, trees and vegetation were not removed and instead just covered over with coal waste, forming part of the upstream and downstream faces. Not only that, but the waste had a foundation of sludge roughly around 50 feet thick. For comparison, Dam 2 had a sludge base of 100 feet thick. No segregation, layering or zoning of the material used to build Dam number 3 was undertaken to obtain maximum stability. No type of spillway was built into the design, instead relying on excess water seepage through the dam, augmented by an overflow pipe. Another dam, number 4, built further up the fork, was around 200 feet long and had a crest of 40 feet over its highest side. This construction did have a spillway, however. This brings us on to the 22nd of February 1972 and a clean bill of health of dam number 3 from the Federal Coal Mine Inspector, but not more than 4 days later the structure would experience a total failure. In the following days, the region would experience rain showers. Worrying about the increase in Dam 3's pool water level, company strip mine superintendent Jack Kent checked the levels with a measuring stick at the lowest portion of the dam on the 24th of February. He discovered that the water stood just 5 feet below the dam's crest. The rains continued, and the following day the level increased by 1 to 2 inches per hour. At 4:30 AM on the 26th, Kent found his measuring stick almost covered, with the water just 12 inches below the lowest part of the dam's crest. More worryingly, the face of the dam was now oozing moisture. At 5:30 AM, warnings were sent out to the local population by the sheriff's office. Half an hour later, a team led by Kent went to the dam to attempt to create a relief pipe to try to reduce the water level. The water from this pipe flowed over Dam 2, but would prove to be too little too late. Leading up to 8 AM, the dam began to subside and slump, allowing water to top over the crest. At 8:05 AM, dam number 3 failed, washing dams number 1 and 2 away. The wall of water flooded the burning refuse dump, causing an explosion. The effluents carried on down the fork to the valley of Buffalo Creek. The flow of water further eroded the remains of dam number 3, increasing the speed of the release. Drainage of the pool continued until around 8:30 AM. Around 6 million cubic feet of coal waste and other debris was carried downstream, with around 90% of it escaping the middle fork, with some reaching a distance of up to 2 miles. The 10 to 20 foot high flood wave travelled along the 15-mile Buffalo Creek Valley at an average speed of around 5 miles per hour, finally reaching the town of Man at around 11 AM. The disaster destroyed or damaged homes in Saunders, Hardy, Lorado, Lundale, Stowe, Latrobe, Robinette, Amherstdale, Becco, Banco, Greyholm, Acoville, Crown and Kistler. In the immediate aftermath, the disaster rescue operations and accurate reporting of the dead and missing were made difficult as access to the area by road had been disrupted, with bridges destroyed and rail lines blocked or flooded. 125 were killed and 1,121 were injured, and over 500 homes were uninhabitable, leaving between 4,000 and 5,000 people homeless or without adequate shelter. Man High School was used as a temporary refugee location for Buffalo Creek survivors. Republican Governor Arch Moore announced the creation of a commission of inquiry to investigate the flood. It was formed of 9 members, most of whom were sympathetic to the coal industry. In response, a citizens' commission was set up to create an independent review of the disaster. Also, the Senate Subcommittee on Labour started an investigation in late May 1972, using experts from the US Army Corps of Engineers. We built a scale model of the valley, including locations of the failed dams. With so much destruction and death, and an estimated damage cost in excess of $65 million, how did dam number 3 fail so catastrophically? Well, much like the Kelly Barnes Dam, which would fail 5 years later, the banks in the Middle Fork didn't have an official design, meaning construction was not to a uniform standard and was not properly inspected and maintained. The United States Department of the Interior report highlighted 5 key causes for the failure of dam number 3. The first was that the dam was not built to withstand the amount of water in the pool. This was due to the construction basically being a pile of dumped coal waste. No spillway or other adequate water level controls were built into the dam. On top of that, there was no way for removing water once it had entered the pool behind the dam. The small pipe installed during the evolution of the dam was insufficient and was too high to really make a difference. Third, the sludge on which the dam was placed was inadequate, as the foundation led to seepage and subsidence across the main structure. Fourth, the width of the dam was cited as an issue, as it impeded any water through the bank, leading to a larger than intended amount of water being held back. This was because the dam was meant to be for water recycling instead of permanent retention. And finally, the fifth cause was the inadequate quality and grading of construction material, which consisted of coal waste including fine coal, shale, clay and mine rubbish. Furthermore, the pipe that had been placed inside the dam, the one that was too high to make any difference, also had a double failure of weakening the already poor material choice. The ad hoc committee focused on improving legislation, recommending all dams or impoundments constructed of coal refuse to be properly zoned for control of seepage rates, requiring all dams or impoundments higher than 10 feet to be instrumented and monitored on a regular and frequent basis, and requiring all dams or impoundments to have a foolproof decant systems and or spillways designed by and constructed under the direction of a registered professional engineer with a completion in the design and construction of dams. The citizens' investigation was far more damning of the Buffalo Mining Company and its later owners, the Pittston Coal Group, stating in its conclusions, the company was grossly negligent in constructing and operating the refuse dam on its property. The company violated state and federal law since the dam was never approved for proper design and maintenance. And the company's first concern has been to increase its profits by using the same refuse dam to dispose of clarified wastewater and store water. Needless to say, the mining company would have a number of lawsuits to answer to. In an attempt to absolve itself of any blame, Pittston Coal put out a press release not long after the flood, stating that the disaster was an act of God and the dam was incapable of holding the water God poured into it. Around 600 survivors of the flood sued Pittston Coal Company, seeking $64 million. A settlement was later reached in June 1974 at a fraction of the cost of $13.4 million, roughly $82 million in today's money. Another lawsuit brought on behalf of the child survivors, which was again settled in June 74 for $4.8 million, around $29 million today. The state of West Virginia also took Pittston to court for a $100 million lawsuit to cover disaster and relief damages. But Governor Arch A. Moore settled the case for a measly $1 million 3 days before leaving office in 1977. Moore had been accused during his time as governor of corruption, and this settlement didn't do much to disprove it. This left a bill of around $9 million to be picked up by the state of West Virginia to pay the US Army Corps of Engineers for recovery operations. And what seems to be a very foul-tasting trend with disasters of this type, no criminal charges were brought against the company for their negligence. We know the lessons were never properly learnt from Buffalo Creek, as the Kingston fly ash spill would happen some 36 years later. And there are still many coal impoundments that offer risk to the communities that live nearby. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed the video. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Share Attribution Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a sunny southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got a Patreon and YouTube membership account if you'd like to support the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. It is the 14th of December 19...
Okay, this one's called, well, plainly difficult. The cost of penny pinching the Port Neal Fertiliser disaster of 1994. Plainly difficult documentary. A month ago. Copy. Over to here. Boop. And a link to... if anyone who's going to come around, if they decide to, you know, take a little gander at, you know, this little live stream, I suppose, they will be getting links to all the videos that I've been watching. And of course the titles of what I've been listening to. And a link to Plainly Difficult's channel. So... yes, so it's not like I'm just listening to the bloke and not giving him any credit. No. I'm going the extra mile of every video that I listen to. Afterwards, I will put a link in my description below of, you know, the name of the video and the link to said video.
94. And the Iowa morning darkness is about to be interrupted. At approximately 6 minutes past 6 in the morning, the Terra International Incorporated Fertiliser facility is consumed by an explosion. Today's video will look at how this turned into this. My name is John, and welcome to Plainly Difficult. A brief history of terror at Port Neal. Our story starts in 1965, here in Port Neal, Woodbury County in the US state of Iowa. A new fertiliser plant is under construction. It's planned to supply farms within a 200-mile radius with their ammonia and other nitrogen crop chemicals. Shipping of the products was mainly undertaken by road, with only about a third by rail, understandable due to the local nature of the business. The plant had two major areas. Area 1 consisted of an ammonia plant, tank farm and utilities, with Area 2 being home to a nitric acid plant, urea plant and ammonium nitrate plant. So the whole goal of the site was to create ammonium nitrate urea. To make this, the plant needed all of the other parts of the site to produce their respective ingredients. Once enough nitrate, ammonia and urea are produced, ammonium nitrate can be made. So let's look at the process used on the Terra Industries site. So the whole goal of the site was to create ammonium nitrate urea. Ammonium nitrate for this was produced, not surprisingly, at the ammonium nitrate plant in Area 2. The process took 55 and 56% nitric acid and ammonia and reacted it inside a thing called a neutralizer. The nitric acid came from the plant in Area 1 and the ammonia came from the urea plants on site, but could be assisted by any of the 4 tanks, varying from 30,000 US gallons to 5 million US gallons. It was introduced at the bottom of the neutralizer. The flow of ammonia was determined by the site's production capacity. Nitric acid was dispersed a bit above the ammonia. The reaction is very exothermic, which allows water to be evaporated out of the neutralizer, creating the required 83% ammonium nitrate. Temperature is monitored via a probe in the upper part of the unit. The temperature maintained in the neutralizer was around 267 degrees Fahrenheit or roughly 130 degrees centigrade. The neutralizer was constructed of stainless steel. The juicy ammonium nitrate overflowed off the neutralizer into a rundown tank. This acted as a surge vessel for the neutralizer before the ammonium nitrate is pumped to the storage tank farm. The rundown tank was insulated with 2 inches of calcium silicate. Water vapour was vented to atmosphere via a scrubber, where any weak ammonium nitrate solution was returned to the neutralizer. In 1992, the site received an upgrade in the form of a new computer-controlled distribution control system. This would increase production from 800 tonnes per day to over 1,000 tonnes per day. It was also able to monitor and record data. It can also alert operators to process variable deviations and even automatically control output. And this leads us to 1994 and a disastrous series of events. The disaster. It is the 27th of November 1994 and the ammonium nitrate plant has encountered a problem. A pH probe on the neutralizer's rundown line was found to be defective. No replacement is available and the decision is made to continue working with the defective probe. Just a week later, on the 5th of December, a leak was discovered. A surface condenser in the nitric acid plant had been leaking and this required the shutdown of this part of the site. Although apparently getting fixed a couple of days later, the plant would be shut down once again. Meanwhile, at roughly 10 PM on the 11th of December at the ammonium nitrate plant, the outside operator found the neutralizer to be operating in highly acidic conditions. The discovery was found during a grab sample and the pH was -1.5. The fumes were so strong that their operator's face became burnt. Another operator was called in and managed to monitor the neutralizer's acid levels reduce, eventually reaching normal levels at around 1 AM on the 12th of December. Just an hour later, a leak was discovered on the condensate line from the neutralizer to the scrubber. The north pump was shut down and the south pump was started, only for that one to also leak. The gaskets for the north pump were replaced and it was returned to work, but an unknown amount of ammonium nitrate had leaked. The nitric acid plant would for another time switch off acid supply with an emergency shutdown, again on the 12th of December. The less than regular supply of acid over the first week of December had caused production issues, and by early afternoon on the 12th, the ammonium nitrate plant would be forced to start shutting down production. Shutdown started at around 2 PM, with the neutraliser being switched off at 3 PM. The nitric acid line was purged with air and the product pumps were shut down and blocked off. The air pushed the nitric acid into the neutraliser. This was roughly 220 US gallons in total. The purging of the lines took until 8:30 PM. After this, 200 psig steam was applied to the nitric acid line. This was to stop freezing in the December night, but what the operators didn't know was that the neutraliser, now 14 years old, was in a highly acidic and contaminated condition caused by the leaks over the previous days. But little did the operators know that injecting the high pressure steam into the neutraliser would result in a potentially runaway thermal reaction. The ammonium nitrate was now sensitised and was a ticking time bomb. The scrubber was still working and, with the recirculating pumps on, was blowing down ammonium nitrate back into the neutraliser. By the early hours of the morning of the 13th of December, the plant was shut down, and upon visual inspection by one of the operators, apparently no issues could be seen. Startup was planned for later on in the morning, and as such, at 6 AM the nitric acid air compressor was being started up. But just 6 minutes later, 2 explosions erupted from the neutraliser. The explosion destroyed the neutraliser, replacing it with a crater. 4 would lose their lives in the disaster almost instantly, with another 18 being seriously injured. Debris was littered over a 500-yard radius, with the blast being heard nearly 30 miles away. Some of the debris had damaged the on-site nitric acid tanks, spilling liquid onto the ground. No building on site escaped damage, and windows on nearby houses were broken. The explosion damaged ammonia gas storage tanks on site, causing a release of the chemical into the air. As the gas spread, some 3,000 residents would be required to temporarily evacuate. Contaminants floated around the plant for 6 days, causing horrendous local health scares. To add a cherry to the feces pie, a power station across the Missouri River also took damage, reducing power to the local community. The total cost of the disaster would be estimated at $300 million, but as the human and societal cost became apparent, the cause needed to be investigated. Enter the EPA. The investigation. So, almost immediately after one of the country's biggest fertiliser plants self-immolated, the EPA got stuck into investigation. They looked over the disaster site and interviewed any witnesses they could find. As they constructed the timeline, the cause became ever so apparent. No surprises, it involved incompetence and improper plant operation. They found the training of operators to be lacklustre, to say the least. There was little in the way of safe operating procedures, and to make things worse, communications between the various plants on site was pretty much useless. The human factors created the environment for the disaster, but how did the explosion start? Well, the neutraliser was allowed to reach a dangerously acidic level, which was caused by the purging of the acid line after the acid plant couldn't supply the ammonium nitrate plant. This isn't the end of the world, so long as it's properly monitored and has its pH level adjusted accordingly, but this wasn't done. Steam was applied to the neutraliser to keep it from freezing. This, in combination with the compressed air used to purge the nitric acid, created low density zones, i.e. bubbles. These zones lowered the amount of energy required to initiate thermal decomposition of the ammonium nitrate. This occurred for 15 hours before the explosion, creating localised areas of heating which couldn't be diffused through the rest of the ammonium nitrate. The ammonium nitrate had also been contaminated with chlorides during various leaks. This also reduced the energy needed for activation. All of this destabilised the ammonium nitrate in the neutraliser, and the slow roll of pumps during the planned startup added more superheated steam and basically became the ignition point. The EPA concluded that the main cause was sheer lack of safe operating procedures. Any procedures that were actually used were rather worryingly never written down, so obviously this was a recipe for disaster. So I'm going to rate this disaster as a bad day at the office and a 6 on the legacy scale. Do you agree? Let me know in the comments below. This is a Plainly Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plainly Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently quite nice sunny corner of southern London, UK. I have Instagram and Twitter, so check them out if you fancy looking at some random pictures. And I'd also like to make a very warm thank you to my Patreons and YouTube members, as well as the rest of you who tune in every week to see my videos. If you're enjoying this outro song, then please go over to my second channel made by John, where you can listen to and watch the video in full. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching, and Mr. Music Man, play us out please. It is Saturday the 1st of June 1974 and a 2-year-old caprolactam unit at the Flixborough chemical plant in Flixborough, England is being placed back into service. The installation has been somewhat of a disappointment for the site's operator, only being able to achieve full production at the beginning of the year. Its short service life has been plagued with issues and leaks, and just a few days before, it had been shut down due to a suspected leak. By the late afternoon, the site would be wiped off the face of the map in a massive and disastrous explosion. Many would be killed, many more would be injured, and millions of pounds worth of damage would lay in the explosion's wake. My name is John, and this is Plainly Difficult, and today we're looking at the Flixborough disaster. Flixborough village is in North Lincolnshire, England. Which is around here on the map. The sleepy village in 1938 will welcome a new neighbour, Nitrogen Fertilisers Limited. The company planned to use a 60-acre site for the production of ammonium nitrate, but just 26 years later, the area would be repurposed. Nitrogen Fertilisers Limited's parent company, Fission Limited, merged with Dutch State Mines to create a new company called Nipro Limited. This company was going to repurpose the site away from fertiliser production to the creation of caprolactam, an intermediate compound used in the manufacture of nylon.
Okay. This video of by Plainly Difficult is called the Flixborough disaster 1994. Where did it go so wrong? Plainly Difficult short documentary. Goes for 18 minutes. Boop. And a link to the video itself. Boop. Save.
An initial unit of an output. It is the 14th of December 9.
Okay, how many did I miss?
This video is the first.
Alright, moving on.
It is Saturday the 1st of June 1974 and a 2-year-old caprolactam unit at the Flixborough chemical plant in Flixborough, England is being placed back into service. The installation has been somewhat of a disappointment for the site's operator, only being able to achieve full production at the beginning of the year. Its short service life has been plagued with issues and leaks, and just a few days before, it had been shut down due to a suspected leak. By the late afternoon, the site would be wiped off the face of the map in a massive and disastrous explosion. Many would be killed, many more would be injured, and millions of pounds worth of damage would lay in the explosion's wake. My name is John, and this is plainly difficult. And today we're looking at the Flixborough disaster. Flixborough village is in North Lincolnshire, England. Which is around here on a map. The sleepy village in 1938 will welcome a new neighbour, Nitrogen Fertilisers Limited. The company planned to use a 60-acre site for the production of ammonium nitrate, but just 26 years later, the area would be repurposed. Nitrogen Fertilisers Limited's parent company, Fission Limited, merged with Dutch State Mines to create a new company called Nipro Limited. This company was going to repurpose the site away from fertiliser production to the creation of caprolactam, an intermediate compound used in the manufacture of nylon. An initial unit of an output of around 20,000 tonnes per year was commissioned in 1967 using phenyl hydrogenation, but the company sought out to increase its production. This would be via a cyclohexane oxidation process and would require Nipro to build a new plant on site, and this would be given the name Phase 2. It was completed in 1972 and the installation made use of a chain of 6 reactors. Whilst we're here, let's take a look at how the whole process ran. Each reactor was set 35 centimetres below the next inner line. This was to make use of good old gravity during the production process. Each reactor had a capacity of 45 cubic metres, were 5 metres high and had a diameter of 3.5 metres. The walls consisted of 13mm of steel with 3mm on the inside made of stainless steel, and had 711mm diameter pipes with expansion bellows on each end to connect the 6 together in sequence. The oxidation process made use of all 6 reactors. Inside 25 cubic metres of cyclohexane is pressurised and heated to 155 degrees centigrade. The compressed air was injected and circulated via a perforated ramp inside the reactors in the presence of a catalyst. The liquid passed to each reactor via the pipework, and by the time it reached the outlet of the 6th reactor, around 6% of the cyclohexane had reacted. The remaining material was reprocessed, removing unwanted byproducts, and sent back through the reactors. The average flow through the system was 250 to 300 cubic metres per hour. To heat up the cyclohexane, a heat exchanger was used, and that employed steam. The steam flow to the exchanger is controlled by a valve, which can be controlled manually by the control room or automatically. To bypass the valve, a block valve is provided. This was closed on startup, meaning the only way to avoid overpressure is through the safety valves or manual intervention. During the reaction, some gas is given off, and this is routed back via an off-gas line to the heat exchanger and then to the atmosphere via a cooling tower, scrubber, absorber and a flare. The off-gas line served to equalise pressure in all the reactors. Safety valves of each reactor was also provided, which would vent gas to the scrubber and flare, and this was set at 11 kilograms per centimetre squared. The new installation proved to be a little bit of a disappointment, with technical difficulties and leaks leading to lower than anticipated production levels. The lacklustre production figures would further be hindered by the discovery of a cyclohexane leak around Reactor 5 on the 28th of March 1974. An investigation was undertaken the same evening and a crack was discovered in Reactor 5's thin steel wall. Management agreed to shut down and call off the installation for a more in-depth investigation in the morning. In the light of day, the situation must have felt like it was going from bad to catastrophe. A 6-foot crack was found in Reactor 5, and a manager meeting was called to discuss what to do next. With production now completely halted, the management team brainstormed what the best way to restart production would look like. It was agreed that reactor 5 be removed for inspection, but in lieu of a replacement, a bit of clever plumbing would be employed. Instead of reactor 5, they would install an extended bypass pipe section to link reactors 4 and 6. This would make use of the already in situ 711mm pipe and bellows for the connections between 4 to 5 and 5 to 6, but be extended with a 500mm 20-inch welded pipes. Can you see the potential problem? Once completed, the installation would be able to resume production. A later Court of Inquiry report would point out 3 major concerns that weren't addressed. The first being that management still didn't know the cause of the crack. By not ascertaining what made it meant the same failure could repeat on the remaining 5 reactors. They were all pretty much the same after all. The second being that no one thought to inspect any of the other reactors for any similar failures in their steel structures. And finally, the third was that the new bypass line would have an inlet and outlet at significantly different heights to a fully working installation, as a drop between 4 and 6 was twice than that of other reactors. The calculation on the loads the new pipe could take showed it to be allowable, however the dogleg part and its welds were not checked. This failed to meet British standards at the time, and would be unallowable if inspected by a qualified engineer. You might ask, why use a 20-inch or 500mm pipe? Well, it was all they had on site. After reactor 5 was removed, a scaffold was built around where the replacement pipe would go. Using nitrogen, the pipework was tested to 4 kilograms per centimetre squared. After no leaks were found, it was then tested to 9 kilograms per centimetre squared. Again, no leaks presented themselves. But like the whole design process, this testing stage failed to meet British standards, which would have required the pipework to be hydrostatically tested at a pressure of no less than 11 kilograms per centimetre squared, i.e. the pressure the safety valve was set to operate at. This meant that the pipework was never tested up to the maximum pressure that could be experienced by the system. Nipro pressed the installation back into work on the 1st of April. No leaks were detected, but no one in particular was keeping an eye on the homemade bypass line. Between the 1st of April and the 29th of May, the installation was used almost constantly, albeit for 2 occasions of a shutdown. Yet another leak was discovered on the 29th of May. This resulted in a shutdown, resulting in repair work being done on the 30th and 31st. After nitrogen pressure testing, the repaired sections seemed leak-free. Restarting began on the 31st at 4 AM, but just 1 hour later more leaks were discovered. After cooling down an inspection, these leaks seemed to have repaired themselves. Again, the reactors were started up and heat was applied. Pressure in reactor 1 rose too quickly and again leaks were discovered, requiring yet another shutdown. In the early hours of the 31st, the operators were confronted with a broken plant, and to add further frustration, the tools needed to repair it were locked away out of reach. But the reactors would be given the OK for restarting on the 1st of June. It's 7 AM and a new shift of operators are starting work. The time between the previous leaks and this team's book onto duty is pretty hazy. Even the official report states that the evidence with regard to the commencement of the shift is unsatisfactory. Multiple witness accounts contradict what state the plant was in, whether it was pressurised or not, but by around 8 AM a reading of 8.5 kilograms per centimetre squared had been achieved, at a low temperature from nitrogen pressurisation. The previous shift had reported a high pressure event requiring ventilation that took place in the early hours of the first, but not much else was thought about it. We also know that no leaks were found or at least reported. It was decided to begin the startup process by using steam into the heat exchanger to warm the installation up to 160 degrees Celsius at 9:30 AM. By 12 PM, the process control technician noticed the pressure at a point where intervention was required. Reducing the steam yielded no result. By now the pressure was at 9.2 kilograms per centimetre squared. The technician sent an operator out to open the block valve. This did get the pressure below 8.8. The system was in a pretty difficult state. Even though its pressure was now satisfactory, the reduction in steam had reduced the vital temperature needed to start up. Although we will never know for certain, and that will become apparent shortly, it is likely the steam bypass line was opened to allow heating. But again, likely a whole new situation of high pressure requiring venting would present itself. Needless to say, the 1st of June was proving to be a difficult shift to get started. But their day would go from frustrating to fatal just a few hours later. At around 4:51 PM, the 20-inch 500mm bypass connection failed at its bellows, releasing upwards of 60 tonnes of cyclohexane. This came into contact with the performing tower of the nearby hydrogen plant and ignition started. At 4:53 PM, an explosion felt up to 50 kilometres away enveloped the Flixborough plant. The flames set off secondary fires around the site, up to 100 metres tall. The control room, which housed most of the vital equipment for monitoring the reactors, was completely destroyed, taking with it 18 staff who worked within. Luckily, due to it being a weekend, fewer staff were actually on site, but the death toll was still significant, at 28, with an additional 36 injured and another 50 injured off-site by debris. For context, if the disaster happened on a Monday, around 500 people would have been on site. Over 2,000 buildings would receive varying amounts of damage, and the emergency response teams would be fighting the fire for over 2 days. An investigation would start quickly after the explosion, but one glaring problem immediately became apparent. Remember when I said about some of the parts of the chronology leading up to the explosion being a little bit hard to know for certain? Well, the explosion destroyed a lot of the valuable evidence and vital first-hand accounts of events in the last few moments. The difficulty would result in a bit of a headache for investigators, but nevertheless, the Court of Inquiry sat between September 1974 and February 1975 and examined physical and witness evidence. The report will be published later on in 1975 and would summarise the official theory of the disaster. The road to the explosion started with the removal of Reactor 5 and its subsequent replacement with the bypass assembly. The blame falls squarely at the feet of the assembly not being built and tested to relevant standards. Also, during the design of the dogleg assembly, which was done on the workshop floor no less, no one thought to consult the bellows manufacturer design guide, which would have specifically pointed out that it was not suitable for such an application. For nearly a month, the bypass section was pressurised and depressurised, weakening the section, to the point that the pressure and temperature used in day-to-day operation caused the rupture. I can show you in this demonstration. The more I bend the metal, the more it gets weak and will eventually fail. The report absolved blame of the control room staff on the day, as they had acted within the rules set out in relieving pressure when needed to. Also, the staff to manufacture the dogleg were absolved of blame, as they were simply building what they were told, and the workmanship of the welds was acceptable. There was, at the time, a contending theory. It was generally accepted that the 20-inch 500mm installation had failed, but the initiating events were argued to have come from an 8-inch pipe nearby, which after a gasket failing caused a fire, which then caused the explosion. Regardless, the blame falls on those who decided that this was the right route to take, instead of stopping production, investigating Reactor 5 and then reinstalling. But there is another all too familiar factor to this event, and that is financial. You see, in the 1970s, the UK could only be described as a mess. The country was in the grips of a miners' strike. because of the state of emergency enacted by the British government, industry was limited to just 3 days of electricity per week. In order to save energy, the agitators in the reactors were turned off. This, though, was just a cherry on the turd cake for Nitro, as the caprolactam plant had, for its short 2-year life, never reached the predicted levels of production, which by 1974 was severely financially straining the company. From a management perspective, the plant had to run to be able to try and claw back some money. Needless to say, we can put the blame of the disaster and inadequate Reactor 5 bypass down to financial pressures. Management were not against breaking the rules as well, as it was found to be holding far more chemicals on site than licensed to. Hundreds of thousands of gallons more in fact. The company also undertook an internal investigation into the event and found that there had been several minor near misses involving on-site fabricated fixes. The disaster at Flixborough and disaster in Sevezio, Italy in 1976, video available in the Plain Difficult archives, helped push through better awareness and laws regarding industrial safety. The plant at Flixborough, to much protest, was actually rebuilt and reopened, but Nitro UK ended up having to dig deep in their pockets in the aftermath. At least 6,000 public liability insurance claims were filed by 1975, costing around £24 million, roughly 150 million today. Now, where would you rate this disaster on my legacy and disaster scales? I'm going to say about a 6 for both. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently sunny corner of South London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. It's the 16th of May 1968 and emergency workers are attending a strange event in Canning Town, Newham, East London. The call for the London Ambulance, London Fire Brigade and Met Police is to a brand new apartment block. At only 3 months old, the building is not yet fully occupied. The residents here are housed by the local council and the type of building they are in has been considered a golden bullet of social housing. The call out is to Ronan Point, and it has partially collapsed. The event would change the attitudes towards prefabricated concrete high-rises in the UK, a common sight along the city's skyline during the period known as the post-war baby boom. My name is John, and today we'll be looking at the Ronan Point disaster. Background. Our story starts 20 years before, and a problem for the post-war British society. Housing. Most cities across the country had felt the wrath of German bombing raids, with thousands of houses damaged beyond repair. Much of the inner city housing was Victorian 2-up, 2-down terraces, a hangover from the notorious slums which had filled Dickens' novels. They were at the time considered undesirable and an ineffective use of space. Now just piles of bomb-damaged rubble, many local authorities saw this as an opportunity to carve out a new and futuristic urban utopia. Many councils thought about a possible remedy. How about moving people away from the cramped Victorian slums and into new spacious estates? Well, where does one find space to build? Instead of long rows of terrace houses, architects looked to go up rather than out. If planned,
Okay, this one is called plainly difficult, the Ronan Point Tower Disaster 1968. Plainly difficult documentary. Let's do the usual boop, and then link to the video itself. Save. And
Correctly, high-rise blocks could have similar square footage to a small terrace house. And once all the garden space is taken away to be replaced with communal areas, the overall space available to residents would actually be greater. The new towers were to be easy and quick to make due to prefabricated building methods, and thus able to transform social housing stock to a community and socially focused ideal. Things like streets in the sky were envisioned as a modern take on the old-fashioned neighbourhood community feeling. This was the era that fostered a greater social societal safety net, such as the NHS and nationalised British Rail after all. I suppose the optimistic feeling must have blinded architects to the nightmares this type of social housing would turn into. When it was discovered that tower blocks, enclosed walkways and open spaces that separated them would become a breeding ground for crime. Anyways, this utilitarian design style was called brutalism and would become a hallmark of British design in the 1950s and 1960s. The Essex town of Harlow would welcome the UK's first residential tower block in 1951, and many more throughout the country for the next 10 to 15 years would be thrown up. The cheapness and ease of construction found its way to a new residential estate in Newham, East London. Ronan Point. Newham Council was birthed in 1965. It was the result of a menage a trois of 3 previously independent county boroughs: East Ham, West Ham and Woolwich. The new local authority completely enveloped East and West Ham, but only a part of Woolwich in the form of the borough north of the River Thames, which is around here on a map. The brand spanking new borough, although still in its packaging box, had old problems: housing. It had roughly 9,000 people on the waiting list for social accommodation. As such, it sought out to try and solve this new problem with new housing projects. Many, roughly a quarter of the borough's housing stock had been bomb damaged, with its remaining not meeting modern standards. Many had no running water and electricity. Rather than retrofit, demolition and reconstruction was the plan. Up to the 1960s, much of the council's construction projects were of 2-storey houses and 3-storey flat blocks. Well built and utilitarian, they were good, but required skill to build them, and that was lacking in the country. The skill drain can be traced back to the war, where many of the previous generation bricklayers, carpenters and builders were lost. Just look at post-war houses to pre-war houses. Gone were the bay windows and ornate woodwork. For example, my house is a pre-war construction. A new radical and easy to build method was required. The problem wasn't unique and, as we saw earlier, had been apparently solved with the implementation of high-rise buildings. The council's architects looked at 2 prefabricated concrete building systems, one by French engineer Raymond Camus and another by Danish civil engineering company Larsen & Nielsen. Both systems made use of off-site prefabricated concrete panels to be slotted in together, much like a store-bought garden storage cabinet. This was called large panel system building. Out of the 2 methods, the Larsen & Nielsen system made use of the least amount of skilled labour. To use the system for the new development, the council had to work with the UK licence holder, Taylor, Woodrow and Anglian Limited. Now there was actually a financial benefit to building as tall blocks as possible. This came about from the Housing Act of 1956, which introduced subsidies to local councils for every floor that was built above 5 stories tall. Taylor, Woodrow and Anglian insisted on using a structural engineer called Phillips Consultants Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of Taylor, Woodrow and Anglian. To add further conflict to interest, Phillips were hired for the design and construction of the foundations, solely by Newham Council, but were employed by Taylor, Woodrow and Anglian directly for the actual building construction. The contract for 9 blocks was set at £5 million, roughly £500,000 per tower. Ronan Point was to be the second building in this contract. The tower was to be 200 feet tall and contain 110 flats over 22 floors, and was built upon parking areas below. Each flat had a number of mod cons, including underfloor heating, gas, running water and electricity. The structure relies on load-bearing concrete panels. These consist of spine walls that make the main corridor. In addition to these, a number of cross walls at right angles to them and the flank walls that form the end faces of the tower block. The jointing between panels and floors is fundamental to the integrity of the structure. Each load-bearing wall is 8 feet high, roughly 1 story high, 9 feet wide and between 6 and 7 inches thick, and are factory made of solid concrete. The floors are built of precast concrete slabs, each, except for the corridor floors, about 13 to 15 feet long. They are also 9 feet wide and around 7 inches thick. Unlike the walls, these are reinforced and are lightened by a number of circular cores. To keep the whole structure together, a number of types of joints were employed. Vertical joints between the adjoining walls use overlapping U-shaped steel rods, which a vertical steel rod is threaded. The whole joint is then concreted in situ. The horizontal joints between floor slabs, the space between adjoining slabs, is filled with in situ concrete, into which a short steel rod is placed over the supports. The horizontal joints in the load-bearing walls at floor level have nibs projecting from their ends that rest upon the shelf near the top of the wall panels, and the space between the ends of the opposing floor slabs is also filled with in situ concrete. Metal tie plates are at intervals along these joints to help tie the floor slabs to the lower wall panels. When done correctly, all these joints should ensure a strong and stable building. It would take Taylor, Woodrow and Anglian roughly 2 years from start to final handover to complete Ronan Point. The council took control of the tower on the 25th of March 1968 and immediately started welcoming residents into the new high-rise slice of living. Even though we consider them ugly now, the novelty of living up high in the sky drew a lot of people to the tower blocks. But this dream couldn't stay up in the clouds for long. Quite literally. The disaster. It is 5:45 AM on the 16th of May 1968. Ronan Point has only been open to residents for roughly 2 months, and the occupant of corner flat 90 on the 18th floor has got up to put on her slippers and dressing gown and went into the kitchen to start filling her kettle to make a cup of tea. The resident of the flat is Ivy Hodge. She lit a match to light her stove. The spark ignited a gas explosion. Hodge was blown across the room. In a later statement, she would recall, "I do not remember any more until I was on the floor, looking at flames on the ceiling." The explosion blew out flat 90's flanking walls, which was supporting the weight of the floors above it. This resulted in a progressive collapse of the southeast wing of Ronan Point. 4 were killed instantly in the collapse. Luckily, due to the time of day that the explosion happened, most residents were still in their bedrooms. And as the southeast corner consisted mainly of living rooms, most were safely asleep away from the danger zone. Also in a stroke of luck, 3 of the 4 flats immediately above Hodges were unoccupied, further reducing casualties. On the night of the explosion, there were 260 people inside the building, and on top of the deaths, 17 were injured. Residents were evacuated and the block was closed to the public. Many of the inhabitants were rehomed in another tower block about half a mile away. But how did this new block of flats fail so catastrophically, especially from a gas explosion, which could always be a possibility? Due to the numbers of other buildings constructed in a similar way, the UK government understandably wanted to discover how Ronan Point could have failed. They commissioned an inquiry led by Hugh Griffiths QC. Well, they would find some worrying shortcuts made during Ronan Point's design and construction. The cause. The investigation initially looked at naturally what caused the explosion. It was discovered that Hodge had, upon moving in, bought a new stove with her. This gas appliance was installed by a friend as a favour. The investigation found that the installation was acceptable, although eventually a nut used to connect the gas line to the oven had failed and thus caused the explosion. But the main issue was, how did Ronan Point not survive the explosion? Even the investigation stated this. The explosion was not of exceptional violence. The pressure produced were in the order of 3 to 12 pounds per square inch. This is within the normal range of domestic gas explosions. The root cause had to be in Ronan Point's construction. Well, it wouldn't take long for investigators to find that the tower design was less than satisfactory. It was discovered that the building had not been designed to withstand a progressive collapse, but it wasn't required to in the regulations at the time. The building regulations and codes of practice do not take into account the possibility of progressive collapse. Neither did the designers of the building. The inquiry, however, didn't say that there were any issues with the workmanship at Ronan Point, and as such thought that the tower could be rebuilt, re-strengthened and put back into use. The inquiry put the blame squarely at the outdated building regulations, which seemed to have not considered progressive collapse a thing. This thinking was based on earlier tall buildings, being made out of reinforced concrete and steel frames, which are much less susceptible to a house of cards-like effect that Ronan Point experienced, due to having multiple redundancies for the load to spread out over. The southeast corner of Ronan Point was rebuilt as a new section of apartments, then joined to the existing building via a series of walkways. Many would refuse to move back into Ronan Point and instead be rehoused throughout the borough. The event definitely worried the wider public to the risks of high-rise flats. Enter architect Sam Webb, someone who I think might pop up again on this channel in the future. He became interested in Ronan Point and started investigations of his own. Residents allowed him into their flats to inspect the overall quality of the building, and it was not good. He found that Ronan Point swayed up to 150mm from the centre line in high winds, excessively loading the building, which could eventually cause one of the vital bolts to fail. Webb gave the reinforced Ronan Point at best 15 more years before a total collapse could occur. After years of convincing the council, it eventually evacuated the building in 1986. Webb somehow managed to get Ronan Point dismantled carefully rather than by the traditional way of blowing up, demolition method. This was in order to forensically inspect the tower. It was found that several joints were missing the concrete required to seal the connections. In some cases, rubbish and newspaper was all that was found. Lower load-bearing concrete panels were found to be cracked and multiple bolts were bent beyond comprehension. This resulted in Webb's predictions of 15 years to seem way too optimistic. It's a miracle that Ronan Point was demolished when it did, as just under a year later in October 1987, the Great Storm would hit, an event that would have most likely finished off the tower. The disaster ruined the public's confidence in tower blocks, but hundreds still exist across the country. Just look at many boroughs of London. A 60s or 70s tower block is certainly going to be in view. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently good corner of southern London, UK. I'd like to thank my patrons and YouTube members for their financial support. If you'd like to check out my Twitter, feel free to do so, where I usually give hints on future videos. And if you like this outro song that's playing, please check out my YouTube channel made by John, if you'd like to listen to it in full. And all that's left to say is, Mr. Music, play us out please. Hello, it's that time of the...
There, not that one. Okay. Ooh, this one looks fun. Wait, no. What is that? You know what? No. Keep on with the whole tower disaster thing. The Grenfell Tower Disaster 2017. Plainly difficult documentary.
And update.
Alright. As usual. Let's go with this. Boop. Link to the video. Boop. And play.
Fire brigade.
Yeah, hello, hi, in the fire, flat 16 Grenfell Tower.
Sorry, a fire where?
Flat 16 Grenfell Tower. In the fleet.
Right, hang on.
Flat 16 Grenfell Tower.
It is the 27th of January 1925, and an old retired field marshal takes his last breath. Throughout his career, death and destruction was a necessary evil. Spanning nearly 50 years, he has achieved many accolades. With many battles under his belt and the high rank of field marshal, it is often customary for the person's legacy to extend beyond their family and be recognised in the naming of roads and buildings. You see, the person we're talking about is only linked to this week's video in name, but the name would become a byword for neglect, tragedy, and the ever-looming spectre of brutalist high-rise apartment blocks that litter British cities. That man's name was Field Marshal Francis Wallace Grenfell. His name is remembered not for his actions on the battlefields of British colonialism, but instead a horrific building fire in the 2010s. Welcome to Plainly Difficult. My name is John, and today we're looking at the Grenfell Tower disaster. Background. Our story begins nearly 50 years after Grenfell's death, with a need also common, that is housing. A need that would drive the UK to source quickly and easily built residential buildings. No more requiring social housing, arguably was the nation's capital. One such development was the infamous Ronan Point, out towards the eastern end of London's vast metropolitan area, but another would be out in the west. This would be in the borough of Kensington and Chelsea, near Notting Hill to the east of Latimer Road tube station, which is around here on a map. In 1964, plans were proposed for redeveloping the slums of Nottingdale into a modern and brutalist social housing estate. These were all the rage in the 1960s, where London was still redeveloping after the destruction caused during the Second World War. The plan from architects Clifford Weirden and Peter Deakings was to build a housing estate, shopping piazza, and a new Latimer Road London Underground station. To connect all the buildings, which would include a couple of tower blocks and a few smaller residential buildings, elevated walkways were planned. The original plans also looked to place decking over the roads for public spaces, thus hiding vehicle traffic from view. The newly reborn, in 1965, Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea did not show much interest in creating two-storey roads. I'm still trying to decide whether this was a good or bad concept. Probably bad, as history has shown we aren't very good at maintaining concrete infrastructure, as anyone who has ever had to rely on the Hammersmith flyover would probably agree with. And thank the sat-nav gods, I have never needed to drive down there recently. Well, long story short, the new estate was to be less innovative after the council refused some of the more modernist concepts. But it didn't mean that it was a cookie-cutter estate. It did have some interesting features. Deakings had previously helped with the designs of the Barbican housing estate, as well as the Golden Lane estate, so by now he was a bit of a brutalist design veteran. The plans would end up being scaled back when London Transport saw no need of building a new station, but the main tower block was retained. It would be named after a Field Marshal, Mr. Grenfell. The disaster of Ronan Point would directly influence design considerations for the main tower on the Lancaster Road West Estate, as it was known. As such, Grenfell would be built with an attention to strength. The idea was for the building to last well over 100 years. To achieve this, Grenfell had a central core containing the lift, a single staircase, and vertical sections for the services like water, telephone, and electricity. Coming out of the core were external perimeter columns. A central boiler room was provided for hot water. This was situated in the basement and fed the whole housing development. Construction for Phase 1 would begin in 1970, with Grenfell seeing initial works beginning in 1972. The building would be 67.3 metres tall, or 221 feet tall, and originally contained 120 one- and two-bedroom flats. 20 of the 24 stories would be used for residential, with the bottom 4 being used for non-residential purposes. To help with the flexibility of accommodation, all internal partition walls were not structural. This could allow for reconfiguration later on, something pretty handy for a local authority. Because of its flexibility, it was slightly unusual from other tower blocks of a similar vintage, and this was because it allowed the flats per floor to be 6 instead of the more common 4. The floors contained a 2-bedroom flat at each corner, which was the standard arrangement for the time, but in between on the east and west face was a smaller 1-bedroom flat. Externally, the building comprised horizontal structural concrete spandrel panels, sliding aluminium framed windows, and non-structural white window infill panels. The tower was completed in 1974, and soon after opening its doors, the council started welcoming families to their new home. Grenfell and its refurbishments and updates. As with most buildings throughout its life, it would undergo a number of modifications. One such was in 1985, with the replacing of front doors to the flats to self-closing fire-resistant types. In the 1990s, in an effort to combat rising crime, a key fob system was installed, meaning in theory only residents could access the building. Between 2011 and 2013, the fire doors were again replaced with more modern compliant ones. Talking about fire, we need to discuss the design theory, and thus fire safety theory, prevalent in the UK when Grenfell was built. You see, there was a glaring issue with high-rise blocks, which Ronan Point highlighted, but it was known before, that was of fire. If there's a fire, say here, how can anyone get out safely? Well, how about if you don't need to get out at all? In theory, if the flat is fire resistant enough, then occupants can sit it out until help arrives. This was mentioned in the 1962 British Standard Code of Practice, number 3, chapter 4, Precautions Against Fire. The assumption should no longer be that buildings must be evacuated if a fire occurs, and high-rise residential buildings should, therefore, be designed so that occupants of a floor above a dwelling which is on fire may, if they choose, remain safely on their own floor. It may be necessary to evacuate the floor on which the fire occurs, and in some circumstances, those floors which are in the immediate vicinity of the fire, but the occupants of these floors should be free to reach safety in any other part of the building via the staircase. This would be known as the stay put strategy, which, in the event of a fire elsewhere in the building, the occupants are advised to remain in their own flats unless they are directly affected by fire, heat or smoke. All of this is fine and well as long as the building is actually fire resistant. The thinking behind the strategy does have merit, as mass exiting of a building would hinder fire and rescue efforts, as well as the risk of a potential of a staircase crash event. Think a mini Ibrox 1971. But again, it is really dependent on the actual building. Now, there were issues with tower blocks of this era, and one such is the single staircase. Now, the tower block had had a few upgrades through its life, but after 40 years of overlooking Latimer Road, it was time for a major overhaul and refurbishment. This came around with a planning permission request in 2012. Around the same time, Ledbetter Construction Limited was appointed as lead contractor, but before works began in June 2014, Royden Maintenance Limited was eventually appointed the design and build contractor. This was because they undercut in price. The works were to include repurposing some of the previously uninhabited levels of the tower. These were the lower couple of levels. It would result in the creation of 9 new flats. This would also include structural work. In addition to this, a newer, more efficient heating and smoke extraction system were to be employed, as well as the new services piping and upgrades to the tower's lifts. But the main thing, at least to any passers-by that would see the whole building, was that it was to be clad, receive new windows, and generally receive a more modern, fresher external appearance. Essentially, the tower was to get an entirely new external wall attached to the original concrete facade. This would, in theory, add to building insulation, thus improving efficiency. The cladding also offered a modernised look to the tower, hiding away the arguably dated roots of its facade. After all, it was an eyesore in the line of sight of the trendy and expensive Notting Hill. Okay, I'm being a little bit facetious, but improved external looks were one of the council's official goals. Royden subcontracted out to Harley Facades Limited the external cladding work. Whilst we're on the subject, let's look at the cladding in greater detail. The external cladding was made up of several layers. Firstly, directly connected to the original external walls was PIR foam insulation, followed by a 2-inch cavity and finished off with another layer of cladding in the form of ventilated rain screen panels made of aluminium composite material. The composite cladding was made of a 3mm thick core of polyethylene bonded between two 0.5mm thick sheets of aluminium. These were mounted to the building via aluminium mounting brackets. The new windows would be mounted and glued to the PIR insulation. UPVC window jambs will be mounted over the original wooden window frame and the installation. It would create a wider window ledge as it covered the extra layers added to the concrete facade. This system was more cost effective compared to others available on the market. The trade-off was, however, that the more expensive options were more fire resistant. The materials used in the refurbishment would be a pretty hefty saving for Kensington and Chelsea TLO, the organisation formed to manage all of the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's housing. Nearly £300,000 in total. A pretty big cost reduction on an £8.7 million refurbishment project. This, and amongst other savings, were the reason for that contractor change in 2014. Regardless, the refurbishment was signed off, and there it stood, tarted up to look pretty. A home to the nearly 300 people. A home that should be safe, somewhere to put your stamp on. A place of comfort, family, entertainment, a space for memories, but occasional sadness. But not a death trap. Well, until it was. The fire. It is the evening of the 13th of June 2017, and a resident of flat 16 on the 4th floor is returning home. The time is 23:30, and the Halu Kebedi goes to his living room. The two he is sharing flat 16 with are asleep. Kebedi goes to sleep on a mattress in the living room. Shortly after, he is woken up by probably one of your worst nightmares, a fire alarm. He found out that his hot point fridge freezer in the kitchen was on fire. He goes to wake up the two other residents in flat 16. Soon after, at 54 minutes past 12, Kebedi makes a phone call to 999. Kebedi banged on his neighbours' doors to alert them of the fire, and he began to evacuate the building. 6 minutes after his call, the first of the London Fire Brigade reached the scene. The fire could be seen glowing through the window of flat 16. With 2 engines on site, another 2 were dispatched. More calls came in, and the advice was given for residents to stay in their flats. This was because of the stay put doctrine. There was no central alarm in the building, and many higher up were not aware of the fire below. The first firefighters entered flat 16 at 1:07. At 1:08, the flames started to melt the UPVC window frames and fire began licking up outside the tower. The flammable cladding caught alight. The cavity between the cladding and insulation acted as a chimney, sucking the flames up. At 1:14 in the morning, the firefighters started tackling the blaze in flat 16's kitchen, but it was too late and the flames had most definitely spread. Seeing the unfolding disaster, more engines and an aerial appliance were requested. Water jets from the ground couldn't reach higher than the 4th floor. Smoke had spread to above flat 16 into flat 26. Some residents on the 5th and 6th floors started to evacuate. By 1:18 in the morning, 34 of 293 residents had escaped, and between 1:18 and 1:38, 110 had escaped. The flames spread up further behind the aluminium cladding. By 1:30 in the morning, the fire had spread in a shockingly fast rate and had reached Grenfell's roof. By now, around 20 fire engines had been dispatched to Grenfell. Soon after, Met police officers arrived to create an exclusion zone, and London ambulances began to arrive to treat the walking wounded. The smoke had spread into the lobbies of several floors. Many were trapped inside their flats by the ever-increasing smoky flames. The only staircase had filled up with smoke. Between 1:30 and 1:58, only another 20 had managed to escape. The fire continued to spread sideways on the exterior, and by 1:42 had reached the northern side. Firefighters were given flat numbers of confirmed trapped residents. However, communication via radio had broken down. Instead, the rescue efforts relied on runners and slips of paper to inform the fighters where the residents were actually located. This slowed down communications, meaning that firefighters, by the time of reaching the flats, found them to be empty as residents had fled the smoke. Although many were still on the phone to 999 dispatch, their updated locations couldn't be passed on to those trying to find them. After 2 o'clock in the morning, many desperate residents tried to communicate their location by flashing lights in their flats, and sadly as many as 4 had no option when facing the flames but to jump from the building. The final 2 people to be rescued from the blaze were at the 6:05 and 8:07 in the morning, but sadly not everyone had managed to escape. The fire would continue to blaze all the way to the 16th of June, when in the evening it was officially declared over. The rescue efforts changed to recovery and evidence gathering. A total of 151 homes were destroyed by the fire. These were not just in Grenfell Tower, but also the smaller 3-storey blocks adjacent to the high rise. The fire caused 72 deaths, including one who died in hospital a day later and another who died in January 2018. Many were children, and even a stillbirth was attributed to the fire. Needless to say, the disaster cut deep into the local community. Needless to say, an investigation would follow, and this would come in the form of the Grenfell Inquiry, which was announced by the then Prime Minister Theresa May on the 29th of June 2017. And oh boy, it would uncover the neglect that went into that tower. The investigation and inquiry. Soon after the disaster, on the 29th of June, Theresa May announced that Sir Martin Morbick, a retired judge, would take the lead in the inquiry. Grenfell Tower was covered in scaffolding and a protective wrap to help preserve the evidence within. It was pretty clear the start of the fire was the freezer in flat number 16. This melted away the UPVC window frames and jambs that covered the highly flammable insulation. Once this was exposed, fire was then able to spread into the cladding. The investigation quickly found the cladding to be the cause of the rapid spread, but this was not very surprising to many. In 2014, the council were warned of their decision to use this type of cladding and insulation combination, and it was advised to only use it in combination with a non-flammable insulation. It was also known as early as 2012 that Grenfell had some serious safety management issues. These included poor emergency lighting, firefighting equipment was improperly maintained, including out-of-date extinguishers and other material going unchecked for years. These issues were just put aside and ignored, hoping they would disappear. Some residents even formed a group called the Grenfell Action Group, and even created a blog. They had in 2013 published a health and safety report from 2012, raising concerns about the fire safety of the building. The group also pointed out the lack of appropriate escape routes, and that the hallways were allowed to fill with rubbish, blocking off the paths of escape that did exist. In an ever classy move, in 2013 the council threatened the bloggers with legal action, saying that their posts amounted to defamation and harassment. Even more tragically, two of the blog writers, Mariam El-Ghwari and Nadia Chowker, would be amongst those who lost their lives in the fire. Now, all of these concerns were apparent in Grenfell way before the refurbishment. It was found during the inquiry that in November 2016, the London Fire and Emergency Planning Authority served a fire deficiency notice to the Kensington and Chelsea Tenant Management Organisation, listing multiple safety issues at Grenfell that required action to be taken before May 2017. And unsurprisingly, many of these were still not fixed in June. Now, this would be hard to see as anything other than criminally negligent, and on the 27th of July 2017, the Metropolitan Police issued a public notice to residents saying that they had reasonable grounds to suspect that the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea and the Kensington and Chelsea Tenant Management Organisation may have committed corporate manslaughter. However, these charges have yet to be raised as the Grenfell inquiry has only just wrapped up. It is divided into two phases. Phase 1, which has been the primary source for this video, was released in October 2019. This covered the facts about the refurbishment and the night of the fire. Phase 2 will try and find out who was at fault for allowing the refurbishment to take place, as it did. As such, charges are unlikely to materialise until at least 2023 or even 2024. Sadly, this means that it could be 7 years after the disaster until some action was taken legally. Some charges were brought for fraud, however. In a disgusting effort of profit from others' pain, 21 people tried to claim compensation for either being in the tower when they weren't, or for family members who also weren't. They were charged and found guilty and sentenced for their fraudulent activity. But what of the tower now? Well, it's still there, awaiting the end of the inquiry. From there it will be demolished and turned into a memorial for these victims. The disaster shows the end result of negligence, penny pinching and underinvestment. The sum £300,000 saving would be eclipsed by the estimated £200 million to £1 billion in costs associated with the disaster. The disaster would also lead to the UK cladding scandal, which would financially ruin many, as overnight their apartments became worthless due to insurance companies refusing to cover externally clad buildings. It also caused many residents to be rehomed or even just evicted, as some buildings became condemned. Now, there is a whole political, social and economic side to this disaster that I haven't even touched, but that's because I don't feel quite qualified enough to speak on it. But I do recommend reading the inquiry report and phase 2 when it's released, although you'll probably be saddened and even more likely angered by the story of Grenfell. Now, this subject I'm going to give the rating of outright negligent and 9 on my legacy scale. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently wet and windy corner of South London, UK. If you like this outro song, then please feel free to check it out in full on my second channel, made by John. I've got Instagram and Twitter, so you can check them out if you want to see any random photographs I post up. I'd like to give a very nice warm thank you to my patrons and YouTube members for your financial support, as well as you, my loyal viewers who always come back every week for your dose of disaster. And all that's left to say is, Mr. Music, play us out please. Hello and welcome to a pilot of sorts of a new series. It will delve into the history of some of the world's worst scandals.
Okay. Oh, this is Dark Records. No,
Hello.
I want more painfully difficult. Let me go over here then. Big church. Alright, got this one.
A bridge being struck.
The Tasman Bridge Disaster, 1975. Let's just do the usual. Wrong button. Okay, now you're bolded. How do I do that? There we go. Copy. Paste. Save. And play.
Struck by a cargo vessel seems to be a story as old as time and a bit of a cliche, plainly difficult video subject. Although so far on this channel I've mainly covered similar events in the USA, today's disaster shows it can happen anywhere. It is the evening of the 5th of January 1975 and 4 cars have plunged into the Derwent River. Within the blink of an eye, the occupants of the vehicles became the victims of a sudden and catastrophic structural collapse. My name is John and welcome to Plainly Difficult. Today we're looking at the Tasman Bridge disaster. We begin our story in the city of Hobart, Tasmania, Australia, in the 1940s. The city is one of the most populous regions on the Australian island state of Tasmania. Hobart straddles the estuary of the River Derwent, where the city extends along both sides. Needless to say, this requires methods to cross from one side to the other. Much like other cities built along a river, ferry services and bridges supply the demand to travel from either the east or west of the city. The suburb of Clarence in the eastern side of the Derwent had developed at a much slower pace than the western city and its suburbs. Originally the city had a bridge built in 1830, roughly 20 kilometres upstream from the eastern shore's suburbs. This led to a lopsided development of the city's major population centres. In 1942, Hobart and its suburbs had a population of 65,000 on the western shore, and in comparison to Clarence on the east, that only had around 4,400. Because of this, in 1943 the city gained a new crossing, a floating arch bridge with a lift span near the western shore. This would spark major population growth in the eastern suburbs of the city, which would triple between 1943 and 1964, from 4,400 to about 28,000. The rather limiting and not particularly permanent looking float bridge was looked to be replaced in the 1960s. This led to the Tasman Bridge, a 4-lane span built next to its predecessor. Due to this bigger bridge, population on the east side exploded, yet again jumping from 28,000 to over 40,000 in just 10 years. However, eventually, the city would have to rely solely on its bridge as the local government funding for ferry services dried up, forcing commuters onto the roads. By the early 1970s, as many as 25,000 cars crossed over the Tasman Bridge every day, making the crossing essential for the east side's population. Now let's take a look at the specs of the Tasman Bridge. With the float bridge being a bit long in the tooth, the new Tasman Bridge was conceived to provide a 24-hour connection, not requiring traffic to stop like it did for the original lift section to open for shipping. The £7 million bridge consisted of 21 spans supported by 10-foot wide reinforced concrete columns with a 350-foot wide navigational span between pier numbers 14 and 15. This meant shipping was intended to pass closer to the eastern bank of the river. To support the piers, piles were driven into the riverbed. One set under Pier 7 was the deepest in Australia. The bridge measured at 4,650 feet with a waterway width of 3,500 feet. The bridge deck was 57 feet wide, which accommodates 4 lanes of traffic and 2 walkways. Construction ran from April 1960 to December 1964, with the first ship passing under the construction in August 1964. Although the bridge actually had its official opening on Thursday the 18th of March 1965. The bridge would serve the city well for 10 years, allowing the eastern side to grow into a larger and larger suburban area. The bridge became essential in stitching the two sections of the city together, but just under 10 years after its official opening, a section of the bridge would fall. The disaster. The harbour at Hobart is one of the deepest in the world, and this influenced the Tasman Bridge's design with its navigational span. This, needless to say, meant that shipping was a common sight along the Derwent River. Both commercial shipping and cruise ships make their way under the bridge. One such vessel was the Lake Illawarra, a bulk carrier. She weighed in at 7,274 gross register tonnes and 10,380 tonnes deadweight, measuring in with a length of 139 metres, or 458 feet, with a beam of 18 metres, or 59 feet. The handy-sized classified vessel has a top speed of 12.5 knots, roughly 14 miles an hour, delivered by its single-prop steam turbine-powered driveline. She was in her second decade of service in the 1970s, being launched in 1958, and was an Australian-built and operated vessel. She is a regular sight along the Derwent, and on the evening of the 5th of January 1975, the vessel is navigating along the river towards the Tasman Bridge. This evening, her destination is upstream from the city of Hobart, the Risdon Zinc Works refinery in Lutana, Tasmania, and she has a complement of 42 crew aboard. She is carrying 10,000 tonnes of zinc ore concentrate, which is probably pretty handy given her destination. In command this evening is 60-year-old Captain Bolslaw Pelk, with Robert Bank, age 45, on the helm, making steering adjustments under the captain's orders. The Lake Illawarra by 9 p.m. is roughly 1,300 metres, just over 1,400 yards from the Tasman Bridge. Captain Pelk, after seeing there was no traffic on the river, ordered full shipping speed from the engine room, which would bring the vessel up to roughly 8 knots. Although picking up speed, the ship wasn't acting as it should. The Lake Illawarra started to move off course towards foul ground and shallow water. Pelk, seeing this, ordered a turn to starboard, but this didn't fix the problem. The ship was not in line with the bridge markers which were there to guide ships through the opening. Bank received another order, steer due north, but the bow swung quickly, but it was not enough. Steer to 101, Pelk ordered. He was trying to line up the ship with the channel at the same time as trying to correct the swing, but this quite drastic adjustment swung the ship far to starboard. All of these movements were ordered whilst the ship was at full shipping speed. By now the distance to the bridge had almost halved. Stop engines, ordered Pelk. Banks turned hard to port, but the Lake Illawarra continued to the bridge. At 300 metres, roughly 350 yards, Pelk ordered the engine room to put the engines full astern. But still the Lake Illawarra advanced. Panic, Pelk ordered double full astern, then dropped both anchors, quickly followed with triple full astern. But it was too late. The ship was on a crash course to the bridge. With the port anchor dropped and the engines astern, the bow turned starboard. The ship slapped into the bridge. Meanwhile, Captain Pelk and Banks had thought they had, although having hit the bridge, not hit it too hard. Banks even said, thank God it didn't hit hard. But the bridge's fate was sealed. The roadway above had cracked. The electrical wiring that was used to connect the two parts of Hobart was sparking in the evening sky. Soon enough, the realisation on the ship's bridge was that a collapse was imminent and would result in tons of concrete landing on the ship. 7,000 tons of roadway and concrete crashed onto the ship. The ship, with the impact of the bridge and now extra weight, began to sink. She momentarily settled on the riverbed, only to continue her descent as her weight of cargo pulled her down. Some crew started jumping overboard, but disaster was not only aboard the Lake Illawarra, but also on the Tasman Bridge. Darkness had consumed the crossing, and 4 cars could be seen from the river's banks, headlight on, falling from the bridge into the water's all-consuming obscurity. Frank Manley and his family were making the crossing. As they went over the peak of the bridge, Manley slowed to what he thought was a broken-down car. His wife shouted, "Look, the bridge is gone." Manley slammed on the brakes of his Holden Monaro. The first 2 wheels went over the cliff edge that had now formed on the bridge. The car became beach teetering on the edge of darkness. In a bizarre stroke of luck, he and his family had narrowly avoided death. But just look at how close he was. Murray Ling and his family managed to stop before the edge, but was rear-ended, pushing his car also onto the broken section. Luckily, his old Holden station wagon too did not topple down to the river. As many of the sailors bobbed in the water, one question hit them: what about the engine crew? These poor people had no warning issued to them. It would be later discovered that the engine room telegraph still read full astern. Emergency response was swift. Many had seen the ship crash into the bridge from the shore. Some locals using small boats raced to the crash scene and recovered many of the ship's crew. By morning, the full scale of the disaster became apparent. Multiple witnesses had reported up to 10 cars had gone off the bridge. The police in the morning would say, "We can only rely on reports about who had not arrived home by late night." 3 unsupported spans and a 127-metre section of roadway had disappeared under the collapse. Although disastrous, luckily due to the time of day and the fact that it was a Sunday, more vehicles were not involved. Over the coming days, police divers located and recovered 4 vehicles, as well as undertaking a comprehensive survey of the wreck of the Lake Illawarra on the 13th of January. In total, 12 had died, 7 aboard the ship and 5 from the cars. The city was split in 2, and with 12 dead and millions of dollars of damage caused, a big question hovered over the disaster. And that was how and why. The investigation. Witnesses and survivors were painstakingly questioned and their stories corroborated. Engineers were asked for their opinion on the bridge's design. The piers either side of the main shipping channel had been designed to withstand a blow from a 20,000-ton ship travelling at 9 knots, but no other pier on the bridge had been strengthened to withstand a blow from a passing ship. It would make the cost of such a bridge prohibitive, engineers said. A maritime court of inquiry started on the 30th of January 1975 and investigated the collision. It would slam the crew, but mainly Captain Pelk. They found that the ship went out of control about 2 ship lengths, or roughly 300 metres, just over 300 yards from the bridge. Due to the number of turns, the ship was going too slow and had lost its steerage way. The inquiry found Pelt at fault and suspended his licence for 6 months. He was quoted as saying, "I'm eager to get back to the sea. I've been at sea for 40 years and it has always been a cruel sea. No matter what people say, it's a tough profession." But this wasn't going to be the case. A&L, the ship's operator, quietly retired Pelt in November 1975. Aftermath. After salvage being ruled out, the ship would stay sunk just below the bridge, although parts would be cut away for repair works on the bridge later on. The city would experience a drastic change in the way its suburbs experienced the region, with extended journey times and desperate for the little ferry services that ran across the river. The eastern suburbs became more independent post-disaster, as the detour using the older bridge to the north added several hours to a round trip. In March 1975, a joint Tasman Bridge Restoration Commission was appointed to rebuild the Tasman Bridge. In October, plans began. It would not only restore the crossing but also add an additional lane. The two halves of the city would be reunited, with a temporary bridge opened a year after the disaster. But Hobart would have to wait in total 2 years to see the Tasman Bridge rebuilt, being completed in October 1977. Well, one big implementation post-disaster was the use of pilots. Although not foolproof, the Sunshine Skyway would have a lot to say about that, it is definitely an improvement in safety. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licence. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently wet and miserable corner of southern London, UK. I'd like to thank my patrons and YouTube members for your financial support. If you're enjoying this outro song, you can check it out on my second channel, Made by John. I also have Instagram, Twitter and Spotify if you fancy checking out more of my content. And all that's left to say is Mr. Music, play us out please.
Ooh, this one looks like fun.
It is December 2017.
The Washington Amtrak Cascades train disaster 2017. Plainly difficult documentary. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And save. How am I doing? Kinda good. Paste.
And locals are mourning a tragedy. In Tacoma, they should be happy. They have just received a new train service after all. But instead, the new Amtrak passenger offering has created the wrong type of disruption to local travel plans, in the form of destruction and death. The accident would highlight a failure in the fundamentals of operating a railway and show how far behind Amtrak was in train protection compared to their contemporaries around the world. My name is John, and today we're looking at the 2017 Washington train crash. Welcome to the Plainly Difficult channel. Background. Our story starts in 1971 and the commencement of a new passenger rail corridor named Amtrak Cascades. The route takes 467 miles or 752 kilometres from Vancouver, British Columbia through Seattle, Washington and Portland, Oregon to Eugene, Oregon. Parts of the route date back even further, as far back as the railway's early days. But today we're just going to focus on one small section of this vast route, the Point Defiance Line. This route follows the coastline of the Puget Sound between the cities of Tacoma
and DuPont. It was opened in 1914 as a bypass to the Prairie Lines, direct but difficult to drive 2.2 degree incline over 2.2 miles. The Point Defiance line had to play to two needs, both passenger and freight services. With passengers demanding higher service frequency and freight demanding greater loading gauges to allow larger cargo, the two requirements were at odds with one another. As such, two tunnels on the line were converted from double track to single track to allow freight services to carry large Boeing aircraft parts. As such, this severely hampered passenger service frequency. Thus, an alternative to what was once an alternative was needed. This brought in 1992, with the Washington State Department of Transport beginning to search for a new route, and their gaze fell upon the old Prairie Line to the north and the American Lake Branch to the south. WSDOT published its plan for the Amtrak Cascades service. It set out all the work required to reinstate the bypass, and it would turn out to be a pretty big project. It would involve new track signalling, at-grade crossings, and a new bridge and straightened curve over the I-5 near the Nisqually River. The bridge and straightened curve would have cost in excess of $230 million. This part of the project, unsurprisingly, was shelved because of cost concerns. After all, the whole project had only been greenlit for $183 million. And thus the tight curve remained, but with the addition of a permanent speed restriction. The line had a maximum permissible speed of 79 miles an hour, which was reduced to 30 for the curve near the Nisqually River. To give advance warning to the driver, yellow and black boards are placed 2 miles from the speed restriction. The project began in 2010 and was mainly completed in 2017, apart from one big thing. That was positive train control, which will prove to be a fatal shortcoming. Amtrak wanted to get the Cascade service running on the new route as soon as possible, but it had to train its engineers, also known as drivers, and conductors on the route. Training for drivers over the route would involve the use of familiar locomotives as well as a new locomotive named the Charger. The Charger was first unveiled to the public in 2016 and made its way to the Cascade services in mid-2017. When the Charger locomotive first appeared on the Cascades roster, drivers were initially trained on the locomotive in group sessions. This involved classroom time as well as being shown the operating compartment and familiarisation with the display, screens and controls. Vitally, however, these sessions did not involve any actual driving time, and observation rides were only occasionally conducted on the Charger. Training for the new route included a number of observation rides, then making 2 northbound and 1 southbound trips, while driving the train under supervision of a road foreman. During risk assessing the route, the tight curve near the Nisqually River was highlighted as a key point of interest in the line's characteristics. Drivers during their training are meant to learn braking points for stations and speed restrictions, and the new route was no different. Some would use the mile point signs to help identify their location. A written exam on the physical characteristics of the territory, which included a question about the curve at MP 19.8, was included in the training for drivers. But crucially, it didn't question potential landmarks that could be used to keep situational awareness during a trip. Training was deemed adequate by Amtrak, but from an outsider's point of view, 3 trips in total over the route and not multiple trips in varying times of day does seem a little lackluster. The training outlined here was exactly what one driver would undertake before becoming the inaugural engineer on the first passenger service on this new route. The disaster. It is the morning of the 18th of December 2017, and the engineer of train 501 is receiving a call from Amtrak's designated on-the-job trainer. During the call, the two talk about the route and the tight curve at mile point 19.8. You see, today is an important day. It marks the first passenger service over the new line. The driver isn't alone today in the cab for this run. He is accompanied by a qualifying conductor who is there to learn the route. The train consists of the new Charger locomotive, 12 carriages and a rear locomotive. The engineer had worked for Amtrak since the 17th of May 2004, initially as a conductor for several years, but eventually becoming a certified engineer on the 26th of August 2013. He was experienced and by all reports was a safe and conscientious driver. Train 501 departed the Holgate Street facility at 6:09 AM and made its short journey to the first stop at King Street Station. At this time the train was running 10 minutes late, but nothing really to worry about. The train continued on to Tacoma Dome Station, in doing so entering the Point Defiance bypass route. The engineer and qualifying conductor spoke infrequently about the route characteristics and general work topics. Due to the time of day and year, it was still dark outside. As train 501 passed the points for the DuPont yard, the engineer called out his location. At 7:32 and 16 seconds AM, the train went past the advanced speed restriction sign at MP 17.8, roughly 2 miles before the dangerous curve. The engineer intended to apply the brakes at the sign indicating control point 188, roughly 1 mile before the curve and near a signal box. As the train approached the controlling signal, the headlights washed out the sign and the engineer missed his braking point. At 7:33 and 6 seconds AM, the sign for milepost 19 went past. This was roughly 1/2 of a mile from the curve, and still no braking application was made. Suddenly an overspeed alarm started to sound. The engineer, unfamiliar with the Charger locomotive, didn't react to the warnings. He saw the signal at milepost 19.8 and initially thought they were at control point 188, but it was too late. Aboard were 5 Amtrak employees, a technician from the train manufacturer Talgo, and 77 passengers. At 7:33 minutes and 34 seconds AM, the concrete structural walls came into view on both sides of the track, leading to the 30-mile-an-hour restriction. The train was travelling at 83 miles an hour. Realising the mistake, the engineer was recorded on the cab recorder saying, "We're dead." Seconds later, and at 78 miles an hour, train 501 hit the curve over 2 times the maximum permissible speed. The engineer didn't make any emergency brake application. It was now 7:34 AM. The lead Charger locomotive and 7 coaches behind derailed. The locomotive and a few coaches slammed down the embankment beyond the curve, blocking the southbound lanes of the I-5. The lead locomotive spilled 350 US gallons, or 1,300 litres of fuel, onto the I-5. The only part of the train that remained on the track was the rear locomotive. 8 vehicles were damaged by the train crashing down, injuring 8 of the 10 people using the I-5. Many passengers were able to escape the wrecked train, but some were severely injured and trapped. At 7:36 AM, the first 911 calls came in, and within 4 minutes the first emergency responders, in the form of DuPont police, arrived to assist. Local emergency services were quick to attend, to shut the I-5 and attend to the wounded. The most severely injured were sent to multiple hospitals in the region. Sadly, 3 on board the service were killed in the accident. All were passengers and were travelling on the train to celebrate the new route. Surprisingly, the engineer and qualifying conductor survived the crash. This would prove to be vital in the later NTSB investigation. All rail services were diverted along the old route, and all services along the Point Defiance diversion were cancelled until the line was fully protected by positive train control, which would prove to take a good few years to implement. On the 20th of December, 2 southbound lanes of the I-5 were reopened after some of the wreckage was removed. In total, the destruction and cleanup would cost in excess of $40 million, which would include the writing off of train 501. Now, with such a dramatic crash on a new route, with a new locomotive and with an experienced engineer, how was the train driven at 78 miles an hour around a 30 mile an hour curve? Well, the NTSB would have a go at trying to find out. The investigation. Well, luckily, having the engineer not dead meant that they had some first-hand information. Needless to say, he was interviewed, and it was found that he was not distracted during the drive. However, he was clearly not familiar enough with the line. He had passed all the assessments, which along with his previously good driving record would hint that maybe the training wasn't up to scratch. But on the railway you don't want to rely on one failure point, in this case the engineer. Ideally there would be a system in place to mitigate against this. And there was positive train control, but it hadn't been fully installed on the route. In the NTSB's final report they summarised the root cause of the crash. The National Transportation Safety Board determines that the probable cause of the Amtrak 501 derailment was Central Puget Sound Regional Transport Authority's failure to provide an effective mitigation for the hazardous curve without positive train control in place, which allowed the Amtrak engineer to enter the 30 mile an hour curve at too high of a speed due to his inadequate training on the territory and inadequate training on the newer equipment. Contributing to the accident was the state of Washington's Department of Transport's decision to start revenue service without being assured that safety certification and verification had been completed to the level determined in the preliminary hazard assessment, which is pretty damning. Now, the root cause was the driver not having the correct route knowledge. Route knowledge is vital, irrespective if it's a tram, freight train, tube train or suburban train. The knowledge of the road is absolutely vital in order to operate a train safely. Most train drivers know their routes intimately. They know every line-side feature, landmark, signal and sign they pass. As such, they even know when such things are missing, such as a sign being graffitied or a signal being taken out of use. Clearly the driver hadn't received the proper training to know the route he was driving, and as such, this was the main cause of the disaster. Also, the driver was unfamiliar with the locomotive they were operating. Railway rolling stock is not the easiest to understand if you're not familiar with it. In comparison to, say, my OPZ for example, which is known to have a fairly steep learning curve, it is still designed with the user in mind. As such, different colours light up for different operations and for the buttons that are pressed. However, train cabs are often devoid of any mod cons or user benefits. They are much more utilitarian, and as such you need to be trained on the proper operation and the different types of warning lights and sounds that can be given to you in certain situations. Again, the lack of training caused this unfamiliarity with this particular type of rolling stock, which confused the driver at a vitally important time. It felt like it was all a bit of a rush job, trying to get this new service running on this previously unused bit of track, and it was the victims that paid the price. Personally though, the engineer not making any emergency brake application is a little concerning. At least in the UK, you're taught if you lose situational awareness, then you throw on those brakes and readjust and regain your bearings. Another issue is the size of the speed reduction warning board, especially when compared to a Morpeth board, or officially warning indicator. The one on the point defiance bypass seems, well, a little. The line today is now back in use. After extensive testing, services resumed on November 18th, 2021. Sorry for my voice sounding not too great today. I'm in the throes of COVID. I'm 4 days in so far, and this is the first time I've been able to look at my computer screen without my brain melting. When you're watching this, this is actually going to be a few weeks in the past, so hopefully I would have made a full recovery. But if not, you might be listening to my gravelly voice for a little bit longer. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently wet corner of southern London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. I'd like to thank my patrons and YouTube members for your financial support. And if you want to check out my second channel, please feel free to head over to Made by John. I make music and stuff there. I also have a Twitter where you can get hints on future videos. And all that's left to say is, Mr. Music, play us out please.
I don't feel like watching that one. Let's see. No. Did I watch this one already? Let's see. No. Well, I mean, I have, but I haven't watched it while playing this because I haven't put it up yet. The Cost of Comfort. The S-Shade train disaster, 1998.
Railways are arguably one of the most safest and environmentally friendly modes of transport. High-speed rail for me personally trumps flying in terms of comfort, view and ease of use. Although take that term of high-speed rail with a pinch of salt, as I'm mainly talking about UK railways. However, nothing is perfect, and as we've seen on this channel before, disastrous events can most definitely happen. For the most part, I've covered UK and US rail disasters. But today's subject shows any country is vulnerable. Today I'm looking at one of Germany's worst rail incidents. My name is John, and welcome to Plain Difficult. Background. Our story starts not in Germany, but Japan. 1959 would be the genesis of modern high-speed rail. Japan had a narrow gauge interconnected rail network. Due to the terrain, lines were intertwined with hills and valleys. Although making for beautiful scenery, journeys were hardly swift. As part of economic development for the country, a new, more direct form of rail transport was devised, and it would run on the larger standard gauge, the same that we have here in the UK. Right back to 1959, the Shinkansen project, or known internationally as the bullet train, had begun starting the world's first high-speed rail service. Passenger running began on the 1st of October 1964, and it became an immediate success, making the island of Honshu feel ever smaller. The almost overnight triumph of high-speed rail didn't go unnoticed outside of Japan's borders. One of the countries who saw the concept as an ideal addition to their rail network was that of France. And this would result in the 1970s with the TGV. At a similar time, across the border in Germany, they were also planning a high-speed rail network. Beginning in 1968, the Deutsche Bundesbahn began planning the initial concept, which would develop into trial runs in 1985. The trial set, called the Intercity Experimental, would set the world's speed record for a train in 1988 at a whopping 253 miles per hour, or 406.9 kilometers per hour. Clearly the concept worked. As such, the first generation of high-speed trains were ordered from a consortium of manufacturers.
with the first deliveries taking place in 1989. This new class of train was named the ICE-1. ICE-1, a modern train. So Germany's first iteration of their standard high-speed train was called the ICE-1. The formations of ICE-1 trains consisted of 2 power cars, one at each end, and either 9 or 12 intermediate cars. The intermediate cars are for passengers and are made up of first and second class accommodation, with an addition to a buffet car. Each power car had a tractive possibility of over 200 kilonewtons, or 44,962 foot-pounds of torque, with a power output of 4,800 kilowatts, or just under 6,500 horsepower. There were some cars with a lower power output of 3,800 kilowatts an hour, or just over 5,000 horsepower, which had more conventional IGBT power converters. Upon beginning revenue service, the ICE-1 set could reach an operating speed of 250 kilometers an hour, 155.3 miles per hour. And a few years later, in 1995, this was increased to 280 kilometers an hour, or 174 miles an hour. At the time, in the early 90s, the ICE-1 was one of the most advanced trains in the world, boasting 10 computers per power car. This allowed the driver to interrogate and monitor many of the power and control systems aboard the train. Faults can be reported automatically via radio to the depot for future maintenance. And in total, 120 power cars were produced. Now, the intermediate passenger cars were constructed of a lightweight aluminium silicone alloy. Now, although modern, aerodynamic and fast, the new trains weren't without issues. One of the more obvious to at least the passengers was not ability of the buffet car that allowed glasses to shuffle around the tables. A little disconcerting for your cold drink, no doubt, and it hinted at a greater issue than just a few spilt beverages. Wheels, wheels, wheels. When the first ICE-1 first entered service, it was equipped with monoblock wheels. Essentially, the wheel is cast as one piece, which is then hardened. Monoblocks are beneficial. They are light for a train wheel, cost effective and robust. That is in comparison to the traditional wheel and tyre design. Yes, you heard me right, trains can have tyres, but it's not exactly what you think. Bear with me. You see, train wheels used to be very expensive, but due to the friction between the wheel and the rail, they are susceptible to wear. Because of this, life expectancy could be extended by making the contact surface replaceable. This was another piece of metal mounted around the wheel's perimeter and is known as the tyre. Wheel and tyre setups had been gradually phased out in preference for monoblock wheels, although wear was still an issue. Monoblock wheels were much cheaper to cast, which in combination with regular inspections and reprofiling with lathes offered an overall cheaper option. So the ICE-1 had monoblock wheels, and as predicted they wore down over their service life and gained flats. This is where the wheel gains flat spots. It's that whooshing or thumping sound you can sometimes hear in a train as it moves along the track. Nothing out of the ordinary, but due to the higher speeds, the worn down conditions would create a resonance and vibration, which was the reason for the cups and glasses walking around the tabletops when the train was at cruising speed. So how to fix this problem and increase comfort? Well, the suspension could help somewhat, but engineers looked at an alternative wheel design. They looked to the train's cousin, the tram. Tramways across the world still use a tyre-on-wheel design, but with a soupy twist. Due to the tight corners trams are expected to endure, they are equipped with a wheel profile that isn't ideal for higher speeds. To combat the overall rough ride, they have a design called resilient wheels. They also helped with track wear, something all too common on the short sections between stops, generally experienced with trams, where acceleration and deacceleration are some of the biggest causes of track wear. You really want the track to last as long as possible, especially if you have to dig up a whole road to get to it. And by the way, I'm using Croydon tram footage here because it is one of the networks in the world that use this design. So resilience wheels have something a bit different than normal tyre on wheel design. They have rubber dampening rings between the main wheel and the tyre, so the steel tyre is still the point of contact with the rail, but it does have additional dampening properties. The version employed on the ICE-1 had a 20mm thick or 0.79 inch rubber damper with a relatively thin metal tyre attached on top. However, during 1997, Hanover's transport operator began to report issues with their tram's resilient wheels. Fatigue cracks were discovered rather worryingly on these wheel designs, especially when the average speed was only around 10 miles an hour. Deutsche Bahn was informed of the fatigue cracks, but replied they had not seen any issues with their ICE-1 sets. So the trains were now vibration free. The new wheels proved to be quite effective. Nothing to worry about, I suppose. Well, until there was. The disaster. It is 10:30 in the morning of the 3rd of June 1998, and a 12-car and 2 power-car ICE-1 set are departing Hanover. The train is rather aptly named for its channel, the Wilhelm Conrad Röntgen. The train is working the Munich to Hamburg route. It had stopped that morning at Augsburg, Nuremberg, Würzburg, Fulda, Kassel, Göttingen and Hanover, before its 10:30 departure for its final leg to Hamburg. At roughly 6 kilometres, or 3.7 miles, Eschede, one of the train's wheels on the third axle on the first car failed. The steel tyre separated from the wheel and was flung up into the floor of the passenger saloon. A passenger saw the floor be penetrated by the tyre. With the carriage now severely vibrating, he took his wife and child to the third car to inform the train manager, also known as the guard. Upon reaching the train manager, the passenger explained what he had seen. Rather than stopping the train by the emergency alarm and brakes, the manager insisted on personally inspecting the issue. This was in line with company rules, but to me sounds absolutely insane. By now the train was vibrating and swaying. In the time it took for the manager to make their way to the first carriage, the train had travelled roughly 2 miles, or 3 kilometres. This was along some plain track, but points were coming up. Before the manager could inspect the damage, the train thundered over 2 sets of points. The damaged part of the wheel and embedded tyre ripped into the check rail parts of the points. The carriage was lifted off the track and one of the derailed wheels hit the lever for the points. This caused the set of points to move out of position, which then switched the second bogie of the third carriage onto another track that ran parallel to the main line. The third coach, now with each set of wheels on a different track, was twisted. As a result, it was thrown into a pylon of a bridge which spanned the railway. Coach 4 left the track and hit the embankment near the bridge, killing 3 railway workers instantly. By the time Coach 5 had got to the bridge, it had begun to collapse, pummeling the carriage with nearly 300 metric tons of material. The remaining coaches jackknifed into the collapsing bridge in a zigzag pattern. The front power car coasted to a stop nearly 3 kilometres or 2 miles past Eschede station. The train had finally come to a wreck a little over 30 minutes after it had departed Hanover. The enormous crash elicited a sound like nothing else. Needless to say, this drew many local residents to the disaster site. Local emergency workers declared an emergency at 11:02, elevating it to a major emergency just 5 minutes later. Over 1,000 workers assisted in the treating of the wounded. When it came to casualties, there was a clear divide between who survived and who didn't. Pretty much, if you were past this point, it wouldn't have been a good day. Some carriages had crashed into the bridge at speeds up to 120 miles an hour, or 200 kilometres an hour. This resulted in 8 of the carriages being roughly the same length of just one. Yes, it really was that bad. By the afternoon, 88 had been given emergency treatment, 27 of which had been airlifted to hospital. Access to some of the wounded and victims was hindered by the pressure-resistant windows, which required specialist cutting tools to remove. In total, 101 people lost their lives, with 88 severely injured and another 100 or so having minor injuries. It would take many days for the victims to be recovered. Any intact bodies were autopsied, and the less than whole remains of many others hindered identification. By the 8th of June, recovery crews started removing the train from the site of the accident, transporting it to Aachen University. Now, with Germany's second worst rail crash, the cause had to be found. And spoiler alert, it might have had something to do with those new design wheels. The investigation. The Fraunhofer Institute in Germany was tasked with finding the cause of the derailment, and after conducting interviews with witnesses and examining the accident site, they began to zero in on a failure point. Initially, a collision with a road vehicle was suspected due to the wreckage of a car on the track, but it would later be discovered to have likely have been parked on the bridge. The Mark III VW Golf was linked to a railway worker, one of those on the track who had been a victim. Inspection of the leading power car saw no impact damage either, ruling out some kind of deliberate attack on the train. Inspection of the track on the approach to the bridge and points found scratches and chunks taken out of the concrete sleepers. This is around 3 miles or 6 kilometres south from the crash site. This hinted at some kind of debris hitting the ground. Metal was found embedded in car 1, and this looked suspiciously like a stripped wheel tyre. Eventually, investigators managed to piece together the cause of the derailment. It was discovered that train inspections the day before had noted the failed wheel at the flat spot. In the weeks leading up to the disaster, 8 reports of flat spots had been logged on the train's digital logbook, but Deutsche Bahn had deemed them not serious enough to warrant replacement. Inspections on the wheels had only been done using handheld lamps in the depot, as the more complex computerised inspection setups gave too many false positive warnings. Investigators soon discovered that the new wheels, although used on trams, hadn't actually been tested at high speeds, instead having engineers rely on theoretical and mathematical predictions of wear patterns. At the time, Germany didn't have sufficient test facilities to properly hash out the issues on high-speed rail wheels. They found key issues in the use of the tyred wheels. The tyres were flattened into an oval shape each time the wheel rotated, which in regular service was as many as 500,000 times per day, and each rotation caused a little bit of fatigue on the thin steel tyre. When compared to the monoblock wheel design, cracks could form on both sides of the tyre. As the tyre became thinner due to wear, the wear was exaggerated, resulting in those fatigue areas turning into cracks. The investigation would lead to criminal proceedings against key members in Deutsche Bahn. Pretty soon after the disaster, DB paid out roughly 30,000 Deutschmarks, around $19,000 in the late 90s money, to each victim's family as an initial form of compensation. But needless to say, this figure would increase over the years. The wheels of the tyre design were changed back to monoblock, and points were near potential obstructions were better risk assessed. In 2002, 2 Deutsche Bahn officials and 1 engineer were charged with manslaughter, which would result in a quite long 53-day trial. The trial ended in April 2003 with a plea bargain and a €10,000 fine for each person. The train manager did have to defend his actions of not stopping the train upon report of damage, but as DB's policy was to check before stopping the train, he was absolved of any blame. Sadly, stopping the train there and then could have averted disaster. So I'm going to rate this video as a bad day in the office and an 8 on my legacy set. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me in the currently dry but very cold corner of southern London, UK. I've got Instagram and Twitter, so check them out if you fancy seeing random photographs. And I'd like to thank all my patrons and YouTube members for your financial support, as well as the rest of you for tuning in every week. I have a second channel, which is where you can listen to this outro song in full, and all that's left to say is Mr. Music, play us out please, and thank you for watching.
This video is proudly
Right, this one is a brief history of the horrific King's Cross Tube Station disaster, 1987. Short documentary of 16 minutes. Ooh, undo changes. And I'm being attacked. Yep.
sponsored by NordVPN.
No, I'm not.
More about that later on. A match. Something so mundane and ordinary. You probably have a box in your house, but from a young age we are taught of the dangers of matches and the fire they can create. This is understandable, as a small wooden item like this can cause immense fires, endangering life and limb. But something so run-of-the-mill would create havoc in the world's oldest underground railway and burn a tragic event into the collective consciousness of the tube travelling public in London. One evening in November 1987 will shock the world and kill 31. During its investigation, it would ultimately lead to a new discovery in the way fires reach enclosed spaces, called the trench effect. In the aftermath of the disaster, fire regulations across the country would change and the look of the underground would be altered for good. Today we're looking at the King's Cross fire of 1987, and as such I'm going to rate this event here 7 on the plainly difficult disaster scale and here 8 on my historical legacy scale. It is the 18th of November 1987 and a traveller lights a cigarette from a match as they travel on the escalators at King's Cross Station. Smoking on the underground has been illegal since 1985, but many openly flaunt the law and make use of the cover of the escalators of King's Cross Tube Station to light a cigarette before going out into the evening air. The match, still lit, falls down on the wooden escalator stairs and eventually works its way into the machine mechanism. This seemingly innocuous act would start a raging fire. But let's pause there and have a look at the escalator set up at King's Cross. The tube station entrance of King's Cross has 2 sets of escalators from the ticket hall, one serving the Piccadilly line and another serving the Victoria line. The former led out to a concourse. From there passengers could go down further to another set of escalators to the northern platforms. Needless to say, this area of the station is busy, as it is an interchange between lines that serve the north, south and west of London. To deal with the high traffic flow, 3 M-series escalators were installed to transport passengers along the 30-degree incline over a rise of 17.2 metres. The M-series were a familiar sight around London Underground, with a total of 108 installed across the network. They were capable of speeds between 30 and 35 metres per minute and consisted of wooden decking, side panels, pleated steps and risers. The steps were metal-backed plywood with maple wood cleats. At each side of the step is a metal fire cleat, which is designed to cover the gap between the step and the skirting board. These were meant to stop cigarette butts and matches from entering the escalator mechanism, but they needed regular adjustment, as unsurprisingly, with around 250,000 daily users of King's Cross Station, damage was a regular occurrence. Through the machine's working life, some of the cleats became missing, leading to around a quarter not installed on the escalators. The 3 escalators for the ticket hall to the Piccadilly line were installed in 1939 and were meant to be maintained every 6 months to remove grease, paper debris and other flammable materials. Proposals for a smoke detection system were made during the 1950s, but interestingly these were not realised, meaning wooden escalator plus no smoke detection means higher risk of fire. The escalators had 2 machine rooms, an upper and a lower. The former housed the electric motors, worm reduction gears, chain drives to the drive shafts for each of the escalators, the electrical control gear, circuit breakers connecting motors to main supply, and the water fault controls. The latter house the turn wheel and the sump pump. For inspection, there are 3 sets of steps below the escalators, 2 narrow and 1 larger central set. The middle larger set of steps had the supporting walls for escalator 5 and have periodic gaps through which the only and very restricted view can be seen of the underneath of escalators 4 and 6. There are 2 pairs of wheels for each step on the escalator, each running on a track. One pair of these wheels, the chain wheels, run outside, and the other, called the trailer wheels, run on the inside of the track. There is a large gap of around 15 centimetres between the 2 sets of wheels, giving enough space for a large build-up of grease and other debris, which, due to the space, once again is very difficult to remove. Such a build-up is pretty much a perfect supply of fuel for a fire. To add to the cherry on a disastrous cake, in order to fully clean the equipment, it would need to be completely dismantled, putting out of use a busy thoroughfare. Instead, cleaning maintenance was undertaken on the running tracks by hand only, and all without removing the steps, and ever since installation, no full deep clean was ever undertaken. Between 1956 and 1988, London Underground had experienced around 400 fires on escalators, and this leads us to 1987 and a tragic day in November. It's time to talk about this video's sponsor, NordVPN. As you may know, I like my privacy, hence why I'm a disembodied voice on the YouTubes. And because of this, I'm an avid user of VPNs. I've been using VPNs for a number of years now, and for around 18 months, specifically Nord. Being in the UK, this is really vital for my YouTube channel, as it allows me to access websites that are regional, because some of my research sources are only available in certain countries. I've also found it very useful now that lockdown restrictions are lifted for travel, as it allows me to securely use public Wi-Fi. NordVPN is useful to change your virtual location and find cheaper deals on flights and other travel tickets. I'm not going to lie, being able to watch TV shows and films available in different countries is also pretty sweet. I have NordVPN set up on my Mac as well as my iPhone, and the app is pretty easy to use and is compatible on Windows, Android, Mac OS, iOS, iPhone, iPad, Linux, Chrome and Firefox. And you can use NordVPN on up to 6 devices per account. If you're interested, check out NordVPN by going to www.nordvpn.com/playingdifficult for a holiday season deal. Get a 2-year plan plus 1 additional month free with a huge discount. Sponsorships like this really help the channel to stay financially independent, especially with some of the more darker content I cover. At around 1930, on the 18th of November 1987, a member of the public noticed a small fire on the Piccadilly line, the ticket hall set of escalators. Around the same time, another passenger operated the emergency stop button and shouted at others to get off the escalator. A British transport policeman checked the fire and saw flames coming from a gap between the sides of the stairs of the escalator, over the length of 1 step. Whilst this happened, a staff member in the booking hall and BTP control were informed. A few minutes later, at 1934, the London Fire Brigade was also informed. Just 2 minutes later, the BTP ordered an evacuation via the Victoria Line escalators. For now, smoking escalator 4 was taped off, but members of the public continued to step over and continue on the unmoving escalator steps. BTP officers reported the fire as mainly on one side and stretching about halfway across the width of the escalator, over 1 or 2 steps. The fire was burning cleanly with flames about handrail height. By now, smoke was permeating its way into the ticket office and could be seen from the outside. The fire, now established around halfway up escalator 4, was spreading, albeit slowly. The order to evacuate the station was given, but deep below on the Piccadilly and Northern Line platforms, trains continued to stop letting off passengers. By 1943, the flames were spreading, and around 4 feet high were becoming a very big concern for underground staff. Just 1 minute later, the flames were now 5 to 6 feet high, 4 to 5 yards long, with extra flames shooting up from both sides of the escalator. In 1945, a flashover was witnessed by passengers in the ticket hall as a jet of flames shot up the escalator shaft, enveloping it with intense heat and thick black smoke. The flames struck the ticket hall ceiling. As the jet hit the ceiling turned into a layer of flame, rapidly spreading outward. During the flashover, 30 were killed instantly. Another would die of burns a week later. Victoria Line trains were told to enter the station slowly to pick up passengers stranded on the platforms. By 1959, the first ambulance was on the scene and would be followed by, in total, 14 more and over 150 firefighters, all of whom would be treating the injured and ferrying them to hospitals all around London. In total, 100 people were taken to hospital, with 19 severely injured. It would take another 2 hours to contain the fire, and by 1:46 in the morning, the King's Cross fire was finally over, but it had left in its wake severe death, damage and destruction. The ticket hall and platforms for the Metropolitan line were unaffected and reopened the next morning. The Victoria Line escalators were only slightly damaged and resumed operation the following Tuesday. The ticket hall for the 3 deep lines, the Piccadilly, Northern and Victoria, was reopened over 4 weeks later. The escalators down to the Piccadilly line were completely destroyed, necessitating passengers to exit the station by the Victoria Line and mid-city platforms. But with so many escalators like the ones at King's Cross in use across London Underground, the cause of the fire had to be investigated and prevented for the future. The investigation was initiated by the police soon after the fire, and the scene was preserved, and with the help of the London Fire Brigade, found that arson was not the cause. This was due to no evidence of accelerants, difficulty to get into the machine room, large build-up of grease and debris, and remains of matches and cigarettes. Now, matches and cigarettes, you might think, might actually hint towards arson, but they would tip the investigation towards the actual cause. You see, smoking was banned on London Underground in 1985, way earlier than almost every other part of society in the UK. And as such, people tended to flaunt this rule. This meant that smoking on the tube was often seen even 2 years after the ban. It was a common sight for people to light up their cigarettes before leaving the station, leaving a potential ignition source. Investigators also found, with the evidence of discarded matches, large amounts of lubricating grease, fibrous material and paper, all of which had made its way under the tracks of the escalator. To try and find out for certain, investigators used an unburnt portion of the escalator for an in situ experiment. 3 attempts to initiate the fire were made by dropping smouldering cigarettes through the gap at the side of the escalator, but all failed. However, the first lighted match dropped initiated a fire under the tracks. Within minutes, the flames spread. By the time the fire was visible to the passenger side of the escalator, the spread was almost uncontrollable. After 9 minutes, the fire was put out and the cause was now understood. But what made the fire flash over in such a dramatic way? This would involve a computer simulation and scale model. In December 1987, the AERE Harwell Laboratory was commissioned to carry out modelling of the flows and temperature distributions in the Piccadilly line escalator shaft leading up to the flashover. The computer simulator discovered something, shall we say, unexpected. It was thought that the flashover might have been linked with the type of paint on the ceiling, but strangely, modelling found that once ignited, the fire stayed low. It travelled along the 30-degree angle running parallel to the escalator trench, which concentrated the jet of flame up towards the ticket hall. The health and safety executive, sceptical of the computer results, made a scale model of the escalators and ticket hall, and lo and behold, In the next experiment, the fire followed the exact same characteristics of the computer simulation. The now newly discovered phenomenon was called the trench effect, and was the ultimate reason for the extreme flashover. The public inquiry also put blame on London Underground Limited, with the station staff not reporting the fire quick enough, which allowed over 10 minutes of smouldering to develop into a full-blown fire. The Desmond Fennell report was released to the public in 1988, and multiple recommendations were made, which involved the removal of any hazardous materials, CCTV fitted within stations, installation of fire alarms and sensors, and giving personal radios to staff. The report also recommended improvements to some of the busiest stations on the network with better passenger flow. Eventually, the 3 escalators for the Piccadilly line were completely replaced, being commissioned on the 27th of February 1989. But it wouldn't be until 2014 that the last wooden escalator would be decommissioned on the network at Greenford. A big thank you to NordVPN for the sponsorship. For a holiday season deal, go to www.nordvpn.com.
Okay, what is next? Alright. Next up is a brief history of the Cypress Street Viaduct Collapse Disaster 1989 documentary. And a link. Jeez, how many videos have I gone through? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
It is the afternoon of the 17th of October 1989, and thousands lined the seats of the Candlestick Stadium in San Francisco. Millions more have tuned in to watch the 1989 World Series. The streets of the Bay Area are noticeably quieter than the usual afternoon traffic jams, as many stay in to watch the game and others stay late for after-work viewings. This is because 2 local teams are preparing to face off against one another. For those on the road, a quicker journey home must feel like a godsend, as any reduction in commuting time is always greatly appreciated. For many in the Oakland area, navigating the Cypress Street Viaduct is essential for those wishing to avoid the congested streets below. But just as the relief of less traffic for those travelling must have been felt, disaster would strike as the 1989 Loma Prieta earthquake began to set in. The viaduct would fail under the stress of the 6.9 magnitude earthquake, killing 42 and burning the image of the fallen roadway into the Californian collective memory of the dangers of living near the San Andreas fault line. Today's subject I'm going to rate here 6 on my disaster scale, but here 8 on my historical legacy scale. In the late 1940s, the city of Oakland streets were awash with traffic, especially leading to the Bay Bridge along Cypress Street. A plan was conceived to alleviate the congestion issue with a new viaduct that would be built along the same alignment of Cypress Street. The project would also have a side effect of displacing perceived undesirable slums in West Oakland. The plans were settled upon in 1949, but construction wouldn't start for another few years as contracts were set out to tender. The first phase of the project was completed in 1955 at a cost of $1.7 million. It consisted of the central off-ramp of the future viaduct and was completed by Fredrickson and Watson Company. The second phase would involve the construction of the viaduct proper and was designed under the Association of Highway State Officials specifications. But it did not properly take into account seismic activity and the risks in lateral loads on the structure. This is because at the time of its design, the concept of lateral loads was less understood than today, and due to this, the viaduct followed the convention of design at the time. A new contractor was employed for the main part of the viaduct, with work commencing in February 1956 under contractors Grove, Wilson, Shepherd and Krug. The viaduct employed 2 levels, each with 4 lanes. The upper deck was used by southbound traffic and the lower deck was used by the northbound traffic. Each roadway has a width of 52 feet and is made up of a deck consisting of a 7-cell box girder and is 4 feet 6 inches deep. The roadways are supported via column structures called bents. Each one is made of concrete with a metal frame. The concrete for the columns was poured in sections and was supported on 1 feet diameter pile foundations, which were then themselves poured concrete inside a metal tube, set between 15 and 50 feet into the ground. Each column had between 9 and 35 piles and were set into the filled land on top of bay clay. During the construction, several different bent styles were employed as the viaduct snaked its way above Cypress Street. The main types of bents used for the construction were named B, 1, 2 and 3 respectively. B1 employed 2 portals mounted on top of one another, with shear keys connecting the upper and lower sections. The keys are used to protect the structure from lateral loads. B2 bents use 3 such keys, 2 on the upper deck where it connects to the upper column and another between the upper and lower column on the viaduct's west side. This means that the east side column was continuous from top to bottom, and thus it was the only side that offered resistance to lateral forces. B3 only had shear keys at the top of the upper part of the column, and the bottom roadway also had a central support. The remainder of the bents were specialist designs for particular sections, for example, exit and entrance ramps, and therefore only existed in small numbers. The structure had expansion joints roughly every 3 columns. These allowed the viaduct to flex and move in relation to the loads placed over it during day-to-day operation. The road was officially opened to traffic on June 11, 1957. It was, at the time, California's first double-decker freeway and represented the controversial urban renewal projects throughout the US during the 1950s to 1970s. All would seem good with the new roadway diverting traffic from the inhabited streets of Oakland below. However, in 1971, the San Fernando earthquake would make Caltrans reassess all the roadways and bridges under its control, and this would lead to an upgrade project for the Cypress Street installation. Part of this would involve improving the expansion joints to limit the amount the structure can move. This came in the form of 7 galvanised steel cables tied to anchor points installed in 3 points across each section. This leads us up to the 17th of October 1989 and the evening of the 3rd game of the World Series. At 17:04, the Loma Prieta earthquake struck. The main epicenter was in the Santa Cruz Mountains. The shock lasted approximately 15 seconds, not long you might think, but different areas felt this in different ways. In rocky areas, the power of the earthquake was reduced by the unconsolidated soil, but in the clay of Oakland, the vibrations were more intense and lasted longer. As the ground shook, the viaduct vibrated, weakening the structure around the shear keys. The subpart of the lower part of the bent column, weakened by the lateral forces, began to crack and eventually crumble. This forced the upper part of the bent outwards. With nothing holding the upper roadway in place, it came crashing down, pushing the upper column out further still. As this happened, the cars heading north on the Cypress Viaduct in the collapsed areas were crushed under the upper roadway. After a matter of seconds, all was over. 48 bent columns had failed, with vast sections of the 1.5-mile viaduct collapsed. With no aftershock, many residents rushed to assist in finding survivors. Some were able to escape relatively easily, but others needed emergency amputation to be cut out of the failed structure. Like the Skyway collapse at the Hyatt Regency, the emergency crews bravely worked to rescue commuters from their cars and the wrecked structure. The effort became immensely harder in the evening darkness. Many buildings in the area were damaged by the earthquake, and even the San Francisco-Oakland Bridge suffered a partial collapse of its upper deck. In total, 2/3 of the total death toll of the earthquake was from the Cypress roadway, with 42 losing their lives. If it wasn't for the baseball game, then the casualty rate would have been much higher. But interestingly, the investigation into the disaster also showed that it was pure luck that more of the viaduct hadn't collapsed. Needless to say, the root cause of the collapse was the earthquake, but how did the viaduct fail so catastrophically, especially in an area known for seismic activity? Well, post-event investigators undertook an examination of the structure, including both failed and intact columns. Right from the start, investigators found a startling similarity. During the examination, many expansion joints were seen cracked around the anchor point, hinting that they had experienced extreme force pulling on the 7 steel cables. B1 columns were found to have had the highest failure rate, followed by the B2 variant, although hardly surprising as both were the most commonly employed design. But investigators found that vents 96 and 97 had survived the quake. For reference, the main part of the collapse was between vents 63 and 112. Interestingly, these two were of the B3 design, which employed shear keys right at the top of the columns. Even more interestingly, between 96 and 97 was no modified expansion joint. In addition to this, each end of the collapsed section was a bent design different to B1 and B2. The section of the viaduct that had collapsed also had piles which were the deepest set into the clay. This led investigators to think that the root cause was higher levels of vibrations transmitted into the piles that were then affecting the shear keys on the B1 and B2 bents. In the investigation report, it was concluded that the cause of the collapse was in the stubs of the lower supporting columns, which after being subjected to the lateral forces of the earthquake failed, and thus the top half of the columns became unsecured. It was also found that reinforcement of this area was inadequate compared to modern day standards, and if the earthquake had lasted any longer, then the remaining bents could have also failed. But this brings up the question of why not incorporate more effective seismic activity protection. Clearly, it was understood that the viaduct was vulnerable to extreme lateral forces, as expansion joints were modified. Transcal had thought that the double-decker bridges and viaducts were stronger due to the extra support provided by the larger columns, and as such, had proposed upgrade works for its single-storey structures first. But even if the double-decker structures were prioritised, no effective measures could be employed on an inherently poor design. Ultimately, the issue came down to money, as there was no proper way to reinforce the existing structure effectively, meaning that replacement was the only way to fix the viaduct. Needless to say, it was not a realistic option, when the current one cost $10 million in the 1950s. The remains of the viaduct were demolished and a new alignment was employed with a ground level design with a more conventional single-storey viaduct. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently wet and windy southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've also got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check that out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. It is the 21st of June 1990, and an operator is called out to an irradiation facility at Sarek in Israel. He notices a problem. The transport mechanism of the irradiator has gotten jammed. Faced with the workload pressures and confronted with two conflicting indications on his control panel, the operator decides to try and clear the jam himself. The safety systems on site should prevent him from entering the irradiation room, but a known exploit of turning the system on and off multiple times releases the lock to the room. He enters to inspect the blockage, he leaves to retrieve a cart and then enters again. Within minutes, feeling his eyes start to burn, he flees the room, but it was too late. He had received a full-body deadly radiation dose. Despite intensive medical care, he would die 36 days later. Today we're looking at the radiological accident in Sarek. As such, I'm going to rate this subject here 3 on my disaster scale, but also 3 on my legacy scale. Although fairly unknown, the event shows the importance of safety procedures and the risks you are exposed to if ignored. Sarek has been the centre for Israeli nuclear research ever since the 1950s and the construction of the country's first research reactor. An irradiation facility in Sarek was built in the late 1960s. The project was a joint venture between the Netherlands and the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission. Although within the Sarek site, the facility is operated under a separate company by the name of Sorvan Radiation Limited. The irradiation facility employed a model JS6500 gamma steriliser, designed, manufactured and installed by Atomic Energy of Canada Limited. The unit uses cobalt-60 as its radioactive material. The facility is used to irradiate and thus sterilise pre-packaged medical products, amongst other items. Irradiation of an item can take many hours as it is passed through the machine in steps. Packages to be irradiated are packed in cartons, and 2 or 3 of these cartons are stacked and taped together for passage through the irradiator. The boxes move through the machine via a roller system similar to the ones used on other types of production lines, except in this case the items move past the radioactive source multiple times in a Z-like shape to receive the required dose over 2 levels. To achieve movement of the carton boxes, pistons are employed at each change in direction. The amount of time the item stays in each position is controlled by a timer, and when a preset time has passed, the piston is activated. Like with all radioactive materials, its safe movement and control are vital to the overall site's safety, and Sarek was no different, as personnel may need to enter the irradiation room, and being confronted with a whole load of cobalt-60 would ruin most people's day. The cobalt-60 was mounted on a source rack, consisting of 6 modules containing multiple pencils of the radioisotope, made up of 2 source elements within. To even out the dosage, dummy pencils were also installed in each module, totaling 42 pencils per module. When not in use, the rack is stored in a water tank, and this shields staff from gamma radiation. To raise the source rack to its irradiation position, cables and hoists are used, powered by a pneumatic piston. As a failsafe, if the piston runs out of air, then via the power of gravity, the rack is plunged back into its water pool. The state of the rack is indicated to operators on the control panel via a simple micro switch, but this needs regular adjustment to give the correct information. During the 1970s and 1980s, similar systems had experienced blockages and jams. As such, the manufacturer issued a notice to install a metal shroud. However, at Sarek, this was not done. So how was the system made safe from any unwitting intruder to the irradiation room? As you don't want something like the Hanoi radiation incident to happen again. The operators control the system via a control panel outside the irradiation room. There are 3 key switches for power on, source raise and machine on. The first two control the movement of the source, and the third allows movement of the transport mechanism while the source is raised. The irradiation program is interrupted and the source automatically lowered if any.
Alright, it's dinner time for me. Apparently, how long have I been streaming for? Bring your OBS up, because that will tell me. Almost 4 hours. 4 minutes till 4 hours. And I just got to make that last thing. You know, the bloody having to break apart the Rathian's wings to get 3 more weaves, and I'll be able to get my dream sets. Focus, power prolonger, evade extender, rapid morph, evade window, and razor sharp. All things that I love to have on a Switch Axe. And it's got 1 4 slot that could fit in something. Actually, yeah, that's all I need. I just need the one to fit in the thing that makes it so when you like use the buffs, they stay around longer. Like when you get buffs, the buffs stay around a bit more longer. Meanwhile, the rest here, more than enough to put in anything else. Three. Let's just say 3 more slots to fill in, you know, anything that comes with 2 slots. That could be, you know, the crit. That could be put 1 in Bubbly Dance. Anyway, should that mean I should end the stream? Yeah, because I'm gonna be getting food very soon. So I'll be having to just... No, I'm just listening to just watching the YouTube videos. Oh yeah, and what I'm listening to here is a brief wait, did I remember to unmute? Yes, I did. A brief history of the Zurich radiation accident 1990 documentary. Well,
If the following occur: being tripped by a safety interlock, or if sensors detect high temperatures in the irradiation room, low pressure in the pneumatic.
Actually take this time to take a quick break, since I'm gonna have to be hunting that Rathian a couple of times till I get my damn weaves. Might as well get up, stretch, go outside, get some oxygen in me, take a drink. Haven't drank water in hours, so that's not good. Probably get something to snack on, or get my dinner cooking up, whatever. You know, what I can do is... let's see. While I am... let's just scooch on over here. Hello. What's this? While I am out getting my, having a little break, whoever comes around gets to watch the actual video itself. So I'm muting on my end and enjoy this video.
Hoist system, or misaligned cartons jamming the transport mechanism. If a product jam stops the source rack from returning to its pond, then an alarm should sound to the operator. To enter the irradiation room, a key switch that operates the door lock solenoid is linked up to a radiation monitor. Needless to say, If radiation levels are registered above background, then the door cannot be unlocked. To gain access to the room, the operator first has to press the monitor test button. The radiation detector checks the reading in the room. If okay, the button can be released. Then this is checked again to make sure the room is at background levels. After this, the lock will be released. All of this is also interlocked with the source rack position sensor. If not in the pool, then the door also cannot be released. I should say, also, if the radiation alarm is going off, then the test cannot be attempted as the lock to the door is completely de-energized. Once entrance to the room is granted, the operator must make their way through an area called the maze, finally entering the irradiation room. There is an emergency cut-off pull string attached to the wall of the room, which if pulled will drop the source rack back into the pool. Of a total workforce of 20 at Sorvan, there were 4 operating staff, a senior technician who had worked at the plant since it was built in the late 1960s, and 3 technicians. Each had been certified and had at least 1 year's practical experience, which was a requirement to operate the facility. Due to the equipment being from Canada, much of the operating manuals were in English. Only a short list of routine operating and safety instructions, including the procedure for entering the irradiator, had been issued in Hebrew. This led to some confusion as not all the operators were very proficient in English. The irradiator was often in operation 24 hours a day due to the high workload, but it was only staffed on a regular day shift. The conveyor was long enough to hold 5 to 7 hours worth of cartons. Before leaving at the end of the day shift, the staff loaded the input conveyor to its full capacity and completely unloaded the output conveyor. At around midnight, an operator would go to the facility to reload and unload the conveyor for the night. Due to the facility being unattended, the source rack down indicator is hardwired to the emergency control center of the Surrey Research Nuclear Test Center and is staffed 24 hours a day. In the event of a malfunction, the on-call operator would be requested to attend and rectify any faults. This leads us onto the summer solstice of 1990 and a jam occurring at the irradiation facility just after 5 PM. At around 5 PM on the 21st of June 1990, a jam occurred in the transport mechanism in the irradiator room. This caused cartons on other parts of the conveyor to burst open. One carton was pushed towards the source rack. The overdose timer detected the jam and the control system automatically initiated the source rack to be lowered. Displaced cartons on the lower conveyor stopped the rack from lowering back into the pool. The micro switch on the source hoist malfunctioned and incorrectly indicated that the source rack was fully down. The product jam was registered at the emergency centre at the Surrey Nuclear Research Centre, and the Sorvan duty operator was informed at home by telephone. An unqualified staff member silenced the alarm by disconnecting it from the control panel. By 5:35 PM, the on-call operator had attended and reconnected the alarm. On the console, the product jam and source downlight were illuminated. Confusingly, the radiation alarm was sounding, indicating a high level of radiation. These were all conflicting indications for the operator. For situations like this, 2 operators are required to be in attendance, but strangely he decided to deal with the issue alone, and this is most likely due to production pressures. Faced with conflicting information, the operator decided to ignore the radiation alarm and believed the source rack was safely in the pool. Little did he know, but the vital micro switch used to prove the source rack location had not been adjusted correctly and was thus defective. To silence the alarm, the operator went behind the console and disconnected the cable from the radiation monitor to the alarm and control circuitry. This should have meant that the door to the radiation room could not be opened, as the radiation monitor test would automatically fail. But there's a little knack to bypass this. The key from the machine switch can be removed and inserted into the power switch, which, if cycled on and off several times while pushing the test button, tricks the monitor into thinking that it is reading background radiation. After bypassing the interlock, the operator entered the maze. He took with him a small radiation monitor but did not calibrate it. As he entered the room, he should have been greeted with the blue glow from the source rack in the pool, caused by a Cherenkov radiation. Not noticing that, he still continued inside. The operator left the room to fetch a cart. After re-entering the room, he began to remove the damaged cartons from the conveyor. Quickly, he began to feel a thumping in his head and a burning sensation in his eyes. He fled the room and contacted at 5:45 PM his superior, the senior technician, and explained what happened. Not long later, he felt sick and with his head still throbbing, started to retch. The senior technician telephoned the emergency centre at Surrey Nuclear Research Centre. An RSO from the research centre came to assist, and after being explained on how to gain access to the room, went into the maze with a dosimeter. His reading was at 0.5 sieverts an hour. The 32-year-old operator was transported to the Ichilov Medical Center in Tel Aviv, where he was examined by a physician 2 hours and 15 minutes after exposure. At this point, it was thought that his exposure was 10 to 20 Gray over a period of around 2 minutes. As a note, 4 Gray has killed people before. For the first few days, he vomited regularly each day and continued to feel nausea. By day 4, he was given a bone marrow transplant. The white blood cell count continued to drop rapidly on day 5, and by day 22, the symptoms continued with a fever of 40 degrees centigrade. Liver function continued to deteriorate in testing and the sickness increased. By day 34, he was confused and bedridden. At 2 AM on the 27th of July 1990, day 36, the patient died. It was found during the autopsy that death was linked to his radiation exposure and GVHD, graft versus host disease. This happens when, after a bone marrow transfer, the white blood cells from the donor start attacking the recipient, which ultimately can cause organ failure. After the accident, the source rack was returned to its safe position later that evening on the 21st of June after taking advice from the supplier's headquarters in Canada. Investigators set out to find out why the operator acted as he did. As noted in the IAEA report, that a properly translated manual for the operators could have helped with fault finding, as well as stricter training, by properly configuring any portable radiation monitors before entry to an irradiation area. Moreover, if the operator had followed the rules and requested another member of staff to assist, then the dangerous path he went down likely wouldn't have happened. It was also found that entrance security to the radiation room was easily bypassed by playing with the console, by repeatedly cycling the key in the power switch. Also, the micro switch needed proper adjustment, was found to be faulty, leading to the incorrect indications on the operator's panel. But essentially, preventing the jam from the start would have averted the radiation incident. If the company had heeded warnings in the 1970s and 80s and installed the recommended shroud, then the jam at the source rack might not have happened at all. Needless to say, these were key recommendations given from the IAEA to the facilities management. It is a shame that pressure to get production running again led the operator to undertake actions that turned out to be pretty deadly. But as they say, rule books are written in blood. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in the currently raining southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of odds and sods, as well as future hints on videos. I've got a Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so if you fancy supporting the channel financially, you can check them out. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. Natural disasters have been a fear of mankind throughout history, from a volcano near Pompeii to an earthquake in the Pacific Ocean. A natural disaster can devastate a whole region, causing mayhem and destruction in its wake. A deadly earthquake and resulting tsunami off the coast of Japan would result in nearly 20,000 missing and dead, a country economically wounded, and a chain of events that would cause a nuclear disaster on a scale which the world had not seen since Chernobyl. If you like what we do here at Plainly Difficult, consider helping the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Let's get started. We have covered many reactor incidents on this channel. However, something that makes today's subject unique is that the damage to equipment and the environment is worse than anything else I've covered on this channel. Needless to say, today we are going to dive into the Fukushima disaster. I'm going to rate this event here on the Plainly Difficult disaster scale, which is higher than the INES, which rated it at a 7, the same level as Chernobyl. So that obviously means that my rating scale is better. The Fukushima Daiichi NPP site lies approximately 220 kilometers north of Tokyo. At almost the midpoint of the Pacific coast, it straddles Okuma and Vtuber townships in Fukushima Prefecture, which is around here on a map. The site is approximately 3.5 kilometers large. It is operated and managed by Tokyo Electric Power Company, or TEPCO. The site houses 6 boiling water reactors, 3 built by General Electric, 2 by Toshiba and 1 by Hitachi, although all were designed by GE. Construction on the site began in 1967 on Unit 1, with its commercial operation beginning in 1972. For the next 7 years, the remaining 5 units came online, with Unit 6 commissioned in October 1979. During the 12 years between 1967 and 1979, BWR design improvements led to variations between the 6 units on the site. After Unit 1, which was an earlier BWR-3 design, Units 2 to 5 were BWR-4 designs, and Unit 6 was a BWR-5 design. Because of this, the power outputs of the 3 designs were different, with Unit 1 having 460 megawatts of electricity, Units 2 to 5 having 784 megawatts of electricity, and Unit 6 having 1100 megawatts of electricity. Fukushima Daiichi plant is connected to the power grid by 4 lines: the 500 kV Vtuber line, the 2 275 kV Okuma lines, and the 66 kV Yonomori line to the Shin Fukushima substation. The site was built on a bluff 25 metres above sea level. Originally it was intended to be at 35 metres, however the designers lowered the height to reduce the strain on seawater pumps, as well as making the foundations closer to stable bedrock, which helped keep the plant more earthquake resistant. This lowered height was thought to be tsunami safe in conjunction with an adequate seawall. The reactors on site were in 2 groups. The first, when looking at the station from the sea, contains units 4, 3, 2 and 1 going from left to right. The rightmost group contains units 5 and 6. Like all commercial nuclear reactors, the end goal is the generation of heat for the purpose of making steam. This is used to drive a turbine, which then generates electricity. Right, before we dive into the disaster, let's have a look at how a boiling water reactor works, as this type of reactor is not often covered on this channel. For the purpose of simplicity, this is a general overview of how the GE BWRs work. However, there were many variations between the 3 types used at the site. A BWR design uses demineralized light water for both cooling and moderation, much like a pressure water reactor. This type of reactor is the second most common type after the PWR. However, unlike a PWR, which uses the heat of the coolant to create steam in a secondary coolant loop, in a BWR the boiling of the primary coolant is used for the steam. The steam is collected in the top of the reactor before passing towards the turbines. The steam generated from fission passes through the turbine, after which it goes to a condenser to be returned back to water. Inside the condenser, a secondary loop of water is used and is kept separate from the primary to stop cross-contamination. At Fukushima, seawater was used for condenser cooling water and auxiliary equipment cooling water. A seawall 10 metres high from the seabed was built in front of the power station, with open channels behind it that led from the power plant to the ocean. Water was drawn in through sluice gates and pump rooms installed for each unit. From there it is transferred to the condenser by pumps installed in the pump rooms. The fuel used at Fukushima consisted of fuel pins bundled in square arrays. The fuel pins consist of low enrichment uranium oxide or mixed uranium and plutonium oxide fuel pellets enclosed and sealed in zirconium alloy cladding tubes. Each of the reactors had control rods for regulating the power and had 97, 137 and 185 across the 3 different BWR types. The rods were inserted into the reactor from underneath. The control rods had the ability to scram the reactors, shutting down fission in an event of an emergency. In the event of a power cut, backup power is generated from diesel power generators. This backup system was important for powering the coolant pumps in the event of an emergency. The reactors have 2 types of containment. The first being the reactor primary containment vessel, the second being the building in which it is housed. The core is kept within a containment vessel. Around the vessel there is an outer containment which is enclosed by a concrete plug. The plug can be moved by a crane over the spent fuel pool. The spent fuel pools is where used fuel rods can be stored. The PCV has 2 major compartments. The reactor vessel is located in the dry well. The DW is connected to a second compartment, the suppression chamber, which holds a large amount of water and enough space to suppress pressure increases. The water within the suppression chamber can be used to scrub radioisotopes from any gases released within the containment vessel. The primary containment vessels were filled with nitrogen to provide prompt control of any hydrogen generated during an incident. The secondary confinement is provided by the reactor building itself and is designed to try and hold any contaminant in a last line of defence of environmental protection. The site had 3 control rooms as each was used to control 2 reactors. Although each reactor had its own panel, this setup allowed close working between reactor teams. Each reactor's emergency diesel generators and associated equipment were stored underneath the turbine buildings between 7 to 8 metres below grade. The backup power systems also used DC batteries. These were located in the basements of the control buildings for units 1, 2 and 4 and in the mezzanine levels of the turbine buildings for units 3, 5 and 6. Units 1 to 5 had 2 diesel generators each and Unit 6 had 3. The batteries gave the power plant up to 8 hours of emergency power in the case of electrical isolation from the grid. Issues were raised by some engineers during construction as placement of safety critical equipment below grade had a higher risk of flooding, especially when combined with the lower bluff of the site. However, these issues were swept away by TEPCO's decision to follow GE's design plans to the letter, and oh boy, that would come back to bite them. This leads us to March 2011. 3 of the 6 units were shut down for refuelling, leaving 1, 2 and 3 in operation. There were some 6,400 workers on site, approximately 2,400 consisting of 750 TEPCO personnel and around 1,650 contractors were working in the controlled area, with approximately 2,000 carrying out work in the support of the planned refuelling. Unit 4 had its fuel rods removed and Units 5 and 6 still had their fuel elements inside the reactors, however the control rods were inserted into the core to stop fission. On the 11th of March at 14:46 local time, an earthquake of a magnitude of 9 lasted for 2 minutes. It was caused by a sudden release of energy at the interface where the Pacific tectonic plate forces its way under the North American plate. The earthquake was the largest ever recorded in Japan and the world's 4th largest since records began in 1900. At the time of the earthquake, sensors at the plant detected ground movement and initiated a scram in the 3 operating reactors. This was built into the design of the plant and the action controlled the reactor's reactivity. The off-site power grid connections were lost during the earthquake. Because of this, the emergency systems needed power to be supplied by the 13 on-site generators. Even after shutdown, the reactors needed power to monitor and pump coolant through the cores, as after fission, the fuel elements still provide decay heat strong enough to cause fuel element melting. To help with the cooling in normal shutdown, the turbines are bypassed and the coolant in steam form goes straight to the condensers, after which it is pumped back to the core, completing the cycle. However, during this event, the reactor was completely isolated from the turbine building due to the loss of power caused by the earthquake. With the usual way of cooling now isolated, a backup system using the suppression pool was used. Unit 1 used a different system to the remaining reactors. It used 2 closed cooling loops by sending the primary coolant through a heat exchanger, using a secondary tank of cooling water. Once the heat was exchanged from the reactor coolant to the secondary water, the primary coolant then returned to the reactor via gravity. However, this system was cooling down the reactor too efficiently. Fearing damage to the reactor vessel from extreme heat changes, one of the systems was turned off. This was set out in the operational procedures. For Units 2 and 3, an open system was used which necessitated additional water. This was powered by steam from the primary coolant turning a small turbine, which in turn injected water back into the reactor. The steam that ran the turbine went
14 seconds. First,
It is the
we do that.
21st of June.
We got to do this. Do the whole copy and paste thingamajig. Yep.
In 1990, and an operator is called out to an irradiation facility at Sarek in Israel. He notices a problem. The transport mechanism of the irradiator has gotten jammed. Faced with the work
Now I'll go back to this one.
Natural disasters have been a fear of mankind throughout history, from a volcano near Pompeii to an earthquake in the Pacific Ocean. A natural disaster can devastate a whole region, causing mayhem and destruction in its wake. A deadly earthquake and resulting tsunami off the coast of Japan would result in nearly 20,000 missing and dead, a country economically wounded, and a chain of events that would cause a nuclear disaster on a scale which the world had not seen since Chernobyl. If you like what we do here at Plainly Difficult, consider helping the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing.
10 minutes. And still gotta eat, so I'm gonna pause it on, well not pause, mute it on my side while I eat my lasagna, microwave lasagna, to be exact. Speaking of, microwave lasagna, microwave it, about 8 minutes in the microwave, 7.5 to 9.5 minutes. The box was unclear. The front of the box says 9.5 minutes. The side of the box where the instructions are says 7.5 minutes. So 8 minutes just to be safe. Shouldn't it be 8.5 minutes then to be safe? Oh well. Not cooked thoroughly, then just pop it back inside. Anyway, yeah. Instructions on the side. Once you oven it, that's gonna net you a whole freaking hour of waiting. And it's probably gonna be still frozen on the inside. So, no, just microwave it. Anyway, muting it on my side. Let's keep watching this.
Powered by steam from the primary coolant turning a small turbine, which in turn injected water back into the reactor. The steam that ran the turbine went to and accumulated in the suppression pool inside the primary containment vessel, which served as a heatsink for absorbing the waste heat. The water needed to continue cooling the reactor was supplied from a condensate tank. Once the tank was empty or the suppression pool was full, water was then supplied from the pool for cooling. However, not only the operating reactors on the 11th of March had decay heat. During refueling, the spent fuel rods are placed in pools near each reactor. These are also still hot, so effective cooling is normally provided by electrical power. If it was just an earthquake, the event would have been effectively managed using the on-site generators and batteries. However, 40 minutes post-seismic activity, the first tidal wave, just under 5 meters tall, crashed up against the sea wall, which effectively protected the plant. However, just 10 minutes later, a second 14-meter high tsunami wave was heading for the power station. The wave effortlessly crashed over the seawall, which only provided protection of around 5 meters above the normal sea level. The water flooded the turbine rooms, shorting out their electrical systems. The wave damaged the unhoused seawater pumps. This meant that essential plant systems that use seawater, including the liquid-cooled emergency diesel generators, could not be cooled to ensure their effective operation. The flooding water made its way into all buildings, including the vital basements that house the generators and their associated electrical equipment. This resulted in the loss of emergency AC power. One air-cooled generator survived and continued to supply emergency power to Unit 6. This meant, however, that Units 1 to 5 had total power failure. The power station was designed to be able to work off DC batteries for up to 8 hours, in the event of a loss of AC power generation. However, some of these systems were also affected by the flooding, inundating the functional DC systems. Power started to dwindle in Units 1, 2 and 4 15 minutes post-flood, due to loss of all AC and DC power. The operators of Units 1 and 2 could no longer monitor the reactor pressure and the reactor water levels, or key systems and components used for core cooling. This situation had no procedure set out for the operators. Because of this, the emergency control room supervisors were flying blind and had to find some way of resetting power to the stricken plant. Units 3, 5 and 6 maintained power, allowing the operators to observe the power status, as the main control room indications and controls were still functioning. Units 3 and 5 still had DC battery power, and 6 still had full AC power. To extend the time between full plant blackout, on Units 3 and 5 all non-essential systems were shut down. In Unit 3, the operators manually restarted the reactor core cooling system, controlling and monitoring the reactor water injection with the available DC power. Unit 1's attempt to restart the shutdown cooling system failed due to loss of power, and the reactor vessel created more pressure as the core began to increase in heat. The high pressure disallowed the use of an external cooling source, for example from an external pump. After the approval of the Prime Minister, a nuclear emergency was declared at 3 minutes past 7 local time. With no indications due to power loss, the operators at Unit 1 and 2 assumed the worst case scenario of no way of cooling the reactor cores, which would mean potential core uncovering of Unit 1 and Unit 2. In other words, no coolant in the core, which could lead to a meltdown. This information was passed on to the government bodies at around 1 minute past 9 PM. An order at 21:23 was given by the government to evacuate an area of around 3 kilometres near the plant. High levels of radiation were detected in the Unit 1 reactor building, indicating core damage at 21:51. At 10 to 12 at night, the reactor vessel at Unit 1 showed signs of being overpressured beyond design spec. The site superintendent ordered preparations for venting of the Unit 1 containment vessel. At 2:10 AM on the 12th of March, a team was able to enter the room where Unit 2's reactor core isolation cooling system equipment was located, and read the parameters to determine the system's status. The system was confirmed working in Unit 2's core, as the steam being created inside the core was successfully powering the small turbine in the backup cooling system. Upon hearing that Unit 2's cooling was still functional, operators focused on dealing with the unfolding drama at Unit 1. At 4 AM, an alternate cooling system was put into operation, using fire trucks pumping seawater into Unit 1 as the vessel pressure had reduced. Unit 1's containment measurement at 4:19 AM on the 12th of March showed that pressure had decreased since the last measurement, without any operator action and without an official venting route, indicating that some unintentional containment pressure relief had occurred through an unknown path. This, coupled with an increase in radiation levels, hinted at reactor vessel damage. Because of this, the government extended the evacuation zone to 10 kilometres. Plans for venting of Unit 1's containment was set to start at 9 AM on the 12th of March. As soon as the Fukushima Prefecture authorities confirmed at 9:02 AM of the completion of the evacuation of Okuma town, the team started the manipulation of valves in order to arrange the path for the venting of Unit 1's containment to atmosphere. At 2 PM, the final valve was manipulated. The success of the venting operation was confirmed by a decrease in containment pressure at 2:30 PM. Initially, no increase in radioactivity was seen, however this would change 1 hour post-venting, and was measured at 1 millisievert an hour near Unit 1. At Unit 3, after 20.5 hours of operation, the reactor core isolation cooling system ceased to operate at 11:36 AM. The system was unsuccessfully restarted, resulting in the heat within the reactor core creating steam, lowering the coolant level. An automatic high pressure coolant jet system started after the level dropped past the set level. At 3:30 PM, work to connect the mobile voltage power supplies to Units 1 and 2 using an undamaged transformer in Unit 2 was completed, and a low voltage grid for supply of AC power to Unit 1 was re-energised. However, before the benefits of the return of power could be reaped, Unit 1 exploded. The upper part of the reactor building of Unit 1 was severely damaged in the explosion. Although no damage was caused to the primary containment, the secondary in the form of the building was now compromised. 3 hours later, the evacuation zone was extended to 20 kilometres. The cause of the explosion was thought to be from hydrogen that had escaped from the reactor via an unknown path. Teams returned to the site to repair the damaged electrical and water feed lines. After these were repaired, the reactor had been without cooling for around 4 hours. Although things were kind of back under control for Unit 1, Unit 3 started to become the next drama during the disaster. Fearing that the turbine-driven high-pressure cooling system would fail with the lowering steam within the reactor, Unit 3 was planned to be hooked up to an external water pumping source. To facilitate this, the high-pressure system needed to be switched off for valves to be opened to be hooked up to the new cooling system. The valves could not be opened. Whilst the operators struggled for 45 minutes, the pressure within the reactor rose, disallowing the external water pumping option. Painting themselves into a corner, the operators attempted and failed to restart the high pressure system, essentially leaving Unit 3 with no cooling system at all. An emergency at Unit 3 was declared at 5:10 am on the 13th of March. At 5:15 am, fire engines were called up to pump water into the reactor core like had been done for Unit 1. Again, like with Unit 1, a venting path was needed to lower pressure. To reduce the reactor pressure below the fire engine pump pressure required the activation of pressure relief valve. This was achieved by the use of 12-volt batteries taken from cars at the site.
I'm done finally eating and all. Yeah. Got my drink. I have eaten dinner, which was a microwave lasagna. Is it me? Well, of course it's probably just me, but I don't know how long I started it, but I've been rolling up each little individual of lasagna sheets into little cannolis. Why eat one lasagna when you eat like 3 or 4 little cannolis? It's good. After I scoop and eat the, stuff on the top, of course. Anywho, it's now back to actually gameplay. Got to do that bloody Rathian, hunting the Rathian a couple times. Oh, its wings have been stubborn. I thought I was able to break them. Didn't break last time. Maybe I gotta... Anyway, first...
Which were collected in the common main control room of Units 3 and 4. The reactor pressure vessel fell below what was needed to use the fire engine pumps. An injection of boreated fresh water into the Unit 3 reactor started at 9:25 am. Unit 3 had also gone for more than 4 hours without cooling. At 2:15 pm, high radiation dose rate of around 1 millisieverts an hour was measured near the site boundary. 15 minutes later, the radiation dose rate exceeded 100 to 300 millisieverts an hour at the entry doors of the Unit 3 reactor building. At 6:30 am on the 14th, the water level in Unit 3 dropped as cooling water supplies that were being pumped began to dwindle. At 11:01 am, an explosion occurred in the upper part of the Unit 3 reactor building, similar to what happened at Unit 1, destroying the structure above the service floor. In addition to the destruction of the alternate water injection arrangement, the capability to vent the containment in Unit 2 was lost. At around 1 pm on the 14th, Unit 2 began to experience cooling issues as well. In what seems to be a repeating theme, reactor pressure increased as the cooling water level decreased. To enable low pressure fire truck water pumping, safety valves were operated to help drop the reactor pressure. The fire trucks began to pump water at 8 pm. At around 9:55 pm, confinement radiation levels had increased substantially to 5,360 millisieverts an hour in the dry well, and 383 millisieverts an hour in the suppression chamber. At 10:30 pm, the unit operators tasked with establishing the venting line to relieve the containment pressure were unable to open the vent valves. Venting from the containment was unsuccessful, meaning that there was little that the operators could do to stop pressure build-up within the reactor containment, and in the early hours of the 15th, the inevitable happened. In the early hours of the 15th of March, explosions were heard at Units 2 and 4, with the top half of Unit 4's building being damaged. A drop in pressure readings on the suppression chamber of Unit 2 was seen. This hinted in the containment of the reactor had been compromised, meaning an uncontrolled release of radioactive isotopes. Following the events in Unit 2, all personnel except essential workers required for monitoring and emergency response were instructed by the site superintendent to go to a radiologically safe location. 650 people evacuated to Fukushima Daiane nuclear power plant site approximately 12 kilometers away. White smoke or steam was seen to be coming from the top of Unit 2's reactor building. A radiation measurement was taken of 11.93 millisieverts an hour at the main gate at 9 am. An order was issued by the government authorities at 11 am requiring all residents within a 30 kilometre radius of the power plant to take shelter indoors. A team needed to enter the reactor building of Unit 4 to investigate the status of the spent fuel pool. However, upon entry they recorded radiation levels of 1000 millisieverts an hour. After an aerial survey on the 16th, water levels were confirmed in Unit 4's pool. However, it was unknown about the condition of Unit 3, making its pool a priority to ensure enough water was in place to stop the spent fuel from becoming uncovered. Spraying started on the 17th with helicopters dropping around 30 tonnes of seawater. Later, fire hoses and water cannons were used to fill the pool. Additionally, on the 20th, Unit 4 received water spray as well. Later on into March, power was gradually restored to Units 1 to 4, with Units 5 and 6 receiving power from the only working air-cooled generator. Units 3 and 4 were the last to receive power after being completely cut off for more than 2 weeks. At this time, seawater was swapped for boreated freshwater in the cooling efforts of the reactors, meaning the situation was gradually coming back under control. Unit 5 was the first to be put into cold shutdown mode at 14:30 on the 20th of March 2011. This was followed by Unit 6 at 19:27 on the same day. However, the remaining units had a long journey ahead as a more stable situation was achieved in April 2012. TEPCO published in May 2012 an estimate of the amount of radioactivity released at Fukushima, which was about 1020 petabecquerels over the 12th to the 31st of March. 500 petabecquerels of iodine-131, 10 petabecquerels of cesium-137 and 10 petabecquerels of cesium-134. The remaining was noble gases mainly made up of xenon-133. Releases to the ocean over the 26th of March to the 30th of September were thought to be about 11 petabecquerels of iodine-131, 3.5 petabecquerels of cesium-134, 3.6 petabecquerels of cesium-137, a total of 18.1 petabecquerels. The release into the ocean came from the water pumped into reactors during the forced cooling, which had subsequently been contaminated by the damage the reactor caused. However, the publications were only estimates and there is much uncertainty as to how much was released into the sea. This is mainly due to the area being flooded at the time of the contamination of the water. It was estimated that Fukushima released around 1/10 of the contamination of Chernobyl. Tests on caught fish around the area were shown to have the same levels of contamination in 2012 as they had post-accident in 2011. Hinting at a more prolonged release of contaminants into the ocean. Post-accident, an exclusion zone of 20 kilometres was set up around the plant, meaning residents within the zone had to leave. However, other towns and villages outside the 20 kilometre zone were also evacuated for decontamination. In March 2012, 3 area definitions were set up to describe each evacuation status of the towns and villages around the stricken power plant. Area 1 is known as the Evacuation Cancellation Prepared Zone. These are areas where it is confirmed that the annual dose of radiation will definitely be 20 millisieverts a year or less, and the evacuation order will soon be lifted. Residents are allowed to visit their property but not stay the night, and people in the area are not required to take protection from radiation. Area 2 is where residents are not permitted to live, known as the Restricted Residence Zone. Areas where the annual integral dose of radiation is expected to be 20 millisieverts a year or more, and where residents are ordered to remain evacuated in order to reduce the risk of radiation exposure. Residents can also return to this area but not stay the night as well. Area 3, the difficult to return zone, is where it is expected that residents will not be returning home for a long time. These are the most restrictive areas and entry is prohibited unless specifically allowed to and whilst in protective clothing. The annual dose of radiation in these areas is expected to be 20 millisieverts a year or more within 5 years, and the current integral dose of radiation per year is 50 millisieverts a year or more. Gradually, as decontamination efforts were undertaken, many places affected in 2011 became habitable. However, such areas as Vtuber and parts of Nami and Okuma are still inaccessible to residents. The roughly 195,000 residents who lived in the vicinity of the plant were screened by the end of May 2011. No elevated health risks were predicted. All of the 1,080 children tested for thyroid gland exposure showed results within safe limits, according to the June IEA report. In December, around 1,700 residents were checked, with the majority showing exposure levels below 1 millisieverts a year, with the remaining all but 10 receiving below 5 millisieverts a year, with the final 10 in excess of 10 millisieverts a year. A 2012 Hirosaki University study reported 46 out of 62 people tested had activated thyroids from iodine-131. The average dose was 4.2 millisieverts and 3.5 millisieverts in adults and children respectively. This was much lower compared to the tests on Chernobyl evacuees, who received an average of around 490 millisieverts. It was estimated that there were around 700 deaths from disaster-related incidents, for example people uprooted from homes and hospitals because of the evacuation. Another big contributor to health risk from such an incident is the psychological trauma linked to being near a nuclear disaster. Some of the worst affected people were the key workers at the plant who were faced with the fast-moving, ever-increasing disaster. Many who worked on the recovery efforts had to complete tasks in less than favourable conditions, all whilst not knowing the safety of their friends and family due to the tsunami in the region. As of 2018, the Japanese government has acknowledged 4 workers had radiation-caused illnesses, with one dying of lung cancer at the age of 50. A frozen wall was installed around the site to try and limit the seepage into groundwater. Since the meltdowns, TEPCO was fighting a losing battle with water that flowed downhill towards the sea, which made its way via Fukushima's fractured reactor buildings. However, the frozen soil barrier had failed to completely stop water seepage. For the best part of the next decade, works at the site have been painfully slow, with not 1 but 3 melted down reactors to deal with. In April 2011, 2 robots sent into Reactor Building 1 recorded radiation levels as high as 1120 millisieverts an hour. In May, another robot was sent into Unit 1 and discovered levels in excess of 2000 millisieverts an hour. In 2012, radiation levels were found between 31.1 and 72.9 sieverts an hour inside the containment of Unit 2. The status of the fuel in Units 1 to 3 was unknown as it had melted out of the reactor's cores for several years post-event. In 2015, another robot was sent inside the reactor confinement for Unit 1. However, the intense radioactivity immobilised it. Finally, in 2017, a remote-controlled robot took the first pictures of the melted core of Reactor 3. In 2019, a robot with 2 fingers made first contact with the fuel debris in the primary containment vessel of Reactor 2. A roadmap to start removing fuel from the 3 units was set out, with Unit 3's storage pool beginning in 2018. Plans to begin to remove fuel from the reactors is set to begin in 2021. The Japanese government so far has put $27 billion into cleaning up the mess, with around 75,000 workers scrubbing the roads, walls, roofs, gutters and drains. Around 600 million cubic feet of grass, trees and topsoil have been removed and stuffed into millions of black bags. But the road to completion of decommissioning and decontamination left by the 2011 disaster will take many more decades until it's finished. Now, the IAEA report, as always, is well worth a read for a full dive into the disaster. If you'd like me to cover the aftermath in better detail, let me know in the comments and I may make it into a future video. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you'd like to support the channel financially, you can on Patreon from $1 per creation. That gets you access to votes and early access to future videos. I have YouTube membership as well from 99p per month, and that gets you early access to videos too. And all I have to say is thank you for watching.
Внимание, внимание! Внимание, внимание! Внимание, внимание!
1986 is the year that would change everything in the nuclear industry. A disaster would burn the concept of atomic fallout into...
Don't really feel like 40 minutes of listening to this one, and everyone knows about Chernobyl. But hey, if you want to learn more about Chernobyl, go to Plainly Difficult, Part 1 of Chernobyl Disaster Explained 1986, Brief History of Documentary. And then the following up of the Cleanup Explained. As for me, probably something else. Which one do I want to watch? Which one do I want to listen to while I go hunting monsters? About, make it easier, how about we go to the channel itself? Let's see. It's one I haven't actually seen yet. I'm pretty sure I've already seen this one. Oh well.
It is 1920.
See, this is why you should like things, so if you come back to the channel to look through the videos, you know which ones you have seen before. Meanwhile, let's move all this back over to this other window. Oop. And oh great, where did I put it? Oh yeah, I haven't actually put it back in here. Copy and paste and save and back to
3, and Victor Emmanuel III of Italy is exploring the site of a disaster. As the king casts his gaze across the ruined homes downstream from the Gleno Dam, the question of how must have crossed his mind. This dam was only just built now. Usually you'd only want a king to visit the successful completion of a project. Instead, he is roaming the after effects of a catastrophic dam failure. And needless to say, this is not good. Today we're looking at the Gleno Dam failure. My name is John, and welcome to Plainly Difficult. Background. Our story starts here, and the beauty of the Scalvi Valley in the province of Bergamo in Lombardy, northern Italy. In the early years of the 20th century, a proposal was put forward to exploit the Gleno River for hydroelectric power. The region was home to the Vigano Textiles Company, and they wanted some of that juicy electricity to run their factories. This would result in a proposal being put forward in 1907 for a dam across the Gleno to create and hold a new reservoir. This would in turn be used to power a hydroelectric power station. It would take nearly 10 years from proposal to project commencement, when in 1916 clearing works had begun preparing the site for a new dam's foundations. The original plans submitted in 1913 were for the dam to be a masonry gravity type. However, these plans would change in 1917, not long after the stone masonry basement close to the lower part of the valley had been constructed. It turned out that a gravity dam would have cost a bit more than the project had anticipated. As such, the dam was re-envisioned as a narrow reinforcement concrete arch type. It would be 220 metres long, which when seen from the top down would look like an S shape. And in total the dam had 25 arches with a height of 45 metres. The newer design was to make use of the first plan's gravity dam's foundations. When you look at pictures of it, like many Italian projects from the time, it's pretty impressive and pretty. However, its beautiful facade was hiding some worryingly ugly defects. As early as 1920, concerns were raised about the quality of the mortar used on the dam. The concrete was also not the best, and in a strange form of recycling, the steel reinforcement made use of surplus anti-grenade nets from the First World War. This would hardly create uniform strength throughout the structure. Although allowed to change from gravity to multiple arch type design, no one actually reviewed the project's permits. The concrete wasn't given enough time to cure as well, and if that wasn't enough of a concern, any worker who raised these deadly points was politely asked to piss off. Even though the project had issues, by the start of 1923, roughly 80% of the dam had been completed. Water had even been begun to collect in what would become the Gleno Reservoir, and by completion in October of the same year, some 4.5 million cubic metres of water was being held back by the dam. The whole reason for the construction was for the generation of electricity after all, and as such, the associated power plant had a capacity of 3,728 kilowatts. The new dam and reservoir now offered many generations of power for the region. Electricity, modernity, what's not to like? Well, until it all came crashing down. The disaster. By December, the dam and lake were complete. For 40 days, the reservoir was full, testing the strength of the structure. But unfortunately, at roughly 6:30 AM on the 1st of December 1923, the dam began to shift. This was noticed by a worker. However, before anything could be done, just 45 minutes later, an 80-metre long breach was formed in the central portion of the dam. Within a blink of an eye, the 45-metre tall central section was gone, and a torrent of water battered its way down the valley. The first victims were in the village Bugigio, which was almost completely obliterated. Then Dezo, a frazione of Colère, as well as Corna di Darfo. Polvo and Valbona power stations were also hit, together with a bridge and the chapel of Colère. Water would pummel the valley as the lake emptied its some 4.5 million cubic metres of water. To add further destruction, the flooding, like what we've seen before in other dam disasters, picked up debris along the way, smashing buildings and other infrastructure. The flow of debris and water reached speeds of up to 45 kilometres an hour. In the ensuing chaos, officially 356 people would lose their lives, although this figure is thought to be much higher, with some estimates of over 600, as many hundreds were reported missing after the disaster. The reservoir was at an elevation of 1,535 metres, and the floodwaters would finally settle at Lake Iseo at an elevation of 186 metres. The water had dropped over a kilometre in elevation in less than an hour. The flood had destroyed 3 villages, 5 power stations, as well as other businesses and factories. Although happening in the 1920s, hundreds of photographs would be taken of the aftermath. The Italian public, fascinated as well as shocked by the disaster, bought newspapers by the tonload in order to get as much information on the Gleno Dam's failure. Now clearly the dam didn't work as intended, and with rather a large death toll and several villages smashed up, a large question had to be asked. How did the Gleno Dam fail? Investigation. Almost as soon as the water settled and the casualty numbers were calculated, engineers started picking through the rubble of what remained of the Gleno Dam. It wouldn't take long to see that construction methods and materials were, shall we say, a bit shit. The grenade nets were seen, and the poor quality of mortar and concrete were pretty apparent upon initial investigation. During the foundation construction, it was found that pretty much anything was thrown in amongst the concrete. This included tar, scrap metal, wood, and the usual junk of waste food, cigarette butts and newspapers.
Oh, God damn it.
This didn't give the concrete a proper base to adhere to. Eyewitness reports stated that the sand used wasn't properly washed, resulting in chunky and, more importantly, crumbly concrete. Mortar was found to be more porous, allowing water from the reservoir to seep in between the joints. Even the fact that the reservoir was filled too quickly was a cause, as the vital concrete hadn't been given enough time to cure. Investigators found inadequate checks by the Civil Engineers Board, lack of qualified technical staff during work, poor management of the workers, and a conspiracy of silence created by most workers fearing dismissal if they raised concerns. All of these poor design and construction choices meant that the dam was too weak to hold back the reservoir. This was caused by water seepage into the foundations, which eroded any bonds between the structure and its base. It was just a matter of time before failure would occur. The disaster essentially doomed, however, any future arch-style dam in the country. Although this style of structure wasn't actually the cause, instead it was the bodge job. As well, any other style built in a poor fashion would have failed just like Gleno did. On the 30th of December 1923, the public prosecutor charged those in charge of the dam construction and the engineer. They were accused of causing disaster through negligence, with multiple counts of manslaughter. The trial would last a few years, taking place between January 1924 and July 1927. It ended up with the conviction of the managing director of the concessionary firm and of the designer. Both were sentenced to 3 years and 4 months in prison. This would be later reduced to 2 years. They were also ordered to pay compensation, but again this was overturned. But this would not be the last of the dam failures in Italian history. But maybe these will be the subject for a future video. Oh yes, and on my new disaster scale, I'm going to rate this one as a dumpster fire. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently surprisingly sunny corner of southern London, UK. If you like this outro song, please feel free to go over to my second channel, Made by John, where you'll be able to listen to it in full. I'd like to give a very nice warm thank you to my patrons and YouTube members for your financial support, as well as you, my loyal viewers who always come back every week for your dose of disaster. And all that's left to say is, Mr. Music, play us out please.
God damn it. No wings dropped. Broke one wing, not a drop. So maybe it's a debate break off both wings. Stop cutting off the tail then. Can't help it. Gotta do it. Tail's just so tantalizing to cut off. Well, let's go from one dam to another. Let's just let the music play off. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A brief history of... A brief history of the St. Francis Dam disaster. A short documentary. Onto the ever-growing list of videos that I have watched from this channel. God damn, I sure have got this growing. Didn't mean to do that. Or did I? Pretty sure I didn't. Oh, wait. It wasn't Let's put a save. Let's put a reload. Brief history of, yep. Oh yeah, that's quite the playlist that I've got. Well, I'm just gonna keep listening to more and more plainly difficult videos until I've God on my 3 damn Rathian wings.
In 1926, engineers and construction workers congratulated themselves on the completion of the St Francis Dam. Little did they know, but 2 years later the fruit of their labour would be rubble and over 400 people would lose their lives. Dam disasters are intriguing as the vast structures seem indestructible as they hold back mind-blowing quantities of water. However, as we have seen many times before on this channel, engineers can and have got it wrong and the results can be catastrophic. Today we're looking at the St Francis Dam and I'm going to rate it here 8 on the patented plainly difficult disaster scale. St Francis Dam was located in LA County, California, USA, which is around here on a map. Our story starts with eventual superstar engineer William Mulholland. Starting off from more humble roots, in 1878 he was hired by the Los Angeles City Water Company as a ditch tender. Proving to be a good employee, Mulholland raised through the ranks, eventually reaching superintendent. During his rise to power, Mulholland had become a self-taught engineer, studying in his free time. Being a bit of a future thinker, Mulholland envisioned an aqueduct to supply Los Angeles with water from 233 miles away in the Owens Valley, plenty to allow the city to grow. Taken on as chief engineer, he oversaw the project during his construction between 1908 and 1913. The successful completion of the project, which at the time was the largest of its type, brought fame to Mulholland's door. Although clearly brilliant, Mulholland had the ability to improvise on the spot, which is why the aqueduct was built in a relatively short period of time, but sometimes this would come at the cost of shortcuts. He also had an eye for saving money, which is good for budgets, but not good for redundancy in design. To save money, his own staff performed all their own engineering calculations, without any external review. Although frugal, and ultimately okay on the aqueduct, when it comes to dam design and construction, cut corners can cause, well, we'll find out later. By the 1920s, the demand for water in Los Angeles had outstripped Mulholland's aqueduct, reaching a population close to 1 million. Unfortunately, the rise in population ran in parallel with a drought in the region. You see, the area was subject to below normal rainfall 2 out of every 3 years, as quoted by Mulholland himself, and as such, rainfall was very boom or bust, leading to the idea of creating a large reservoir to store up rain from the good years to help the city through the bad. Mulholland proposed an ambitious plan to increase the reservoir capacity around the city, near his aqueduct's terminus. The project would involve modifying existing waterworks and constructing 7 entirely new dams, the largest of which would be the St Francis. The new dam would store 30,000 acre-feet of water, roughly the amount consumed by city residents in 1922. Surveys for the location for the new dam began in 1922. Eventually the site was settled upon and initial clearing works began. Strangely, but understandably, the initial building works went on with little fanfare, but this was because Mulholland had been burnt before. During the aqueduct construction, sabotage cost the project money as disgruntled locals and landowners sought to cause trouble. By July 1st, 1924, preliminary clearing works had been completed and main construction works would begin around 6 weeks later. But first we need to look at the design of this shiny new to be built dam. The basic design was actually copied from the Mulholland Dam built a year before by, you guessed it, Mulholland, designed by Edgar A. Bailey. This would be the second dam constructed of concrete by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Chief Engineer W. W. Holbert supervised the transfer of the design from the Mulholland location to the St Francis location. The main changes were adjustments to fit the new setting of the St Francis area. As such, Bill Mulholland didn't manage the project on the micro level like he had on other designs before. This was exacerbated by him being distracted by the concept of a Colorado River aqueduct. Before the designs of both dams, the engineering team studied a number of recent concrete dams such as the Arrow Rock Dam in Idaho and the Elephant Butte Dam in New Mexico. A storage capacity of 32,000 acre-feet and an elevation of 1,825 feet above sea level was envisioned in 1924 after initial survey work. The height of the dam was increased by 10 feet to allow a water capacity of 38,000 acre-feet in 1925. The increased size necessitated the construction of a 588-foot long dike along the top of the ridge next to the western abutment. This was not in the original design. As such, the foundations were not widened for the extra height. The design incorporated a curved plan, laid out on a radius of 500 feet, with a distinctive series of 5-foot high vertical steps on a downstream face of the main dam. Each step was unique in its width and was a simple solution to building a complex curve. The dam didn't have a provision for groutable contraction joints, however. A concrete batch plant was built in the canyon of the dam, and local aggregate was incorporated with around 1 barrel of Portland cement per cubic yard of concrete. When the concrete was poured, little thought was given to contractions due to heat given off whilst curing. This, combined with the oversight for contraction joints, left the dam inflexible and potentially unstable. The reservoir that the dam would hold back began being filled in March 1926, with water diverted from the Owens River Aqueduct, and the completed dam was opened in May 1926. During reservoir filling, a number of small cracks and leaks were detected, but thought to be within expected tolerances. Between March and June, the reservoir filled at a rate of about 1.8 feet per day, and on May 10, 1927, the reservoir pool reached an elevation of 1,832 feet, just 3 feet below the spillway crest. Summer demand kept the water level at that elevation. During the winter months between 1927 and 1928, the reservoir was allowed to fill up to just 3 inches below the spillway. By around February, all of LA's reservoirs were beginning to fill up, and on the 7th of March, aqueduct water was no longer diverted to the reservoir. Damkeeper Tony Harnischweger alerted the company on the morning of the 12th to dirty water cascading down the slope below the dam's right abutment. The presence of dirty water can give an indication of foundation erosion. Because the reservoir was at maximum fill and new cracks in the concrete were discovered over the previous week, Mulholland and Harvey Van Norman arrived to investigate the dirty water and the dam as a whole. Arriving at 11 AM, the two men began to investigate the instability of the structure. The cause of the dirty water was seen to be clear water mixing with loose dirt from a newly constructed road. Although alarming, it was seen as a problem that could be rectified later on. The rest of the structure was inspected and given a seal of approval. Well, how wrong they would be just 12 hours later. Around 8 PM, employees from one of the nearby powerhouses witnessed a 12-inch wide crack on a nearby road upstream from the dam, hinting towards the land around the dam beginning to shift. Ace Hopewell, Powerhouse No. 1's carpenter, was riding his motorcycle along the road nearby, passing the crest of the dam around 11:50 PM. He pulled up his bike and sidecar around a mile up from the dam to have a cigarette and to investigate a loud crashing sound. The Southern California Edison Company experienced a loss of power at 11:57 PM on their 70 kilovolt Boral power line that ran near the dam's left abutment, extending eastwards to Palmdale. The shorting out the power line hints at a large-scale landslide that enveloped the dam's entire left abutment, starting off the disaster. In the closing minutes of the 12th and the opening of the 13th of March 1928, the dam experienced a catastrophic failure. Within minutes, the majority of the dam had disappeared, leaving only a central section standing like an island. The flow of water was monumentous, forming a 140 feet high flood wave, washing away a large chunk of the wrecked dam as 12.4 billion gallons of water surged down. The wave, travelling at around 18 miles per hour, destroyed Powerhouse No. 2, drowning nearly all the workers and their families who lived nearby. The floodwater overflowed the Santa Clarita River's banks, flooding present-day Valencia and Newhall. By 1 AM, the entire Santa Clarita Valley was plunged into darkness. A temporary construction camp set up by Edison Company was washed away, killing at least 84. The flood damaged the towns of Fillmore, Bardstown and Santa Paula, eventually emptying bodies and debris into the Pacific Ocean 54 miles downstream. The floodwater was thought to have killed at least 431 people, although this number doesn't count migrant workers, casual labourers and illegal immigrants, all of whom would have had no record of being in the region. Many dead were never found or identified, including dam keeper Tony Harnischweger, although his wife's body was found near the dam, suggesting that a late night inspection was being undertaken, potentially due to the landslide sounds heard by Ace Hopewell. So how did such an impressive structure fail so catastrophically? There was, and there still is, differing theories on the failure. It is thought that the failure started with the left east abutment suffering a landslide. The left fail side was then swept in front of the dam, leaving debris as evidence of the likely side of first failure. A committee appointed by the Los Angeles City Council set about working on an official report into the failure. The key failure was placed at defective foundations, and the report essentially said the dam was well designed but poorly executed. With an error in judgment about the suitability of the area's geology as a stable foundation for the dam. The investigation, though, claimed it was the right western abutment that had failed first, owing to cracks discovered leading up to the disaster, but more modern analyses have speculated differently. Two alternate reports by Bailey Willis and Carl E. Grunsky support the left eastern side failure theory. They also focused into a phenomenon called hydrostatic uplift. This is where water seeps under a dam and causes an upward force on the dam, reducing its effective weight. Although known at the time, the phenomenon was not properly understood, and the St. Francis Dam didn't take this into account. Meaning that hydrostatic uplift mixed with an unstable land from historic landslips caused the failure at St. Francis. The dam was not rebuilt, and for a short while became a morbid attraction for locals to come and collect souvenirs, as the single standing part remaining, known as the tombstone. The site would be cleared and the tombstone demolished in mid-1929 to detract the strange tourism to the area. Because the Mulholland Dam was essentially identical, 330,000 cubic yards was used to reinforce it from the risk of hydrostatic uplift. The Hollywood Reservoir that Mulholland holds up was not allowed to exceed 4,000 acre-feet of water. Mulholland's career also ended on the night of the 12th and the 13th of March 1928. During the inquest, he claimed full responsibility and retired in November the same year. No criminal charges were brought against the designers, with the inquest finding no evidence of criminal act or intent. Mulholland would die in 1935 at the age of 79. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you'd like to help the channel grow, you can by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got a Patreon and YouTube memberships as well, so if you fancy, check them out. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. Nuclear reactors have found many different applications, from experimental breeder reactors to compact reactors inside submarines, all the way to reactors capable of powering cities. As reactor designs developed, uses outside of stationary applications were considered. One such was in powering of a vehicle, which could be feasible in an environment where weight isn't a priority that can be overcome with power, for example in a railway locomotive setting. However, a number of experiments involving lightweight units in aircraft design were undertaken in the US during the 1950s. Power excursions in a nuclear setting is not a good thing, and as such they have been an often covered subject on this channel. And again, incidents with experimental reactors are not a rare subject for me either. However, the HTRE number 3 is something new to me, and that is the use of atomic reactor design to be used on board an aircraft. On the plainly difficult screw-up scale, I'm going to place it here. Unfortunately, the dream of nuclear-powered air travel didn't come to fruition. However, the programme was a vital part of nuclear history. In late 1946, the US Army Air Force looked into the feasibility of building a reactor small and powerful enough to be used in an aircraft. The Nuclear Energy for the Propulsion of Aircraft, or NEPA project, was started to look into this. NEPA was replaced by the Aircraft Nuclear Propulsion Project in 1951. A nuclear-powered jet engine in principle replaces the heat generated from burning fuel with heat generated from a nuclear reactor. This system had a major advantage over a conventionally powered aircraft, and that was the range between refuelling. The concept of atomic power in an aircraft made most sense in the application of a strategic bomber. Much like a submarine, the use of nuclear power vastly improves the operational endurance. Operational time of such a bomber between refuelling was thought to be able to be counted in number of days rather than hours, meaning that an aircraft could circle the Earth ready to strike without the dangerous in-flight refuelling process. Although the advantage could potentially revolutionise a country's ability to strike during a nuclear war, the concept had one glaring disadvantage. That was the weight associated with the operation of a nuclear reactor in the form of its shielding. In aircraft design, weight is a number one concern, as if your plane is too heavy, it will be limited on its available payload, or worse still, not even be able to take off. This completely conflicts with the need for a reactor to be safe and not irradiate everything around it. Traditionally, thick shielding of lead or concrete has been used, which is surprisingly not very light. Without adequate shielding, you would irradiate your way through pilots very quickly, and in the event of a meltdown, rain molten nuclear waste onto any unsuspecting person on the ground. Designers thought that the weight sacrifice of traditional aircraft fuel might counteract the weight of a reactor's shielding. The A&P program set out to design, construct and test such a reactor light enough for an aircraft, aiming to reduce the weight from tens of thousands of tonnes to just over 100 tonnes. The program pursued two different types of propulsion system by two different companies, General Electric's direct air cycle and Pratt & Whitney's indirect air cycle respectively. We won't be looking at the latter today, but we may do in the future. The former by General Electric began development starting with its first test reactor system in 1956, but first let's look at how the direct air cycle system worked. The GE design used an off-the-shelf J47 jet engine and modified it for nuclear power. The engine had a long life with the US Air Force, with over 30,000 units being constructed. Air is sucked into the engine via the front turbine and is passed through the reactor, with some taken to cool the components. The majority of the air is heated by the chain reaction on its journey through the reactor and then travels into a lower plenum. It is then passed back through the jet engine, in turn powering the turbine connected via a shaft to the inlet turbine. The air is then exhausted to atmosphere. To start up the power plant, conventional jet fuel was used to spin the turbines up to the required RPM. Once this was achieved, the reactor was slowly powered up by withdrawing the control rods. Once the reactor was up to temperature, conventional fuel was shut off. That is the basic overview of the concept, however its implementation varied over the project lifespan. This leads us onto the heat transfer reactor experiment. The program took place at the Idaho National Laboratory's North Test Area, which is around here on a map. The first setup was the HTRE-1. This was a direct air cycle reactor that used nickel, chromium and uranium oxide dispersion fuel elements. Water served the combined function of moderator and structural coolant. The HTRE-1 successfully operated a jet engine on nuclear power in January 1956 and throughout the year racked up over 150 hours of operation. However, HTRE-1 was more of a proof of concept and wouldn't be considered usable in an aircraft. This leads us on to the next step of the project, HTRE-2. The HTRE-2 reactor was a modified version of the HTRE-1, allowing removal of the centre fuel assembly. The removal module allowed experimentation with different core materials and configurations, which was essential in paving the way for a unit capable of flight. Finally, the HTRE-3 was a culmination of the advancements of the previous experiments, and hoped to be the basis of a production unit. It was built in a configuration ideal for incorporation into an aircraft by having the fuel and control elements mounted horizontally, reducing the overall height of the power plant. The 175 megawatt capable unit was delivered to the initial engine test facility on the 20th of October 1958. HTRE-3 was mounted to a D102A assembly and consisted of a reactor, primary shield, external auxiliary shielding, engine reactor ducting, a single chemical combustor with surrounding auxiliary shield, accessories and two modified J47 turbojet engines. The unit took the same fuel as the HTRE-1, nickel, chromium and uranium oxide, but with a hydrided zirconium moderator. The moderator was a hexagonal array of 150 moderator cells surrounded by a beryllium reflector. The reactor core had a total diameter of 51 inches and the active core length was 30.7 inches, with an overall length of 43.5 inches. Each of the moderator cells had a circular inner tube cut into it for its full length. This was used to house a fuel cartridge in each cell. The reactor had 48 poison-type control rods made out of europium oxide consisting of 3 automatically controlled dynamic, 30 shim for fine tuning and 15 safety rods, arranged throughout the core in both the centre and the outer regions of the reactor. The reactor had an independent scram facility from the control system in the case of an emergency. The whole reactor was air-cooled, provided by the air induction from the jet engines. The shielding of the unit consists of water, lead and steel, and had an expected life of 1,000 hours of operation. The reactor also had a plug placed at the front and rear. This leads us on to November the 18th, 1958, at 8 PM. As the reactor was new, operators wanted to conduct multiple low-power test runs, building up to a full power test. Earlier on in that day, a test run had achieved 0.06 megawatts, but the evening's test was scheduled to follow a similar run but increase the power to 0.12 megawatts. Pre-test, all equipment and instruments checked out to be okay by the operators. Just after 8 PM the test had begun and all seemed to be working well. 2 external blowers were used to provide enough airflow passing through the reactor and out of the number 2 jet engine turbine. The jet engine motored at approximately 600 RPM. To raise the power to the expected level, the servo-controlled control rods were withdrawn in a set sequence. All of the shim and dynamic rods needed to be withdrawn equally. At around 8:22 PM, the power of the reactor increased as expected. Shortly before the power reached the demanded level, the indicated flux level fell on the linear flux instrumentation. Quickly, the indicated power level rapidly rose. The control system scrammed the reactor automatically. The fuel temperature went off the maximum scale monitors at 3000 Fahrenheit. Around 25 minutes after the dramatic power increase, operators decided to use a diesel-powered air compressor to blast air through the reactor to cool it down more than the electric blowers could. Radioactivity had been released and a narrow band of fallout occurred contained within the research laboratory site limits. Around 0.04 milliroentgens per hour was recorded 3,000 feet away from the test site. 5 miles away, the measured fallout was 1.25 microcuries per square metre for iodine 135. At around 1 mile from the test site, 4 hours post-event, 2 milliroentgens per hour were recorded. The reactor had experienced an unexplained power excursion and a potential meltdown. It was estimated at the time of the event that 770 megawatt seconds was experienced. A power level like that would be more than enough to cause serious damage to the fuel elements, and it did. The power plant was moved to the site hot shop for dismantling and inspection. To reach the core, the rear plug was removed, revealing fuel damage. The core was removed and it was found that some fuel assemblies were stuck inside their moderator tube, necessitating them to be cut free. Many were able to be removed freely, however every fuel assembly had received some level of melting towards the centre of the core. Some of the moderator cells and control rods had experienced damage, however many were in a reusable condition. After removal and inspection of the fuel elements, it was found that although the reactor scram was triggered by excessive fuel heat, some parts of the fuel had already melted excessively. This was in part due to the low power electric blowers not providing enough cooling air through the core for the power level being put out. Luckily, due to the modular design of the power plant, the damaged fuel control and moderator components were relatively easy to replace. With the reactor stripped, no cause for failure was found with the control rods, fuel elements or moderator. This prompted further investigation into the electrical control and instrumentation of the reactor. It was discovered that the information the operators were receiving from the reactor was lying to them. It was found that the primary cause of the incident was that the linear flux circuitry was unable to indicate true reactor power because of the presence of electrical noise filters in the circuitry. The incorrect information caused a false demand to the control system, withdrawing dynamic and shim rods when they did not need to, causing excessive fission. These filters had been in both the HTRE1 and 2, but on 3 the wiring diagrams did not show their use. The problem was further exacerbated by incorrect use of 800 volts instead of 1500 volts, meaning the high resistance noise filters affected the signal. The reactor was repaired and set up again for testing, reaching its full power in 1959, and things went well, logging 87 hours over its intended 100 hours of full power testing. The reactor was used all the way up until the AMP project was cancelled in 1961, in total costing around $1 billion. Even though nuclear power flight didn't happen, the lessons learned from compact reactors have been far-reaching. The programme was considered so influential that the assemblies of HTRE2 and number 3 were preserved and put on display outside the EBR1 building for the public to see. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you'd like to support the channel financially, you can on Patreon from $1 per creation. That gets you access to votes and early access for future videos. I have YouTube membership as well, from 99p per month, and that gets you early access to videos as well. Check me out on Twitter, and also if you want to wear my merch, you can purchase it at my Teespring store. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. It seems I can't go a day without getting an advert on YouTube asking whether I've leased or owned a diesel car recently. This question is usually followed by join our lawsuit against X manufacturer. Of course this hasn't affected me because I drive a god tier Honda Insight and those Japanese engineers at Honda can do no wrong. Well, these annoyingly smartly dressed lawyer type individuals in the videos got me interested in delving into why I get bombarded with these adverts. It is May 2014 and the International Council on Clean Transportation is conducting emissions tests on a number of German manufacturer vehicles. The non-profit is running some pretty average real world tests. Emissions rules are far stricter in the USA rather than the EU, and the ICCT were looking to see the results of European manufacturer cars built for the US market and demonstrate the improved emissions to the Europeans. At the time, there were pretty big discrepancies between cars sold in the two markets, even though they were apparently identical models. They knew what the official tailpipe emissions were. Their test vehicles had just been certified at the California Air Resources Board facility.
Anyway, what was that last video? That video was a brief history of the HTRE number 3 reactor meltdown. So, as always, let me just quickly do this. Boop. And save. Moving on. I really want. What's this one? Brief history of this. It's 13 minutes. I can do it.
Imagine spending loads of
A brief history of the Snaptran reactor destruction experiments. A short documentary. Boop. And a link to. Boop.
of time and money on building a nuclear reactor.
Also, broke both of that bloody Rathian's wings, got none of its freaking drops yet again. Come on, I'm one away. One wing away. Brr. Anywho, let's go back to
reactor, only to intentionally destroy it. Well, imagine no more, because of course the US has been there and got the t-shirt. In 1964 and 1965, two nuclear reactors were prepared to be deliberately pushed beyond their limits to destruction. The Snaptran series of tests involved testing a reactor for use in space travel, and as such the experiments would be a vital stepping stone. The test in 1964 would involve submerging a reactor in water in order to simulate an aborted launch and subsequent ditching at sea. The test in 1965 would push the reactor out in the open, simulating a crash in the desert. Today we're looking at the Snaptran reactor tests. And although it didn't injure anyone or cause massive destruction, purposely pushing a unit beyond its limits is interesting all the same. And as such, I'm going to rate it here, number 2 on the plainly difficult disaster scale. NASA wanted to be the first to have a nuclear reactor in space, and as part of its snapshot program. However, our story starts in the 1950s and the need for high power consumption spy satellites. In 1951, the US Atomic Energy Commission requested nuclear power plant studies to see if a reactor could be sent into space. By 1952, it was thought feasible although a series of test reactors would need to be built and destruction tested. Much like the HTRE project, the AEC contracted 2 separate companies to work on 2 different concepts. Both sides of the project fell under the SNAP, or Systems for Nuclear Auxiliary Power name. The first, numbered in odd numbers starting with SNAP 1, employed a simple, by nuclear standards, RTG design using decay heat from a radioisotope to generate electricity. The concept was much the same as the RTGs that caused the issue in Lear, using a thermobattery or thermocouple to transfer the heat to electrical power. This side of the project was contracted out to the Martin Company and would continue on to SNAP 27, which made it all the way to the moon. Although interesting in concept, it's the even numbered SNAP test units which are our focus today, and they were much more complex in design as they were a fully fledged nuclear reactor. This part of the project was contracted to Atomics International Division of North American Aviation. The first reactors developed by AI was SNAP 2, and was developed to SNAP 8 and then finally 10A, which was the first space-ready type built by the company. The SNAP 10A consisted of a 15.6 inch long by 8.8 inch diameter tube holding 37 fuel elements. The reactor, once in space, was expected to produce a minimum of 500 watts of electricity for up to 1 year or even longer. Around the outside of the core, fixed beryllium blocks were employed to reflect neutrons back to the core. What's interesting about the design was that control rods were not employed. Instead, additional beryllium reflectors were mounted to 4 drums, which could be rotated towards and away from the reactor, with the reflector side facing the core allowing a chain reaction and a reflector facing outward, shutting down the reaction. 2 of the drums were used to step up the power during startup. Upon launch into space, a startup command was sent to the reactor. A pin was released by actuators and 2 control drums were immediately inserted, and the fine control drums would then be stepped in. 50 seconds after the startup command, the 2 fine control drums would take their first step and would continue to step in every 150 seconds until fully inserted. Approximately 7 hours after startup, criticality was reached and would take around 72 hours for the fine control drums to reach the end of their steps, after which the reactor ran at a steady state of power without dynamic control. The reflectors were held in place by a retaining band and could by an explosive bolt. If needed, the bolt could be blown, removing the reflectors from the core, shutting it down. The reactor had 4,752.5 grams of uranium-235 as uranium zirconium hydride fuel, which were contained within the 37 fuel rods. Sodium-potassium alloy was used as a coolant for the reactor design and was circulated through the core and the thermoelectric converters by a liquid metal pump. The converters would thus provide power for the satellite. Before NASA would allow the 10A for launch, a number of destruction tests would be needed to be conducted to simulate the potential situations the reactor could be subjected to. For example, being dropped into the sea or crashed into the desert. Before any radiological tests, several unfueled 10A reactors and its components were stress tested in every imaginable way. This leads us onto the SNAPTRAN experiments. The TRAN stood for transient. SNAPTRAN 1 and 2 experiments were intended to investigate nuclear excursions occurring in an atmospheric environment during assembly or launch caused by unwanted movement of the reflectors, second of which were nuclear excursions resulting from immersion of the reactor system in water or wet earth. This would become the SNAPTRAN 3 experiment. The test would be undertaken by Phillips Petroleum at the Initial Engineering Test IET facility of the National Reactor Testing Station at Idaho National Laboratory. The first of the experiments, unsurprisingly named SNAP-1, was a non-destructive test and used a modified 10A to subject the reactor to sudden changes in reactivity. The reactor assembly was mounted on a 4-track test dolly that was constructed from 2 railway carriages. The initial non-destructive test took place under a corrugated structure that was also mounted on the tracks. All operations were conducted by a nearby underground control room. For the test to be undertaken, the reactor had its drum control modified, splitting the 4 drums into 2 pairs of 2. The first pair were the impulse drums and were intended to create sudden impulses of power by quickly turning the reflector side to the reactor core. The second pair were stepper drums and were intended to gradually increase power to test a much slower rise. The experiments made use of both drums and their respective form of movement to collect basic kinetics data for a wide range of transient conditions. The test began in May 1963 and, according to a scheduling report from before the experiments, would run until 1965. However, Snaptran 2 wouldn't be conducted until 1966. The first destructive test was the Snaptran 3 and would simulate a launch abort into the sea. There was a problem with this test, as it wouldn't yield usable data by just dumping the reactor in a body of water, and instead the designers thought up an ingenious way to immerse the unit. The reactor was permanently mounted in a fixed position, and provision was made for water to be rapidly placed around the test unit before the reactor was allowed to reach criticality. Earlier non-nuclear tests showed that upon impact with the water, it was likely that the beryllium reflectors and other external components would be separated from the unit. Because of this, it was decided that only the reactor core would be destruction tested in water. The reactor vessel, fully fueled up, would be mounted on a pedestal inside a 14 feet diameter open tank, rigidly mounted to two railway flat carriages, similar to the one used in the Snaptran 1. The tank was surrounded by concrete, 1 foot thick on the sides and 2 foot thick on the bottom. Due to not having the reflector drums installed, a different form of power control was needed, and this was provided by a poison sleeve, actuated by a drive mechanism, which could be fully withdrawn either slowly or rapidly, as well as providing a scram facility. Instrumentation was installed nearby, as well as several miles away from the test site, to gain information on the amount of radioactivity released into the environment. Before the destruction test, a number of calibration tests were undertaken, and this used a calorimeter tank, which can be filled with water, after which the poison sleeve can be slowly raised until criticality is attained. During the calibration test, the reactor operated at low power levels. For the destructive test, the calorimeter tank was removed, and on the 1st of April 1964, operators at the NRTS prepared to purposely destroy a reactor. The sleeve removal mechanism was fired, removing all poison from the reactor. The reactor experienced a sudden power increase to $3.60 above critical. Within milliseconds, a Cherenkov glow masked the reactor, and after 20 to 30 milliseconds, the reactor experienced peak power. The power increase caused the reactor to blow apart. All 37 fuel elements and 6 beryllium reflectors were destroyed, and a 40-foot high plume of water was blown out the top of the tank. The reactor was well and truly destroyed, with debris scattered all around the tank. It was calculated that the reactor experienced a peak power transient of around 13,000 megawatts. All the parts and debris of the reactor were loaded onto a flatbed railway carriage and were shipped off to a hot shop for dissection and analysis. A radiation detector 20 feet away recorded 30 roentgens per hour at the time of the peak power excursion, decaying to 0.055 120 minutes after the test, and 24 hours later was at 2 milliroentgens per hour. Trace amounts of the following isotopes were found: iodine 131, 132 and 133, and strontium 89 and 90. Right, that leads us on to Snaptran 2 and the beryllium reflector destruction test. This was to be conducted on the 11th of January 1966. After the initial non-destructive test yielded satisfactory results, the next step was to ramp up the stress on the 10A and undertake reflector criticality destruction tests. The purpose of Snaptran 2 was to find out total energy release, mode of shutdown, and the degree of fission product released during the destruction of a 10A reactor in open air. The reflector drums returned for this test for control of the reactor. For the test, a new similar core to the Snaptran 1 was used, although some minor modifications were undertaken, including a minor change to fuel weight and alterations to the way the drums were shimmed. Although the main change was the removal of the reactor's NAC coolant. This was done to allow high-speed cameras to observe the reactor core more easily. For this test, the corrugated metal structure was wheeled away from the reactor to monitor the spread of radioactivity, and a grid was set up to track any fission product releases. Film badges, fallout plates, pocket dosimeters, and nuclear accident dosimeters were used for monitoring. On January the 11th, 1966, after early morning preparations, the reactor test pad and downwind areas were cleared of personnel. At 9:51 AM, the test was initiated as all 4 beryllium sides were inserted facing the reactor core, achieving peak reactivity, reaching 74,000 megawatts, but only for a few milliseconds before total destruction of the core. A visible smoke-filled cloud arose immediately as the fuel burned and the reactor core blew itself apart around 4 seconds post-peak power. 300 metres downwind from the reactor, a rate of 2.7 Roentgens per hour was recorded. At 6 metres from the epicentre, radiation was measured at 18 Roentgens per hour 2 hours post-event, eventually dropping off to 0.2 Roentgens an hour 48 hours later. Fuel pieces were found up to 100 metres away and debris from the beryllium reflector littered the test ground. In this before and after view of the reactor, obviously not much was recoverable, but in a test like this, I assume that was considered a success. Familiar faces of strontium-90 and iodine-131 were found post-test. Again, like before, all the reactor pieces were collected and sent to a hot shop for dissection, and on the whole the test went well. The data from all 3 tests were vital in being able to predict the environmental and radiological consequences of a reactor being crashed onto our planet. The Snaptran 2 test seemed a little redundant, however, as the Snapshot program had already launched the 10A reactor into space by April 1965. The actual reactor was successfully delivered to space, marking the first to ever reach such a height. Although the experiment sadly failed 43 days later when a voltage regulator failed, shutting down the reactor. The reactor was then left on a 1,300 kilometre Earth orbit after its shutdown and will be up there for an expected duration of 4,000 years. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you'd like to support the channel financially, you can on Patreon from $1 per creation, and that gets you access to votes and early access to future videos. I have YouTube membership as well from 99p per month, and that gets you also early access to videos. Check me out on Twitter, and also if you want to wear my merch, you can purchase it at my Teespring store. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching.
Okay, let's
A
see.
town that was once originally the dream.
A brief history of the Times Beach dioxin disaster. Documentary. 2 years ago. Quite a while. Yep. And save.
Theme of a nice summer resort would take a downward spiral to a low-income suburb and ultimately a contaminated and abandoned lesson on waste disposal. If you were to travel to this town today, not much would tell you of the disaster that befell its residents. But the story involves a lot of dioxin contaminated waste being sprayed on the roads of Times Beach, Missouri. Times Beach has a strange story that was an odd side effect of the Vietnam War. Many thousands of miles from the battlefield in Missouri, an unknowing contractor would spread deadly dioxin contaminated oil as part of a dust reduction service for dirt tracks. Now I know this is an odd picture I'm painting, but as I said, Times Beach is a strange story. And as such, I'm going to rate it here 7 on my patented plain difficult disaster scale, and also 7 on my historical legacy scale, due to the seemingly obvious lessons that had to be learnt. Our story starts with a newspaper advert. In an effort that reminds me of London's Metroland during the early 20th century, a purchase of a plot at Times Beach came with a 6-month subscription of the St. Louis Times newspaper. Okay, the comparison is a bit of a reach, but it is similar in the sense that a company would sell you a lifestyle to further an ulterior company goal. In Metroland's case, it was to pay for new railways, but in Times Beach's case, it was an effort to prolong the newspaper's longevity. The location of Times Beach was a 480-acre area around 17 miles west of St. Louis on the I-44 highway next to the Merrimack River, and had previously been a floodplain used for farming. The cost of one 20 feet by 100 feet lot in Times Beach was $67.50, but in reality, to build anything worth habitation, a couple of plots were needed. The community was doomed from the start as the area was prone to flooding. As such, the properties were built on stilts, and because you had to build a summer house yourself or get someone else to do it, wasn't the uniform affair of modern day holiday resorts. The community, not long after its conception, would have to bear the brunt, like many other communities throughout the world, of the Great Depression in the late 1920s. Understandably, summer houses weren't necessarily a necessity during a period of economic downturn, so those that could sold up. However, many didn't, and instead took to living by the river to ride out the financial storm. The community would once again get a kick in the stomach when, during the Second World War, gasoline shortages would discourage many from visiting their holiday homes, leading to more properties being sold off for permanent residency. By the 1950s, the area saw redevelopment, with many of the summer houses rebuilt into low-income residential use. The properties were not built on stilts, as flooding had become a thing of the past. The roads throughout the community were unmade dirt arrangements, and this caused a pretty large nuisance for the residents, and that is dust. As a car trundles along a dirt road, it unsurprisingly in dry weather kicks up dust into the air. Not great if you have clothing out on the line or are just generally outside, and this problem had a solution. That is properly tarmacking the road and maintaining it, which is what didn't happen at Times Beach, and instead old engine oil was used to suppress the dust kick-up. To be fair to the cash-strapped city, paving the roads wasn't exactly affordable. Used oil is a cost-effective solution, but it doesn't exactly last forever and needs reapplication, which is why someone can make some money out of servicing an area, and this brings on waste hauler Russell Bliss. Bliss's solution was to spray the roads around the community with waste oil at a bargain price of 6 cents per gallon, and he would begin the job in 1972. But let's pause here, because you might be thinking, how has this got to do anything with the Vietnam War? Around 230 miles down the road in Verona, Missouri, a company called Hoffman Taff opened up a chemical production facility in 1949. The site was used to produce several different products, including Prist, an aerofuel additive, Pantoplex, an animal feed fortifier, and a more well-known chemical, Agent Orange. Agent Orange was an equal mixture of two phenoxy herbicides, 2,4-dichlorphenoxyacetic acid and 2,4,5-trichlorphenoxyacetic acid, which contain traces of the dioxin 2,3,7,8-tetrachlorodibenzyl P-dioxin, a deadly carcinogen. The agent was used as a defoliant in an effort to try and deny the Viet Cong combatants food and concealment. Hoffman Taff started to experience financial difficulties towards the end of the 1960s and started to lease out some of its Verona facility to the Northeastern Pharmaceuticals and Chemicals Company. Nevaco used the site to produce hexachlorophene, an antibacterial agent used in soap, toothpaste and disinfectants. Dioxin, as we found out at Seveso, is highly toxic and can cause cancer, reproductive and developmental problems, damage to the immune system and hormone interference. The contaminants started to mount up on site. A problem was created, which was how to get rid of the dioxin. The proper method was that of incineration. But the Verona site didn't have an incinerator, meaning Nevaco had to pay for disposal, and this isn't cheap. Looking for a cheap alternative, Nevaco contracted Independent Petrochemical Corporation to remove the contaminants. A price was settled upon, but IPC didn't have the experience in disposing of dioxin-contaminated bottoms, so the company subcontracted the work to Russell Bliss, the waste oil hauler that had a good thing going spraying dirt tracks. Bliss claimed later on that he wasn't aware of the toxic contamination or the materials he was paid to dispose of. Bliss took the dioxin contaminants to his facility and mixed it with the used oil for roadway spraying operations. Bliss also had a side business in training and breeding horses. He found that his oil spray worked well in horse arenas, and as such he had treated his own land with the oil. This does make me think that he was unaware of the deadly chemicals he was using, as why would you spray your own land? Bliss's oil spraying service impressed some of his horse breeding buddies as the mixture kept down the dust for a few months. During May 1971, Bliss's services were employed at a number of horse stables, most notably the Shenandoah stable located near Moscow Mills, Missouri. What was odd was that Bliss's oil was unusually thick and had a strange odour, and many animals exposed to the treated soil would die, including birds and eventually the prized equestrian livestock. A month later, in 1971, Bliss was employed to spray at another stables near Jefferson City, Missouri, not long after a child developed chloracne and some of the horses became ill. A third stables was also done around the same time. All three sites suspecting Bliss's operations ended up removing the topsoil. Around August, the CDC got involved and took samples of the affected area, but the results were inconclusive. However, they would conduct more tests finding trichlorophenol, which can contain dioxin. In the meantime, Bliss continued to spray waste oil anywhere he would get paid for. And this leads us back to Times Beach between 1972 and 1976. Bliss had been contracted to spray Times Beach's 16 odd miles. Unknowingly, the some 2,000 residents would become exposed to the dioxin contaminated oil. Just like in 1971, Times Beach received a strange odour and saw birds die in the vicinity after Bliss had sprayed his oil. In total, including Times Beach, around 40 sites have been contracted by Bliss to do dust treatment in Missouri. Whilst all this was going on, the CDC were trying to find the source to the mysterious illnesses reported in animals and local residents around Missouri. The CDC searched for companies that had manufactured trichlorophenol, and only one place was found, Nepoco in Verona. Now in 1972, Nepoco had gone out of business due to the FDA-issued ban that limited the use of hexachlorophene, which is a source of the byproduct dioxin. The facility in Verona became fully under the control of Syntax Agribusiness, leaving behind 4,300 gallons of dioxin-contaminated bottoms. In 1974, dioxin poisoning was tied to the mysterious illnesses in the stables, after a more in-depth sampling was ordered after the detection of trichlorophenol. There was one link between all the contaminated sites, and that was Bliss, but the investigators had to find a link between Bliss and Nepoco. The closure of Nepoco would reveal a deadly secret in 1979, which would finally give the CDC and the EPA the missing link into the source of the contamination. An ex-employee had blown the whistle on their old employer, informing authorities that 7 miles away from Verona, dioxin-contaminated material had been illegally dumped in a farm. The EPA discovered 90 rusty seeping barrels buried at the farm, revealing large quantities of dioxin. The dump site showed that Nepoco wasn't adverse to just using anywhere or anyone for dumping. Bliss was questioned and claimed no knowledge of dioxin, but he did admit to being hired by IPC to dispose of the oils from the Nepoco site. The link was finally proven. Times Beach wouldn't know of the cause of the sickness until 1982, some 10 years after the first application of Bliss's waste oil. The information that Times Beach was one of the many contaminated sites from the dioxin from Verona was leaked to the residents, and the EPA confirmed their suspicions but still needed to conduct more tests. Dioxin was confirmed at Times Beach that things were going to get a whole lot worse for the town. In early December 1982, the EPA had conducted some initial testing, but the Merrimack River had other ideas, flooding almost the entire town, and the area was inundated with backwaters from the river. Most of the residents had fled the town, but if it wasn't bad enough, the water had spread the dioxin-contaminated topsoil to almost every corner of the community. By the time the floodwaters had receded, results were in from the EPA's testing, and dioxin was found to be 100 times that of a safe level. The contamination was recorded at 0.3 parts per million. By mid-December, some of the residents of Times Beach had returned to begin the drying and rehabilitation process, but that wouldn't last for long. On the 23rd of December 1982, the EPA released the infamous Christmas message. If you're in town, it is advisable that you leave, and if you're out of town, do not go back. The message was essentially the death warrant for the community, and on the 7th of January 1983, President Ronald Reagan created the Times Beach Dioxin Task Force. On the 22nd of February 1983, the EPA announced that the federal government would front 33 million of the estimated 36.7 million cost to buy out the residential properties and businesses of Times Beach, leaving just under $4 million to be picked up by the state. The site was placed on the Superfund National Priorities list. 2 years later, pretty much all of the residents of Times Beach had been bought out and relocated. And now the abandoned town became the perfect location for the much needed incinerator to dispose of Missouri's dioxin, which would finally be completed in 1997. About 265,000 pounds of contaminated soil and debris from Times Beach and 28 other sites in Missouri was burned. After the completion of the incinerator activities and cleanup of the site, the abandoned community was taken off the Superfund National Priorities list in 2001. The site today has been redeveloped into a state park called the Route 66 Park, and there is also a visitor centre on the site. There's little much left to tell you that once a small community resided here. As you can see here in these satellite photos, that the town is pretty much gone. Not surprisingly, Nepoco, IPC and Bliss were hit with multiple lawsuits for the contamination all over Missouri. Due to the era in which Bliss operated, he was not required to and did not record the sources of his waste operations. And all throughout the event he claimed no knowledge of the dioxin contaminants, but we will never know for sure. Nepoco and IPC had to pay out a lot of money as many lawsuits were brought against them, and they had no excuse for not telling anyone what the oil contained. Syntex Agribusiness, the company that took over the Verona site, was fined $200 million for their part in the disaster. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed the video. This video is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Share Attribution Like licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a sunny southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. This video is proudly sponsored by NordVPN, more about that later on. In the same year that a reactor in the UK set alight, another fire in the nuclear industry took place in the Rocky Flats plant in the US. The event would go on to be relatively unknown until another fire at the same site was discovered 10 years later. September 11th is a date that has become part of world history. However, today's subject isn't the 9/11 that normally springs to mind. Instead, a fire in a glove box in a plutonium process building.
Okay, this one is A Brief History of the 1957 Rocky Flats Plutonium Fire, a short documentary.
Will be the focus for this video. I'm going to rate today's subject matter here on the Plainly Difficult Disaster Scale. Located in Golden, Colorado, around here on the map, the Rocky Flats plant is situated on 384 acres inside a 6,550 acre nature reserve. Ground was broken in 1951 for a new site to build vital parts for the budding nuclear weapons industry in the United States. The construction work, in a Pittsburgh Press article, was estimated to cost around $45 million. The AEC appointed Dow Chemical Company as the plant's operator between 1952 and 1975. The main goal of the site was to produce plutonium pits, which form part of the trigger to an atomic bomb. A pit is a hollow plutonium sphere that is imploded, creating an explosion that triggers the rest of the weapon. The Demon Core was a plutonium pit, however it wasn't hollow but instead had two spheres with a ring in the middle. The site produced its first pit in 1953 and over the remainder of the 1950s would grow to 27 buildings. The facility manufactured most of the triggers for the US atomic weapons stockpile. That was until 1993 when production was abruptly ended. The pits were formed from plutonium buttons, which looks pretty much how it sounds as seen here. From buttons, the plutonium is formed into the hollow sphere needed for weapons production via foundry and machinery work. Although a vital part in the weapons production process, Rocky Flats was only a link in the manufacturing chain, as once the pits were created they were sent off to the Pantex facility near Amarillo, Texas. Not only did the facility deal with plutonium but also uranium and beryllium, as well as a myriad of chemicals, including carbon tetrachloride, used as a cleaning solvent in the manufacturing process. The production buildings did not have fire suppression systems due to the risk of criticality incidents caused by water forming a moderator, but instead the buildings were fitted out with little combustible material as possible, and this seemed to work in a 1955 chemical explosion which was effectively dealt with. This brings us on to September 11th, 1957 and Building 71, which was used in the process for pit creation. As a side note, Building 71 was the first production building at the site. Room 180 contained glove boxes used to protect operators from the radioactive isotopes. Some at Rocky Flats were up to 20 metres in length, with multiple lead-lined gloves used to manipulate the tools needed for machining and forging. The boxes were made of stainless steel, had reinforced plexiglass windows, and had Benelex shielding made of wood fibre and plastic to protect operators from neutron radiation. Extraction fans were provided to vent air from the glove boxes to prevent any release of radioactive dust. Multiple filters are provided en route for any material before it goes to Building 71's vent stack. The ventilation system was equipped with heat sensors, which were intended to switch off the fans, preventing the spread of a fire, which is great. However, this had been disabled due to false trips slowing down production. Plutonium can be a fire hazard if handled incorrectly or not stored in a dry environment. If in too high of a humidity room, the plutonium can form hydrides on its surface, which are pyrophoric, and may ignite in air at room temperature. This risk increases when the material is finely divided, for instance in dust. Such a spontaneous combustion can be a deadly event with the potential to release radioactive particles. At 10 PM, this such incident began as a small amount of plutonium turnings spontaneously combusted, spreading the fire along the plexiglass. 10 minutes later, the fire was discovered. The cooling fans were powered up to protect the firefighters from contamination, as they attempted to use carbon dioxide to quell the flames. However, this spread the hot plutonium dust into the filtration system, something that the heat sensors should have prevented. However, this was disabled. Plutonium burns in a similar fashion to charcoal. However, the smouldering was a perfect ignition source for the highly flammable plastic within the glove boxes. After this failed and faced with an ever building up fire, the firefighters used something that they really shouldn't have been using when dealing with plutonium, and that was water, at 10:38 PM. Right, it's time to talk about this video sponsor, NordVPN. Now, if you look up various disasters and atomic incidents like me, then a little bit of anonymity is pretty handy. Needless to say that if I didn't have NordVPN and a no data logging, I might be on some kind of disaster warning watch list. I've used several VPNs over the past couple of years and have enjoyed the protection they afford. And I think NordVPN has the best user interface, making it really easy to jump from one server to another. You can also bypass region locking for movie streaming sites, which is an annoying part of living in the UK as you miss out on so many great shows. It's really been a lifesaver during lockdown, where I've watched more than my weight of true crime documentaries. Also with NordVPN, you can gain access to the EU-only sites such as databases and archives, which thanks to the GDPR rules aren't available in Northern America. For me, it's really good as using NordVPN has allowed me to research on US-only sites, vital for some of the subjects I work on. NordVPN works on Windows, macOS, Linux, iOS and Android. If you're interested, check out NordVPN by going to www.nordvpn.com/playdifficult and use coupon code PlayingDifficult at checkout to get 70% off a 2-year deal plus an additional 1 month with a huge discount. Thank you for listening to the advert. Although it initially stopped the flames, which were from the burning plastic and other flammable materials inside the boxes, the moisture reached the plutonium, increasing its heat. There was also a massive risk to achieving a criticality accident, as the water would help sustain the chain reaction. The air filtration system itself posed risk as the heat and moisture spread upwards by the fans. Ever since Building 71 was first pressed into service, the filters had not been replaced and were filled with plutonium dust, which was much more susceptible to moisture. A minute after water was introduced, a loud blast was experienced. The force bent the plenum's steel frame, in doing so spreading the fire into the filtration system. The explosion also destroyed the cap at the top of Building 71's smokestack. On order of the health physicist supervisor, everyone evacuated the building to escape the plutonium contamination, which by now had spread throughout Building 71. At 10:45 PM, fire was now discovered in the vital filter banks on the second floor, the only thing preventing widespread contamination of radioactive particles released from the fire. As the fire burned, contamination spread out from the damaged smokestack, engulfing the surrounding area. At 2 AM, the fire was declared knocked down. However, it wouldn't be completely stopped until 11:28 AM on the 12th of September. It was estimated that around 63 kilograms of plutonium was present in room 180 at the time of the fire, with 13 to 21 kilograms being involved directly. It was estimated that around 500 grams of plutonium-239 and 240 was released into the atmosphere. However, due to the lack of proper monitoring and almost immediate cover-up, these figures are an educated guess at best. The contamination was spread by winds and some was deposited in the soil. The material is dangerous once ingested due to plutonium being an alpha particle emitter. The highest risk of exposure of the local population was to persons who were exercising or were working outside in areas where the plume of plutonium particles was near the ground. However, some of the most at risk were the firefighters who for nearly 13 hours were exposed to the deadly plutonium. The highest dose was estimated to be 50 millirems off-site. The blaze heavily damaged Building 71, necessitating the installation of an incinerator in 1958 to dispose of the amount of contaminated material. Elements such as strontium-90 and cesium-135 were detected as a result of the fire, hinting at a criticality event. However, officials denied that such event had occurred. The public wouldn't be aware of the incident for just over a decade until a second fire, also involving plutonium, was fought, also using water. The only reports of the incidents in local newspapers claimed that no one was injured and no release of radioactivity was recorded, and the damage costs were estimated to be around $50,000. The clean-up of Building 71 started as soon as the fire had ended. Work resumed on a limited scale before the end of 1957, but clean-up efforts would be continued all the way until early 1962. The building would be pushed back into service, being renamed 771, with the whole site continuing to produce plutonium pits until 1993, when production was transferred to Oak Ridge National Laboratory. This was only after the site was raided by the EPA and FBI in 1989, after numerous reports of staff relating to deadly working conditions. Really, the incident in 1957 is only scratching the surface of this radioactive dumpster fire of a place. Now don't worry, I'll be doing another video soon about the 1969 fire and its wider impact on the site, and also Rocky Flat's ultimate demise. A big thank you to NordVPN for the sponsorship. If you're interested, check out NordVPN by going to www.nordvpn.com/plainydifficult and use coupon code plainydifficult at checkout to get 70% off a 2-year deal, plus an additional 1 month with a huge discount. Their support really helps out the channel. I hope you enjoyed the video. If you'd like to support the channel financially, you can on Patreon from $1 per creation, and that gets you access to votes and early access to future videos. I have YouTube membership as well from 99 pence per month, and that gets you early access to videos as well. Check me out on Twitter, and also if you'd like to wear my merch, you can purchase it at my Teespring store. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching.
Okay, I think I am done with grinding. Alright, so that's enough of that. Eesh. That's a lot of stuff that I watched. But yes, I got everything I wanted. Well, we upgrade the armor. There we go. 8 resistance all around, 113 defense. Evade window 5, critical boost 3, razor sharp 3, focus 3, power prolonger 3, stamina thief 3, bubbly dance 3, Vader extender 3, item prolonger 3, rapid morph 3, attack boost 2, fire attack 1, which is ignorable. And because of that razor sharp, making it so 50% of the time, the sharpness doesn't move. And look at all that blue. I don't need to, you know, get that grinded one. Speed sharpening one. It's funny, the weapon actually suits the outfit. Alright, now I should, you know what, no, I'm gonna look it up real quick. Emma, what was it called? The Astalos. I have a guess, it's weak to either water or ice. Because it's one of the fated four from Generations and Generations Ultimates. And they are all... It's kind of like the, you know, Pokemon Starter Trio kind of thing, except it's 2-4. It's all four of them, instead of just 3. Before I look it up, my guess is... ice. Or water. Damn it. It's one of those two. Most likely ice. I'm thinking ice. Because... it's just my Pokemon brain thinking. Because it's probably the Glavenus that's weak to water. But, yeah, it's... Glavenus uses fire. But also, you know, it's got its sword that does explodey damage. But it doesn't actually put Blast Bite on. It's all about fire. I think it puts Blast Bite on if you run into the things. No, I'm thinking of Hellblade. Maybe. Anyway, yeah. Glavenus, fire. Mizutsune, water. Gammoth, ice. And Astalos, thunder. And each one of them is weak to each other. So, like, the Glavenus is most weak to, I'm guessing, Mizutsune. The Gammoth is most weak to the Glavenus. Mizutsune is most weak to Astalos. And Astalos is most weak to Gammoth. Now let's see Astalos. Yeah, let's go there. See, weakness ice. Knew it. My Pokemon brain was right. It's most weak to ice, as in Gammoth. Knew it. Where am I? There I am. So that means I won't actually start it. So that means unfortunately the weapon that I have most for it is the can't upgrade yet, but it's this one. 260, 39, but 30 affinity, so good. Let's see what other one. Let's say 332. It's got a bit of purple sharpness to it, but 0 affinity. But then again, it's got a lot of white sharpness to it as well. I could make it. See what else is there. There's not gonna be for ages. Alright, so it's either I stick with this 260, 39, 30 affinity, which is so good. Equipment, loadouts. See, ice. Equip this loadout. Got nothing that increases affinity. So that critical boost is definitely a lot more useful for this one. Oh, alright, I will. Just see how this goes. Got plenty of stuff. Ooh, looks pretty. Set decorations. Alright, let's see. I probably don't need this crit boost. Well, you know, the only reason why I put it there is because I don't really have anything else to place there. Okay, Gravel based 1, Rapid Morph 3, Item Prolonger 3, Ice Stack 3, Vade Window 5, Ice Stack 5, Vade Window 5, blah 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 blah. And I'm hoping whenever you do your buff, the buff sticks around a lot more longer because of what I have. 36, 48, 42. I mean, if needed, I could exchange the grinding for resistance. Yep, that gives me 30 affinity. But with this, that 30 affinity goes all the way up to 60 affinity. And also, it reaches full file a lot more quicker. And again, look at this. I think it's more. I'll eventually go back to using the Barioth weapon, but as of right now, I shall use the newer switch axe. And again, this is still roughly. Okay, so when it crits, it more than makes up for it. That tells me the moment I'm able to upgrade it, it's going to definitely be better than the Frostmoon Eclipser. Well, I'll keep that critical boost for whenever I get that affinity boost from Crystal. Okay, so now I'm done all grinding all that. There's only one thing that's preventing me from just ending the stream. That's I need to catch up on doing all this. Viserios, Aurora Somnicanth, which then mean I've made up to there. And then,
重要調査クエストはこちら
and
です
mate, you're blue, that means I've got more quests there. And eventually I'll have to do these two as well.
いつでもお立ち寄りくださいね
So let's take out the two things first. Serial, spare up. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, looks good. Attack boost 7. Pretty good. Latent power 3. So eventually I'll get that. It's pretty good. Stamina 3. Unfortunately, only 1 4. So.
難しい注文どんと来い修行を重ねて磨き上げたこの加工技術で大満足させちゃうからね
Serious, here it is. It is most weak to dragon. What? I'm going to look it up. Dragon? Basarios. So it's pronounced Basarios, not Basarios. Yep, it's weak. It's weakest to dragon. I would have thought it would have been most weak to water or ice, not dragon.
またどうぞ
Dragon. Dragon. You would not expect dragon. Iridescent bismuth prisms. Ugh. Gumby. Capture 1 must rank with Gumby. Ah, I know those what I was meant to be doing. Ugh, there's also that you'll do eventually. Golem's elemental arms. Yeah, do that. Capture 1 must rank Magnamelo. That I eventually just gonna naturally do. Let's see. Okay. Well, you already got your dragon there. Alright, let's start doing these follower things. First, the two Basarios.
いってらっしゃいませ休憩
Defender high, defender medic. Good. Meanwhile, that means it's time for more watching little bits of documentaries. This one looks interesting.
Hello, John here.
The Croydon Tram Crash Disaster 2016. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And save.
And this morning I'm at Sanderlands in Croydon, the location of a tragic disaster. I used to travel through here quite a lot as a child, and because of this event has a personal place in my heart. It's strange seeing somewhere you know so well being the scene of a disaster. Well, anyway, that's enough of me, John. Let's get over to John in the studio.
It is November 2016 and tragedy has fallen on London. 7 have died in a derailment on the Croydon tram network. It marks the first fatalities on a tram in the UK since 1959. The network represented a modern and reliable form of public transport for a previously neglected part of London. The Croydon Tram system is relatively new, having only been running since the year 2000. But although apparently modern, the accident would highlight the lack of safety systems and show that 16 years without a fatal disaster like this must have been a miracle. Welcome to Plainly Difficult. My name is John, and today we're looking at the Croydon tram disaster. Background. Our story starts here in New Addington, which is around here on a map. And the newly constructed post-war council estate. The town had been converted from farmland to a residential area before the Second World War. The original plan was for a new garden city out near the Surrey Hills. 4,400 houses, a parade of shops, 2 churches, cinema and a village green were originally envisioned. But the major World War would interrupt the original plans. The war would halt development in the area and would herald the beginnings of its isolation from the rest of London. Post-World War II, London's housing landscape had changed significantly. Many more needed homes, and with much of Greater London being bomb damaged, quick, high-density housing was needed, and as such, a tight-knit council estate was constructed. Well, the Garden Village ideal society was pushed to the wayside, but the some 22,000 residents found themselves in one of the largest population centres in London without a rail link. This led in the 1960s to a proposal to convert the West Croydon to Wimbledon line from a British Railway line to a tramway, as well as converting parts of the Woodside and Addiscombe line. The plans wouldn't gain too much traction, excuse the pun, until the late 1980s, when the many small branch lines around Croydon fell into decline. British Rail was eager to offload these routes, and converting portions of them into a light rail system offered a unique way for disposing of the unprofitable and sometimes unpopular sections of track. This repurposing of British Rail infrastructure wasn't unique to Croydon, however. A similar project was well underway in Manchester, which upon its opening in 1992 made use of 2 heavy rail suburban lines. And the Tyne and Wear Metro had reused heavy rail infrastructure in the 1980s. You see, the late 1980s was a bit of a revival for light rail. Manchester was one, but the DLR in East London was a big proof of concept, well, at least for the capital city. But instead of the all singing and dancing automatic train operated network of the DLR, Croydon would get a tramway. As such, the Croydon Tramlink Act of 1994 resulted. This gave the London Regional Transport, the predecessor to Transport for London, the power to build and run a tramlink network. The Croydon Tram Network would run Elmer's End to Croydon, Beckenham Junction to Croydon, and New Addington to Wimbledon via Croydon. Now, because of the use of the old with the new core route through Croydon, the 3 south and eastern destinations had to feed through Sandilands, along what used to be the old Woodside and South Croydon joint railway alignment between Coombe Road and Woodside. But you may see an issue here when I show you on a map. The old railway is along a straight line, whereas Croydon is over here. So how do we get trams from here or here to Croydon? Well, this is where Sandilands becomes important. After the 3 tunnels heading north from the old Coombe Road station, the line would take a sharp turn to the left if coming from New Addington, or sharp turn to the right if coming from Beckenham or Elmer's End. But trams can handle sharp turns, as they have a smaller loading gauge and have better suited wheel profile for turns. This is given in sacrifice of top speed. As such, the network only had a maximum speed of 80 km per hour, or 50 miles an hour. The Tramlink network started operation in May 2000 and would turn out to be a vital method of transport in the area, helping to turn New Addington from a forgotten council estate to a commuting suburb of Croydon, although in reality this was debatable. I mean, it definitely improved New Addington's connections. I remember as a child sitting on the top of the number 64 bus, patiently riding through Fieldway, Selsdon, South Croydon, East Croydon, and eventually Electric House with my grandparents on an outing to Surrey Street Market. Now, the tram network relies on a method of working called drive on sight, which is pretty self-explanatory. Drivers don't have signalling like on the railway. They should be able to stop short of any obstruction. Because trams aren't as heavy as trains, they can stop within the available sighting distance. So long as the tram is being driven at the correct speed for the area, they can stop short of any other tram. This is explained in the tram driver's rulebook. A tram should be able to stop before a reasonably visible stationary obstruction ahead from the intended speed of operation using the service brake. To assist with this principle of operation, the line is given a speed depending on its characteristics of the section of track. For example, 80 km an hour in the straight section between Woodside and Coombe Road tunnels, and 20 km per hour around a tight curve at Sandilands. To tell the driver what speed to drive, a speed board is provided. The tram must be doing that speed before it passes the sign. But the tramway did have signals for points, level crossings, and conflicting moves. The point signals indicate how the points are set, and the other two tell the driver when it's safe to proceed. The rolling stock upon opening of the network was the Bombardier CR400. These multiple unit, 31 metre long and 2.65 metre wide trams have 70 seats and a total passenger capacity of just over 200, both seated and standing. They are powered by 750 volts DC overhead power lines and have a top speed of 50 miles an hour or 80 kilometres an hour. Now, because trams exist in a bit of a strange middle ground between bus and train, they, at least on the Croydon tram network, were not considered to need any type of protection system, apart from the dead man's handle, which puts on the emergency brake when there is no hand on it. Now, this is problematic, especially at, say, the Sandilands curve, which essentially could act like a slingshot, but for the most part, tram-borne safety systems didn't seem to be an issue. Well, until it was. The disaster. It is the morning of the 9th of November 2016, and tram 2551 has just arrived at New Addington at 5:47 am. The driver has 6 minutes to change ends and prepare the tram for its return journey towards Croydon. He has been on shift since 4:53 am, having taken tram 2551 out of Forapia Lane Depot and driving it in service towards New Addington. All has been fine so far, although early in the morning the driver would later report that he has slept well in the night. At 5:53 am, tram 2551 departed New Addington, slowly making its way along the single line bit of track towards Companions Drive. The tram for the next two stops down the hill towards Addington Village interchange was running to time. Down to Gravel Hill stop and up Gravel Hill itself was all as normal, with the driver obeying the speed limits across the road crossing. The tram left Coombe Lane tram stop a minute late, but was easily recovered at Lloyd Park. From here, tram 2551 would have to navigate a tight curve into the long straight through the three tunnels. Again, the tram obeyed the speed restriction through the turn. The journey through the three tunnels was one of the fastest sections of track on the route. The driver, upon reaching the 80 km per hour board, opened up, accelerating down the line. Near the second tunnel gap, and travelling at about 79 km an hour, the tram was roughly 340 metres away from the left-hand tight corner into Sandilands. Usually, the trams would begin to brake here, but this morning, 2551 didn't. Some aboard the tram noticed the unusually high speed approaching the exit of the last tunnel. The driver made a small brake application around 185 metres from the 20 km an hour speed sign, but the speed was barely reduced. Tram 2551 exited the tunnels into heavy rain, travelling at a speed of about 78 km an hour, roughly 95 metres from the tight corner. Another brake application was made 57 metres from the speed restriction. The tram went past the speed sign at 73 km an hour, or 45 miles an hour. at 6:07 a.m. As it slammed into the tight Sanderland's left-hand curve, the tram began to overturn onto its right-hand side. Passengers were thrown against one another. The momentum of the tram coming to a stop ejected around 34 of the occupants through the tram's windows and doors. The tram had moved 27 metres from the place where it left the rails. Most of this distance was during the tram's overturning, with the remaining from the slide. The tram was now battered and laying across the opposite track. Due to the severity of the shock to the electrical system, the passenger saloon was in complete darkness. Passengers desperately tried to light up the cabin with their mobile phones and attempted to clamber out. Tram number 2554 had just departed Sandlands, heading towards the junction that 2551 had crashed into. The tram had lost power. The driver contacted control, who told him to walk towards the junction to investigate. The driver of 2554 saw 2551 on its side. By now, some of the passengers had tried to escape via the left side doors now above their heads. The driver of 2554 ran to 2551 and began attempting to cut a hole in the windscreen of the tipped-over unit, with some within also trying to escape through the windscreen after helping the crashed tram's driver. 2 officers from the Metropolitan Police were the first emergency responders on the scene, arriving at Sanderland's tram stop at about 6:12 a.m. They reported the situation to their control. More responders arrived from the London Fire Brigade, British Transport Police and London Ambulance Service, as well as more Met Police officers. The fire service cut away parts of the tram, including the windscreen, and used specialist equipment to raise the tram out of the way. The walking wounded were evacuated, and the last surviving trapped passenger was freed from tram 2551 at around 8:16 in the morning. 7 passengers were fatally injured during the accident. 19 suffered serious injuries and 42 received minor injuries. Within an hour, the Rail Accident Investigation Board, the UK's rail version of the NCSB, had arrived and began collecting evidence. Obviously, the question was, how did the tram end up here? Well, the investigation would find some very worrying points. The investigation. The RAIB reviewed the on-tram data recorder and saw the worrying lack of control inputs from the driver. Further investigation of tram 2551 found it was indeed working how it should be, which led investigators to suspect the driver as the cause of the crash. It was quickly apparent that the crash wasn't a case of attempted suicide, and drugs tests excluded any substance abuse to be a causal factor. A medical examination also ruled out seizure or blackout, which really left only one human factor: loss of concentration. Investigators thought that a temporary loss of awareness of the driving task during a period of low workload was the cause, which was possibly caused by a microsleep. They thought this was the reason for the apparent non-reaction of the driver as the tram approached the Sanderland's curve. The RAIB would summarise the cause in its report. Although some doubt remains as to the reasons for the driver not applying sufficient braking, the RAIB has concluded that the most likely cause was a temporary loss of awareness of the driving task during a period of low workload, which possibly caused him to microsleep. It is also possible that, when regaining awareness, the driver became confused about his location and direction of travel. But although the driver was the initiating event, a serious question was raised as to how there was no safety system in place to prevent this. The tramway was pretty modern after all. How was it just down to one individual to ensure safety of the passengers? Well, the investigation would delve into this and show a pretty worrying lack of awareness of the dangers of such a tight curve. The RAIB discovered that the speedboard was placed too close to the curve, leaving little time to react if the driver had lost situational awareness. No form of train detection was in effect on the network, like what is employed on the main line, for example TPWS, which would be provided for such tight curves and a drastic reduction in speed. Even on the underground trip-hop, train stop detection is provided to stop a train travelling too fast, although this is usually used in the form of approach-controlled signals. Earlier light rail systems had been built with protection systems in mind, such as the Tyne-and-Wear Metro in the 1980s, as well as the DLR. It seemed that, to all concerned, the risks that were apparent to heavy rail wouldn't appear on the Tramlink system. In the aftermath of the accident and the RAIB's investigation, the Croydon tram system would receive various safety improvements, such as lowering of the maximum speed from 80 km an hour to 70 km an hour, roughly 55 miles an hour. Although the RAIB determined that a check rail wouldn't have prevented the disaster, I personally think there should be one there. Further improvements to the network would result in the installation of chevrons at tight curves, like what you see on the road, and a driver awareness system that employs a camera to scan the tram operator's face. If it notices a microsleep, then the driver's seat would vibrate and an audible warning would sound. Eventually in 2018 an overspeed system would be installed at high-risk locations that would intervene in the case of a tram exceeding a safe speed. The RAIB was pretty damning of the CR400 rolling stock, as its toughened glass windows were not strong enough to contain passengers in the case of a rollover. It was also highlighted that the only way of egress from the tram was through smashing the windscreen. Roster planning was investigated by the tram operators to improve the risk of fatigue issues. Unfortunately, it is an issue with shift work, and the roster did follow Lord Hidden's working rules implemented after the Clapham disaster. This disaster highlighted the lack of safety systems on the third most popular method of rail transport in the UK. Eventually improvements were made to the network, but the event showed just how lucky passengers have been in the 16 years before the Sandilands accident. The trams have always had a special place in my heart, due to seeing the network being built in the late 1990s. And the tragedy at Sandilands just shows that you need more than just one person to ensure safety, which is pretty similar to the 2017 Washington disaster. You always need the safety system as a backup for when things go wrong. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently wet corner of southern London, UK. I'd like to thank my patrons and YouTube members for your financial support, and if you're enjoying this outro song, you can check it out on my second channel, which is made by John. I've got Twitter, and I also now have Instagram, so you can check them out for photographs and videos. And all that's left to say is, Mr. Music, play us out please. It was a Wednesday morning in the summer of the mid-2010s, and a letter came through my letterbox. It had Honda written on it. Strange, I thought, why would my car's manufacturer be writing to me? Most likely some kind of advertising trying to convince me to trade in my trusty Singer sewing machine sounding car in for 5 years of high interest financial burden. Not something I'd be interested in, as my car had passed its MOT with no advisories, and being serviced by myself for the most time I've owned it, I knew it was relatively reliable. I placed the letter on the side to be opened later on. The letter sat for a couple of days, forgotten about. After rediscovering it, I thought it was time to read and recycle. Well, it wasn't some leaflet for a brand new shiny Honda Civic or Jazz, but instead information regarding a potentially lethal quirk with my car. You see, my 2011 Honda Insight, when it was manufactured in Japan, received a type of airbag that had proven to be a little shrapnel-y. One of the things that drew me to the Insight was its 5-star NCAP rating. Something quite important to me, especially if you see what happened to my first car. Well, this rather sobering letter informing me that my car was a potential death trap was my first taste of one of the world's biggest product recalls, the Takata airbag scandal. Welcome to Scandal, a new Plainly Difficult series.
Takata airbags.
Takata airbags.
During the 2010s, this word dominated the headlines, becoming a household name and a definition of corporate mismanagement. Although before the scandal, Takata was relatively unknown to the wider public. The company's history with airbags spans nearly 40 years. So how did it go so wrong? It is 1976, and Japanese auto safety equipment manufacturer Takata Corporation is looking to expand its product lineup. The company, which was now over 40 years old, had made a name for itself as the forerunner in automotive safety systems. Originally, when the company started up in the 1930s, it was in the textiles industry, manufacturing parachute lifelines. This would develop post-war in the 1950s into concepts for using these lifelines as methods to hold vehicle occupants in their car seats. Being a Japanese company, Takata sought to equip the soon-to-be juggernaut Japanese auto industry. In 1952, roughly 40,000 cars per year were being made domestically, but this, as we all will know, will change. One such company that will become entwined with our scandal was Honda, and 1958 would be the year they would release a vehicle which would catapult them to the forefront of Japanese industry. But it wasn't a car, but a motorbike. Okay, calling it that is a little bit generous. It was the Super Cub step-through scooter. It was cheap, reliable, and reportedly had the uniquely Japanese feature of being able to be ridden with one hand holding a box of ramen. Sorry, I went a little bit off script there. Anyway, as the Japanese auto industry grew, so did Takata and its innovations in safety products. In 1960, it began to offer 2-point seatbelts to car manufacturers. In 1962, the company made public that it was conducting Japan's first seatbelt crash tests in cooperation with the Ministry of Transport's Technical Research Institute and the National Research Institute of Police Science. By 1963, the company had built a real-world dynamic test facility in Hakone. And later on in the same year, Takata was now offering seatbelts as a standard option for many Japanese vehicle manufacturers. Again, the company would make more strides in car safety when in 1965 they began to use crash test dummies. The 1970s would continue to push the company to the forefront of automotive safety, when its seatbelts passed, the only to do so in the 32-mile-an-hour test performed by the US National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. But the company would begin to research into a new active restraint system, the airbag, in 1976. The airbag seemed like a perfect fit for Takata, mixing both their fabric background and their car safety focused products. But Takata weren't the first to look into airbags. That honour goes way back to just after the First World War. You see, it has always been a problem for car manufacturers to keep their customers alive in the event of an accident. As you know, it's much more difficult to sell a new Cadillac to a corpse.
At your Cadillac dealers now.
One main issue was holding occupants in place. This was achieved by the seatbelt, but although it marked a night and day-like change on crash survivability, it wasn't perfect. Airbags were initially conceived and developed in parallel as a kind of alternative to, or even in some manufacturers' minds, a replacement to the restrictive seatbelt. The first patents for early air-based restraint systems went back to as early as 1919. Early versions used compressors or springs set off by a switch on the car's bumper, or in some cases by the driver themselves. But it proved not to be able to react fast enough. In 1964, Japanese automobile engineer Yasubaru Kobori began to develop an explosive initiated system. This would mean that deployment of the bag was now fast enough to react when incorporated with the addition of sensors to an accident. GM started to offer their explosive airbag system called the Air Cushion Restraint System in the 1970s. It was seen as a seatbelt replacement, but not many cars were sold with this option, and as such, it seemed like the airbag was a bit of a lame duck. Eventually the concept would come back to the fore, and advertised as a supplemental system, which was due to the thinking developing throughout the 1970s and 80s. Again, these were offered as options, but as the 1980s gave way to the 90s, gradually more and more cars were offered, at least for the driver, as standard. And this is where we come back to Takata and their entry into the airbag market. Takata, throughout the 1980s, had experienced gradual growth with multiple factories across the world. The company began installing airbags in vehicles as early as 1988, and this would mark a lucrative milestone in the company's history. But the road to success was not without a few stumbles along the way. One such was when the company would experience a financially injuring event in the early 1990s. Now, when you think of Takata and recall, airbags may spring to mind, but it was the company's mainstay product at the time that would cause it such a financial injury. In 1995, Dr. Ricardo Martinez of the United States Department of Transport issued NHTSA recall number 95V-103. This would affect roughly 8.5 million mainly Japanese vehicles built between 1986 and 1991 with seatbelts from the Takata Corporation of Japan. At the time, it was the second largest recall in DOT history. Reports had been made of seatbelt buckles either failing to latch, latching and releasing automatically, or releasing in accident. The conclusion of multiple investigations was that the plastic buckle of the seatbelt system became degraded by ultraviolet light over time, causing it to become brittle and thus fail. The NHTSA fined both Honda and Takata for their attempt to cover up the seatbelt issues by not informing official bodies of incoming reports of premature failures. But this would not be the last time Takata would be linked with potentially deadly product malfunctions. By the early 2000s, Takata had grown to hold 20% of the world's market for airbag systems. But this wasn't enough for the company. Because in Business 101, I'm guessing, I haven't read the book, when you make a product that's popular, the next step is to try and cut down costs as much as possible to maximise that sweet tasty profit. Just like squeezing jam out of a donut. Now the tasty jam in this story's case is the airbag's propellant. If you can make it cheaper, the sweeter the jam will taste. Okay, my analogy is a little bit rubbish. Basically, Takata could save money by changing propellants. Ah, the pressure of capitalism. And this leads us onto a really quick explanation of how an airbag system works. An airbag system, in simple terms, uses four things: a crash sensor, airbag control unit, an inflator, and the bag itself. If the sensor is triggered by a traumatic event, it sends a signal to the ACU. This processes the data and sends a signal to the inflator. An igniter starts a rapid chemical reaction generating nitrogen gas, which rapidly fills the airbag and in most cars will blast through the module cover. This is why you should never cross your arms when driving, because if your airbags go off, you're going to punch yourself in the face. Well, the standard for airbag propellant in the pre-2000s era was sodium azide, a volatile and worryingly toxic compound that can give chemical burns to a vehicle's occupants post-deployment. Okay, pretty concerning, but not only that, it can cause breathing issues. All things that you don't want, especially if you're trying to escape a smashed up car quickly if, say, it's on fire. Being blind and choking aren't conducive to surviving. So, being the ever-advancing company Takata was, its engineers looked to find a less deadly chemical. And this would come with a new product called EnviroSure. The chemical compound was really called tetrazole, and when promoted for the 1998 model year, promised to be a safer, cleaner way to have your face punched in by an inflatable woven fabric bladder. Great, but one problem, and it's always the problem that gets in the way of tasty profit: cost. Tetrazole is hard to find and thus more expensive. Quickly, the company looked for a cheap alternative, and oh boy, they scraped the barrel. The replacement compound for the replacement compound is as cheap as it can get: ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate is brilliant for, say, demolition products, but not so for car inflators, as it can break down and perform with irregular ballistic qualities if stored in varying environmental conditions, like, say, heat, snow, rain, sleet and windy conditions, all of which cars are expected to endure, especially as they are used to travel distances, and a car may be in different climates at different times. Not like in the UK where you drive from one wet place to another. In 1999, Takata researchers in Michigan were pressured by executives to develop a cheap propellant based on ammonium nitrate. The engineers offered some resistance, but the company, shall we say, insisted. Rather than dropping the idea, the company looked at ways to try and stabilise the very unstable chemical. But the chemical's crystal structure is really good at absorbing moisture, which can alter the chemical's burn rate, and to make things worse, the company didn't add a drying agent. Nevertheless, Takata started using the chemical in its inflators, which made their way into newly built cars of 2001. It is 2004 and a 2002 Honda Accord is involved in a car crash in Alabama. The driver is injured, but not in the way you'd expect from a relatively minor accident. They had experienced severe cuts to their face. So strange was the injury that the car's manufacturer was involved in investigating the accident. It looked as if the propellant canister had completely exploded, sending out debris into the car compartment. Honda put the event down to an anomaly, but a number of other similar events were starting to raise questions between the manufacturer and Takata. Although a concern, both companies decided not to report the incidents to the US transport officials. But the strange occurrences around 2003 and 2004 would not be the anomalies the manufacturers had hoped, as the 2001-2002 model year Honda's age, a number of serious injuries were reported from very minor accidents. The injuries, and I've seen some of the photos, they are horrific, I wouldn't recommend looking them up, are life-changing wounds, with some even losing their sight. You see, the face is the intended target of an airbag, so imagine what happens if metal fragments are involved. Many of the accidents were settled out of court with no admission of liability from Honda or Takata. Honda began investigating inflators on various cars, and on September 11th, 2008, a vehicle was inspected which had an unusual driver airbag deployment. Eventually, they couldn't ignore the mounting concerns and first issued a recall involving Takata airbags in 2008, 4 years after the first reports of injuries caused by defective units. The NHTSA safety recall 08V-593 initially was only for some 4,000 cars, covering 2001 model years, Honda Civics and Accords in November 2008. But this wouldn't be enough, and reports of over-pressured inflator incidents would continue to come in. It was starting to look like just the tip of the iceberg, as Honda inspected and recalled units to find rust and signs of degradation of the inflators. 2 more crashes, just a few days apart in May and June of 2009, were reported, one of which resulted in the death of Ashley Parnham, an 18-year-old student whose airbag deployed in a relatively low-speed car park shunt, sending metal fragments into her neck, killing her in minutes. Honda and Takata settled out of court without having to admit liability. Another investigation was launched and determined that recall 08V-593 should be expanded to cover 2001 Civics, 2001 to 2002 Accords, and 2002 Acura 3.2 litre TL vehicles. This encompassed the best part of 500,000 cars. In December, another death in a 2001 Accord would be recorded in Richmond, Virginia. The Honda's recall would continue to expand for another 3 years, eventually covering around 2.5 million cars, all whilst injuries still kept mounting up. It was looking like the issue wasn't just limited to Hondas, and thus a recall for many more manufacturers looked likely. The NHTSA called Takata in for a meeting in January 2012. The company deliberately tried to evade and misrepresent accusations of inflated defects, and that it may be a wider issue. In a 2015 report, the NHTSA would even say about Takata, in several instances, Takata produced testing reports that contained selective, incomplete or inaccurate data, and Takata failed to provide notice to the NHTSA of the safety-related defect that may arise in some of the inflators that are the subjects of recalls within 5 working days, when Takata determined, or in good faith, should have determined the existence of that defect. This avoidance would come back to haunt Takata later on. Well, Takata took over the required 5 days to inform anyone, to say the least. Reportedly back in 2004, when the first reports of failed inflators started to come about, company officials in secret recovered around 40 airbags from 2001 Hondas which had been scrapped. Out of these 40, a reported 3 had shown signs of failure when tested. Don't forget, these cars were only 3 years old, and ammonium nitrate can become even more unpredictable over time. So, by 2012, the numbers of potentially deadly units could have run into the tens of thousands. But it didn't end there. On the 11th of April 2013, the recalls would expand beyond Honda, with Toyota Motor, Nissan Motor and Mazda Motor recalling 3.4 million vehicles globally, due to potentially defective Takata airbags. This would be a financial blow to all concerned, as the recall entitled owners to a free new driver's side airbag. Takata was predicting to lose $307 million in 2013 due to the scandal. Just 1 month later, manufacturer BMW joined the recalls, further tumbling Takata's losses. Takata and the auto manufacturers had an ever-mounting disaster of replacing old inflators, as well as attempting to keep on making new cars. But the recall so far had only affected certain priority areas, such as Florida and Hawaii, and other regions like the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. This was due to being more humid and thus more likely for failure. This story was the same worldwide, with more humid regions only being covered by the recall, even though the first recorded incidents happened in the non-humid classified states. Takata officially were blaming their subsidiary, TK Holdings Incorporated, and its Monclova plant in Havilland, Mexico. And almost at the same time, they're blaming high humidity and excessive moisture making its way into the propellant. GM car dealerships were told not to sell any Chevrolet Cruze saloons. Probably not a bad thing, regardless of the airbags. Such a terrible car, and I know I owned a silver hatch. It made my Dacia's build quality look opulent. Pregnant, La Suk Lei, 43, died in Malaysia in July after being hit by shrapnel from a Takata airbag in her Honda City, marking the first such fatality outside the US. Her child was delivered, but sadly died a few days later. In November 2014, the NHTSA pushed for a nationwide US recall, and 7 automakers, including Honda, complied. Some manufacturers even issued statements to not drive their vehicles at all, instead getting it towed to a dealership for repair. Seemingly, on a monthly basis, millions more cars were added to the recall. In May 2015, the Takata airbag recall officially became the largest auto recall in history at 40 million vehicles. But we all know that this wasn't the end of the recalls. Today it is thought to be over 100 million airbags that have been recalled. Independent tests gave a figure of around a 50% chance of an affected inflator exploding. But the issue is you don't know if it's affected until it goes off. When my car went in for its driver's side airbag replacement, the car was gone for a day. I was offered a courtesy car as well, all of which costed money. Imagine that over millions of vehicles. Afterwards, I felt relatively safe knowing my car was now not a hand grenade waiting to blow up in my face. Until... Yep, my passenger side was also defective, but I had to wait a few months. As Takata increasingly felt the strain from recalls, unsurprisingly, it would also have to answer a criminal case, because if they knew about the issues, then well, wouldn't that be corporate manslaughter? Well, the US Department of Justice started collecting evidence on the company and planned to indict in 2018. The accusations were that the company had known about the defects as early as 2000, but had actively hidden and falsified test data. Pretty hard to disprove. Takata had lied after all in that 2012 meeting with the NHTSA, thus fraudulently misrepresenting their products to their customers, the vehicle manufacturers. In addition, it was also alleged that the company had put pressure on production lines and storage facilities to keep on pumping out units and refuse returns on any damaged parts. The airbag inflators dropped here were reportedly sent to car factories, even though they should have been binned. Takata had shown its propensity to try and dodge responsibility. As such, it's rather surprising that they pled guilty to wire fraud. I mean, the evidence against them must have been pretty strong. Just read the indictment. A settlement was ordered of $1 billion in 2017, crippling the company. If fraud, lying and creating dangerous products was an attempt to enrich the company, it most certainly backfired. On the 25th of June 2017, Takata filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy in the United States and filed for bankruptcy protection in Japan. The $1 billion was more than enough for the company to sink. The remaining assets were sold off to Key Safety Systems for $1.6 billion. I'd love to say that this scandal is over, but no, it's still going on, with millions of cars still requiring airbag replacements. If we look at the NHTSA figures, around 20% are still driving around with deadly airbags. In all seriousness, get your car checked, and if you're planning on buying a used car, check to see if it's been repaired. In the UK, you can find this out by checking the MOT history of a vehicle online and go down to the recall section. It is thought that around 30 people had been killed by the airbags worldwide, with many hundreds more injured, and at least 42 million cars were recalled in the US alone. It's sad that the scandal went on for so long, as these people were relying on their car's safety systems to be able to go home after a car crash. But sadly, these were the exact things that prevented them from seeing their families again. I'm thinking of a scandal scale. Let me know on your thoughts in the comments of how it should take shape. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in the currently sunny corner of South London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints of future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all it's left to say is, Mr. Music Man, play us out please. "11 white 11-year-old boys were sent to a special remote summer camp in Oklahoma, Robbers Cave State Park, in the summer of 1954. Each child is unknown to one another, but they all have a few common background traits: their ethnicity, religion, and two-parent upbringing. They have been told that they'll be living together on this scout camp site, but first they must all get to know each other and pick a group name. To solidify the bond between the boys, a number of regular summer camp activities are undertaken, such as swimming, hiking and playing games. The boys pick the name the Eagle and stencil this onto white flags. What the children didn't know was that an almost identical story was playing out with another group of 11 to 12-year-old boys across the park, and they had given themselves the name the Rattlers. Neither group is aware of one another, and they are also unaware that in just a few days' time they'll be competing against each other in a number of standard summer camp activities. What the children also don't know is that their camp counsellors are actually researchers into a psychology experiment into intergroup conflict. And the researchers had created these groups by randomly selecting and balancing attributes of the 22 boys. The result of the study would reveal the tribal mentality which has allowed us to thrive as a species, but also has been responsible for some true historical horrors. Even though both groups shared so many background similarities, the experiment would be described as the real-life Lord of the Flies. Welcome to the dark side of science. Our story starts not in the USA, but in the Ottoman Empire with the birth of Muzaffar Sharif on the 29th of July 1906. Sharif, in the first 20 years of his life, would see a tumultuous time for his home country, with the Italo-Turkish War, the Balkans Wars, World War I, and the Armenian deportations. He grew up in Odemir, located 113 kilometres south of the city of Izmir, in roughly the western modern-day Turkey. Izmir would see occupation during the Turkish War for Independence, which ran between 1918 and 1923. Sharif would go on to college during this period, graduating in 1926 with a Bachelor of Arts from Izmir International College. His education would continue with him earning an MA from Istanbul University in 1928. After discovering the works of William McDougall, he looked into the theory of instinct and social psychology. As a surprise to probably no one, McDougall was also into eugenics. It does seem like everyone was into this theory in the early 20th century. Anyway, I digress. Sharif would enrol at Harvard in the late 1920s, gaining an MA. He would re-enroll in 1933 after a visit to Germany, although he would change to Columbia for his doctorate, earning his PhD in 1935. Upon returning to Turkey, Sharif was offered a position teaching at Ankara University. During his time at the university, he was very open about his anti-fascist views. At a time with Germany falling under the spell of Nazism, Sharif was highly critical of Hitler and became a communist ideological supporter. This would get him into trouble in the mid-1940s, when in 1944 he was detained with a number of Turkish Communist Party members. Turkey during World War II was a neutral power for the most part, until it sided with the Allies in February 1945. But the country was fearful of a Soviet invasion and sought to secure itself with the capitalist Western Allies. This was around the same time that Sharif decided to leave Turkey and return to the USA after being detained, in fear of a harsher punishment for his political activities, as the country looked further to the west in its political alignment. Sharif, a graduate from 2 US universities, found his Marxist views in the late 1940s a benefit to his career, as the social academic environment at the time was far more left-leaning. This led to his book The Psychology of Ego Involvements, 1947, published from Princeton University. But being left-leaning wasn't to be a benefit for too much longer, as the dark shadow of the Cold War loomed and the rise of McCarthyism. By the beginning of the 1950s, Sharif's social, political and professional ties to Turkey fell apart during the anti-communist movement. To add further insult to injury, Ankara University officially fired him, citing his marriage to a US citizen. Oh yes, I nearly forgot to talk about Carolyn, his wife. The couple met in 1945 when Carolyn, who at the time was a research assistant at Princeton University under Mr. Sharif. She had gained a master's degree in 1944 while studying.
Yeah, should first duplicate you.
It was a
Back like this. That last video was called the Scandal Takata Airbags, the worst product recall in history, short documentary. Sorry, let me just do the good old copy and paste. And the current video is The Dark Side of Science, The Robbers Cave Experiment, 1954, short documentary.
under Wendell Johnson of Monster Study fame. Their professional relationship developed into a personal, then romantic, culminating in their marriage in December 1945. The two would go on to produce multiple works in the psychology and social psychological fields. Okay, well, that's a little bit of a background to the experimenters. Let's look at the experiment itself. Starting in 1945, the Sharifs began to look at the field of social in-group. Let me dust off my dictionary for a second for the official definition. An in-group is a small group of people in an organisation or society whose members share the same interests, language, etc., and try to keep other people out. The Sharifs sought to artificially create in-groups amongst young boys to see if they could turn these groups against one another to study the inter-group conflict. The first experiment would take place in the summer of 1949 with 24 white 12-year-old boys from lower middle-class Protestant backgrounds at an isolated camp in Middle Grove. It would be funded by Yale University and the Department for Scientific Research of the American Jewish Community. The reason for all the children having the same background was to eliminate differences apart from personality between the boys. Sharif would for the experiment disguise himself as Mr. Musée, the camp caretaker, as a way for him to observe the behaviour of his subjects. The experiment would be formed of 3 stages. The first consisted of all the boys taking part in activities amongst each other and were allowed to form friendships. After a while, the 24 boys were divided into 2 groups. The experimenters deliberately separated the budding friendships in their selection of each cohort of 12 children. From then on, stage 2 commenced, where each group would only be allowed to interact within each other. This was to try and establish an in-group mentality. The team buildings were conducted where a common goal appealed to all in the group. By the end of this stage, Sharif noted that friendships were bonding within the individual groups and a hierarchical structure had formed. They found that the boys preferred interacting with their own in-group over the other. Although this seems like a clean-cut hypothesis confirmation, it wasn't so perfect, but we'll discuss that later on. Now, with the 2 groups, stage 3 would involve adversarial competition. It was observed that the 2 groups would act hostile to one another. And although acting democratically internally in their 12-strong teams, the boys didn't conduct themselves accordingly with the outgroup. Sharif tried to restore harmony at the end of the study by giving the boys a common enemy to unite against. They did this by beating a softball team from outside the camp, although tensions still existed between the 2 groups. With these promising results, the Sharifs sought out to expand upon the subject of in-groups. This brings us on to the 1953 Sheriff's next experiment into inter-group behaviour. The study would follow the same lines as the 1949 experiment, but would employ greater laboratory controls. We would only get to stage 2 before being terminated early. Sharif would later say in his 1961 Robbers Cave book on the reason for the failed experiment. Owing to various difficulties and unfavourable conditions, including errors of judgment in the direction of the experiment. But Sharif's seemingly dismissive comment on the study actually glosses over the real reason, but that will be revealed later on. This meant that a rerun was in order and with the remaining grant money burning a hole in Sharif's pocket, this finally brings us on to the Robber Cave study of 1954. The rerun was planned to take place beginning in June for 3 weeks of the summer of 1954. The experiment would have 22 boys, all from similar backgrounds, but vitally not to have ever had any previous interactions with one another. But where to get so many children? It's not like you can just go take a class from a school, as there would be prejudices, in-groups, microcultures, and already inevitable rivalries. All of this could muddy a potential experiment. In order to find a group large enough, a city had to be selected to find the pool of subjects. The experimenters settled on Oklahoma. Sharif decided that a maximum of 1 boy per school could be selected. Researchers were dispatched throughout the city to its many schools, and armed with higher education credentials and a letter, managed to gain permission from the principals to go into the schoolyard to observe 5th grader boys playing. These credentials also gained access for the researchers to the children's school records. This, compared to the modern world of stranger danger, really blows my mind. Oh, the 1950s, where a degree and a letter will get you in anywhere. In total, around 200 children were selected. This would require a little more selection, down to around 50. Anyway, to cut a long story short, around 5 or 6 children per school were selected, rated top to bottom in preference, and their parents were contacted in the same order. The parents were given the same explanation of the study as the principals, that the Sharif team was looking to study the interaction of group activities within teams and how they would act during sporting activities and their attitudes towards winning or losing. The parents were explicitly told that visiting their child during the 3 weeks was prohibited and the camp would cost $25, which apparently on the inflation calculator is around $261 in 2022 money. Eventually the 22 participants were selected and thus the experiment could begin. The overall concept of the experiment would be copied from the 1949 and failed 1953 studies, but would take a 3-stage form. Sheriff named the first stage in-group formation. This would take the space of a week, where 2 groups were kept separate, and team building exercises were undertaken to form an in-group bond within the participants. Games and treasure hunts were planned during Stage 1 to help build friendships and in-group alliances. Stage 2 would be the conflict or friction phase. This would involve a tournament between the 2 groups, consisting of sports like baseball, tug of war and a scavenger hunt, but also experimental tests like bean counting competitions. A trophy was promised for the winners of the competition, as well as prizes like knives and medals. Over the 1950s, where pre-teens were given weapons. The third and final stage was the integration phase, where the 2 groups would be brought together to undertake group tasks and leisure activities of watching films. To record their findings, hidden microphones were used throughout the 2 groups' living areas, which were used to record conversations to observe the camaraderie within the group. The groups were also given questionnaires to fill out about their group and later about the outer group. On the 19th of June 1954, a coach of 11 children arrived at the Robbers Cave State Park in Oklahoma. A day later, another group of 11 would also arrive at the camp. Both groups were unaware of the other, and throughout Stage 1, the experimenters would keep this the case by carefully managing the 2's activities throughout the park. The boys would stay in log cabins alongside the Moccasin Creek, where they could swim, play and explore among the nearby woods. Each group had junior camp counsellors, who were university students. They would stay with the boys all the time, and there were also senior camp counsellors who were participant observers who stayed with the boys for around 12 hours a day. Sharif had instructed these assistants strictly to not influence the study in any way. Although there were 2 groups, their experience in the first few days was very similar. After the 19th of June, the first stage would begin. This began even on the coach ride to the camp, where boys in their separate coaches discussed parents and parts of the city of Oklahoma where they had come from. Games were played and the groups were encouraged to create team names. make flags and create a motto. One group took the name the Eagles, where the other took the name the Rattlers. Over the next few days, the groups were allowed to create hideouts, and using a canoe placed near each respective campsite, created their respective holdouts. In order to keep both groups separate, meal times and activities were staggered. The groups were allowed to purchase t-shirts and baseball caps for stenciling their respective group names on, as well as white sheets to be turned into flags. The type of language within the group addressed items as "are things," and a noticeable microculture was developing within the boys. Towards the end of the week, the two groups were allowed to find each other, and once completely confirmed by the camp workers that there was indeed another group, both groups became eager to see one another. But a slight spanner was thrown in the works. Two boys in the Eagle group had to be sent home due to homesickness. This would give an organic path to stage 2, the friction stage. The experimenters found that both groups became insistent on challenging one another to a baseball game, allowing the subjects to believe that the tournament of stage 2 was going to be their idea. The continued insistence of the groups, albeit mainly from the Rattlers, meant setting up the controlled circumstances for stage 2 became increasingly difficult. The Rattlers, upon hearing the other group was playing on the baseball field, began to use language like "they're using our diamond" or "they're on our field." This showed that the in and out group dynamics had successfully formed, at least in the Rattlers. And thus, the experiment moved into stage 2, or the friction phase. The first day of the friction phase consisted of an informal discussion between the experimenters, posing as staff, and the two groups separately. These discussions informed the children of the tournament's possible prizes and assured them that every effort was being made to set everything up for the two groups to face off. Crucially, during the first day of stage 2, both groups had no physical or visual contact with one another. The different groups had different reactions to the informal announcements. The Rattlers seemed to be really excited for the competition and showed aggressive language about the other group. They appropriated the ball ground as theirs and planted a Rattler flag and made aggressive remarks about any would-be flag removers. The Eagles, on the other hand, were far less enthusiastic, with only a couple of the boys sounding particularly eager to face off. For the remainder of the day, the two groups prepared and practiced. The Eagles were showing, as the day progressed, a greater group pride when their flag was attached to a pole. On the second day, the two groups would have their first close quarters contact. Almost immediately, this broke out into name calling and aggressive behaviour. The two groups had breakfast at different times, where they were introduced to the tournament exhibit, which took the form of a trophy, bladed knives and medals. After breakfast, the tournament was officially announced. The groups were informed that each game would accrue points to the winning team, and the team with the largest number of cumulative points would win the whole tournament. There was a mix of competitive activities as well as activities to be completed separately by the groups, which would be judged by the staff. The games were to consist of baseball and tug of war on the first day, and second day of the competition, touch football, tent pitching and baseball on the third day, and finally a tug of war and tent pitching on the fourth. The separately completed activities were cabin inspections on the second day, as well as skits and songs. Day 3 had another cabin inspection, and day 4 had another cabin inspection and a treasure hunt. The second group of activities allowed experimenters to even out the score to keep the teams neck and neck for longer, thus increasing the friction between the groups. Straight off the bat, don't excuse the pun, the Rattlers won the baseball game, and the tug of war. This was evened out by the experimenters during the cabin inspections. After the first 2 days of the tournament, the cheers for the losers and good sportsmanship went out of the window, degenerating into heckling. During meal times, insults were thrown at each other and inter-group relations further fell apart. After the first tug of war, the defeated Eagles took the Rattlers' flag from the baseball pitch and set it alight. The next day, the Rattlers were sent for breakfast first, in order for them to see the charred remains of their flag. In retaliation, a punch-up between the two groups ensued, and in the scuffle, a member of the Rattlers grabbed and burned the Eagle flag. The next tug of war on the second day resulted in a strong win for the Eagles. Frustrated in this, and fueled with anger from the flag burning, the Rattlers set about planning a raid of their adversary's camp. In the night around 10:30 PM, the Rattlers group hit the Eagles' cabin, turning beds and ripping window screens, stealing comic books and even clothing. The next day during lunch, the Eagles hit the Rattlers' cabin, doing the same amount of damage. The Rattlers by now had also replaced their burnt flag with a stolen pair of trousers, much to the annoyance of the Eagles. The competitions continued and were manipulated in such a way that by the last day of the competitions it was neck and neck and pivoted on the final task, the treasure hunt. Because the hunt was separate between the two groups, again this result could be manipulated in the favour of the smaller Eagle group. Right at the end of the hunt, both teams were brought out in front of the trophy and prizes, and the winners were the Eagles. The Eagles did the hunt in 8 minutes and 38 seconds, and the Rattlers did theirs in 10 minutes and 15 seconds. The difference was night and day between the groups' reactions. The Eagles, gleeful in the win, shouting and jumping, juxtaposed to the Rattlers dejected sitting watching the winners celebrate. The Eagles went off to the creek to swim and play in victory. This must have grated on the defeated group, and they planned to even the score. The Rattlers again raided the Eagles' camp, and in doing so stole the knives and medals which had just been won. Upon finding out, the Eagles squared off against the Rattlers, and a fight looked like it was about to break out. A couple of the boys scuffled, but quickly this was broken up by the staff. The Rattlers' observers herded the group back up the path to their camp. A staff member returned some of the prizes to the Eagles, but it was clear that neither group wanted to have anything to do with the other. And thus the experiment now moved into its final stage, integration. Sharif and his team had created two groups who had become arch enemies. This hatred was not from racial, religious or cultural backgrounds, but purely from being arbitrarily selected into a group by a third party. Initially, it was thought that just exposure of the two groups to one another would increase positive feelings between the two. Sharif tried group meals and watching movies in the recreation hall. During these scenarios, the staff would leave the groups. During the initial contact, seating was freely available, thus giving the opportunity for the groups to intermingle. And before each meal or film, the groups were made to wait near each other, but almost all interactions devolved into arguments and insults. During a lunchtime, unsurprisingly, both groups had chosen seats with one another, and again it devolved into insults and even a food fight. In order to bring the groups together, Sharif decided that stage 3 would include introducing a common goal. The experimenters engineered a fault with the water system. This was done by turning off the tap from the camp's water tank and covering over the area with two boulders. It was hoped that the perceived deprivation of water would bring both groups together. They were told that vandals had done this before in order to absolve blame from either group or the staff, and were told that at least 25 people were needed to find the issue and fix it, thus requiring at least both teams to cooperate. After the combined effort of both groups fixed the water issue, many of the boys went off to catch lizards, play and carve wood whistles. But interestingly, the children weren't working within their groups, but had separated off, intermingling. But the intergroup friction continued to persist when the groups were separated for dinner, leading to more insults and arguing. Another engineer cooperation task was securing the film Treasure Island. The children were told that the camp couldn't afford the $15 for the film. As most of the children wanted to see the film, it was suggested that both groups could contribute some money. After some initial hostilities of saying either group should pay the full amount, eventually a mutually acceptable amount was agreed upon, where both groups paid an equal sum of $3.50, and the staff paid the rest. Although the $3.50 was not individually equal, as the Eagles only had 9 members, the breakdown of intergroup hostility showed some progress. During the negotiations, the boys intermingled again by playing and talking. The next day, the two groups agreed to take turns in going first for lunch and dinner. Towards the end of stage 3, a campout was planned at Cedar Lake, which would involve a truck ride including both groups. Once at the lake, there was another engineered issue, this time with the truck, requiring all the boys to take part in a tug of war, not against themselves, but instead against the stricken vehicle. After several attempts of pulling the vehicle, the truck restarted and both groups erupted into jubilant celebration across group lines. The next day, a trip to Arkansas was announced. This, unlike before, was seen as agreeable by both parties for the other to come along. For the final dinner back at the Robbers Cave site, the experimenters mixed around the seating from before, as to encourage more intermingling. Both groups, as they had done before, lined up, but interestingly, after collecting their food, all of the boys sat together across group boundaries. During the evening's discussion, the idea was posited that they all travelled back home on the same bus. Although a couple of dissenting opinions were voiced, the majority seemed to look forward to the proposition of all travelling together. Even on the journey home and a stop for refreshments, the Rattlers agreed that a $5 prize they had won would be spent on drinks for everyone, regardless of group. It seemed as if Sharif's hypothesis was correct, in that he could create two groups from almost identical backgrounds to hate one another. The experiment also showed that within the groups a hierarchy was formed with high and low status individuals, all without the encouragement of the adults. It was discovered that in-group stability increased when put into competitive situations with an outgroup, and outgroup hostility also increased. He also discovered that just exposing the two groups without competition during stage 3 didn't reduce hostility, and as such group goals needed to be enacted to try and improve intergroup relations. The ultimate result was, although intergroup friction is increased when competition is included, it can be reduced, thus meaning in the wider world intergroup relations can be improved. At the end of stage 2, Sharif found that intergroup friendships were around 93%, but by the end of the third stage this had dropped to around 75%, meaning that boundaries have been blurred by the use of superordinate goals. The study has been used as a practical example of realistic conflict theory, where intergroup hostility can arise as a result of competition over limited resources. It doesn't matter, however, if it's real or perceived. This theory has many extensions to explaining racism, xenophobia, and in general our human desire for tribalism, or the exclusion of the other. Take football, or soccer if you're American games for example. People from essentially very similar backgrounds shout hatred and abuse to one another in the stands, just because two teams are playing against one another on the pitch. The spectators probably have more in common with one another than the millionaire sportsmen that they are cheering on. But what of the criticism? Well, there is a long list of both moral and scientific issues here. Morality, the use of children who by design were not aware of the experiment couldn't give informed consent, and their parents and teachers as well were not given the full concept of what the boys were going to be involved in. This, however, does play into Sheriff's stated reliability of the experiment's results. But the scientific validity of the study has also been criticised. This is due to the odd vibes during the experiment, where staff members did not exactly act like they were actually staff. Instead of breaking up fights, they took photographs. Instead of telling of poor behaviour, they took notes. This was clearly not subtle, as the reason for the 1953 study ending early was likely due to the fact the children kept on asking why there were microphones hanging in their camp, and the ultimate discovery of a notebook with observations of the children written in. The children, instead of forming into two groups, actually rallied against the experimenters, thus scuppering Sheriff's theory. In the Robbers Cave experiment of 1954, the assertion of Sheriff that the adults had no influence over the children is clearly wrong, as stage 2 was manipulated to increase the tension between the groups. Even one of the group's names, the Rattlers, was influenced by the boys witnessing one of the adults shooting a snake. The fact that the staff did not act like normal camp workers could have played up the reaction of the boys to be more aggressive. Also, there was no control group, which also brings up issues of the experiment's result validity. How can we know for certain if the groups would become hostile, have food fights and shout abuse at each other at a normal camp where staff wouldn't intervene and stop the bad behaviour? Furthermore, it could be normal for boys who started out as enemies to end up as friends after 3 weeks, regardless of the superordinate goals set out by the experimenters, leading to Sharif placing more weight on the results and attributing the children's actions to his realistic conflict theory. The study would become a cornerstone of realistic conflict theory and put the Sharifs into the Hall of Fame of experimental psychologists. But multiple modern re-evaluations of the experiment have disputed this. In Gina Perry's book The Lost Boys, which during her research went through all the material from the experiment, found that there was more backstage manipulation than originally thought. The way the Robbers Cave experiment book is written glosses over the manipulation in its neutral language, as Gina pointed out. What is interesting, however, is how the 1953 study actually proved the better nature of the children, in that they stayed friends and turned against the experimenters. Now, where would you rate this experiment on my ethical scale? I'm going to say around a 7, due to the violence that broke out between the boys and the apparent lack of intervention, as well as the lack of informed consent on the part of the subjects. This video is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in the currently windy and wet southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. Scientific theories can have an influence on society, be it what is healthy to eat, whether some surgeries help or hinder, or even whether the earth is flat. The theory does not need to be proven right, as even an idea on shaky ground can influence others' actions. One such theory would probably have one of the largest effects on the 20th century, as it would be used as a disgusting excuse for some of the world's worst atrocities. Following the scientific theory would lead to genocide, segregation and social racial laws that, by modern standards, leave a disgusting taste in the mouth, a convenient excuse to allow unacceptable actions by individuals and governments alike, and even in contemporary times, the subject filters its way into modern day society. It has mostly been used as an open door for misuse, scientific racism and tyranny. Today we're looking at one of the most dangerous scientific ideas, especially when used to prove prejudice and be used as an excuse for callousness. The theory is of eugenics and its long-reaching effects in the 19th and 20th century. As such, I'm going to rate this subject here 9 on my ethical scale. Welcome to the dark side of science. Scientific theories can 11 why.
Okay, good. Alright, this uncomfortable video is called The Dark Side of Science, the Horror of Eugenics Theory.
次の舞台はどこかな?
Copy and play.
Our story starts with a very famous book by a much revered scientist, The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. The work was released in 1859 and is widely regarded as the foundation of evolutionary biology. The new field of research would over the next few decades split into many different disciplines as evolution became more widely accepted. Many scientists looked to develop Darwin's ideas. One such person was one of his own cousins, Francis Galton. Galton was fascinated by his cousin's work and sought out to research variation in human development. He started to look at different aspects of human variation, covering anything from mental ability to height and from facial images to fingerprint patterns. Galton combined Darwin's theory of evolution with the concept of heredity to develop his new idea. The concept of genes came from Gregor Mendel's, when in 1865 the basic laws of heredity were discovered. His experiments with peas showed that each physical trait was the result of a combination of 2 units and could be passed from one generation to another. Galton, upon discovering the obvious variations across human population, wanted to see if defects or attributes are hereditary, passed from parent to child. For this work, a monumental amount of data was needed to be able to correlate any characteristic within individuals. This would lead to his 1869 book, Hereditary Genius, an inquiry into its laws and consequences. During the research for the book, Galton looked into who he described as successful men in a given profession. He surmised that their sons were more likely to achieve such eminence themselves than if they were not closely related to eminent individuals. Basically saying that successful people have successful children. From this, Galton theorised that it was evidence for genetic transmission of human intelligence. During his research for the book, he showed that the numbers of eminent relatives dropped off when going from 1st degree to the 2nd degree relatives, and from 2nd degree to the 3rd. The book gained praise from his peers, including his cousin Darwin. But the work had limited appeal outside of the scientific community. He thought that the most desirable traits in humans were transmitted through heredity, and thus thought that selective breeding could achieve improvement of the race, where high-achieving children be nurtured and given a good education, and once old enough, encouraged to marry with another high-achieving partner. He also stated where the better sort of immigrants and refugees from other lands were invited and welcomed, and their descendants naturalised. As for the lower achieving people, he stated that less desirable people could find a welcome and refuge in celibate monasteries or sisterhood. This would become a theme for later eugenicists. Next, Galton looked into finding out if his theory of nature over nurture was true, and to do so, he envisioned studying twins that had been separated at birth. As if raised in different families with different social and economic backgrounds, would this affect the intelligence of each sibling? He used questionnaires to collect data and published it in an 1875 paper, The History of Twins, in which he used to test his nature over nurture hypothesis. His next book would coin the actual term eugenics. Although this was his first use of the word, as seen in Hereditary Genius, Galton had already been developing its main tenets, but had yet to name it. His book, Inquiries into Human Faculty and its Development, would first use the term eugenics, which opened up saying, "This book's intention is to touch on various topics, more or less connected with that of a cultivation of race, or as we might call it, eugenic questions, and to present the results of several of my own separate investigations." He devised a plan that would give marks for a person's preferable family traits, and as such, that society should reward early marriage between families of high rank via provision of monetary incentives. In his book, he pointed out the tendency of British high society of late marriages between eminent people, which resulted in less of an average physical size of their children. Galton did not suggest any particular selection method, but instead hoped that society would naturally favour breeding desirable couples with the help of financial incentives. He would flesh out his term definition in his 1908 book, Memories of My Life, stating that the official definition of eugenics as the study of agencies under social control that may improve or impair the racial qualities of future generations, either physically or mentally. The field still focused on selective breeding, much like with animals, through the means of financial encouragement. These ideas did not particularly take off in Galton's native UK, but they did in other parts of the world, most notably in the United States and the early stages of the 20th century. But before we look across the pond, let's summarise Galton's idea. It is split into two parts, positive and negative eugenics. The former being the promotion of good traits through encouragement of high achieving individuals having children, and the latter being discouraging people with undesirable traits such as mental illnesses or any other handicap from having children. This second form of the theory would be the claimed justification for multiple human rights issues and ultimately genocide. Now let's look at the propagation of the field in the early 20th century. We'll come back to something I mentioned earlier, Mendel's law. By the late 1800s, this theory was largely lost to obscurity. However, in the 1890s, botanists Hugo de Vries and Carl Correns, simultaneously and apparently unaware of each other, rediscovered heredity, which in turn independently verified Mendel's theory almost 40 years earlier, leading to the rediscovery of Mendel's paper in 1900. This brings into the picture William Bateson, an English biologist. Inspired by the works of both Darwin and Galton, he set out to further the study of heredity, and in 1894, in unawareness of Mendel's work, released his book, Materials for the Study of Variation. Bateson, upon the rediscovery of Mendel's work, started to popularise the concept of Mendelian inheritance, even coining the term genetics in the early 1900s. Now that was a slight diversion, but it does play into eugenics and its importation into the US. Charles Davenport was a prominent biologist in the late 19th century. Throughout his studies, he gained a respect for Galton and his theories on encouraging the British elite to reproduce more. After the rediscovery and subsequent promotion of Mendelian inheritance, Davenport would seek to put these new discoveries into practice. Davenport was not the only one to embrace eugenics. Stanford president David Starr Jordan originated the notion of race and blood in his 1902 racial epistle, Blood of a Nation, in which the university scholar declared that human qualities and conditions such as talent and poverty were passed through the blood. In 1904, Davenport became the director of Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. From there, he began a series of investigations into human mental and personality traits that have been inherited. 6 years after working at Spring Harbor, Davenport started the Eugenics Record Office, a research institute that collected biological and social information about the American population, serving as a centre for eugenics and human hereditary research. What was dark about the ERO was that family pedigrees were recorded, and it provided training for eugenics field workers who were sent to analyse individuals in various institutions, such as mental hospitals and orphanage institutions across the United States, essentially making a list of who the ERO deemed should be allowed to have children, and conversely, who should not be allowed to have children. The institute had a Harry H. Laughlin as its director. We will come back to him in a little bit. Eugenic legislation began in the USA, with Indiana becoming the first state to enact sterilisation legalisation in 1907, followed by California and Washington in 1909. Davenport would release in 1911 one of his most famous books, Heredity in Relation to Eugenics, and this writing would be a massive influence on the early 20th century eugenics movement. The book posited that many human traits were genetically inherited, and that it would therefore be possible to selectively breed people for desirable traits to improve the human race. So much was the success of the book that it was used as a text for medical schools. In the early days of the American eugenics movement, a number of financial backers sought to support Davenport by funding several foundations. One such was the Race Betterment Foundation, created in 1914 by John Harvey Kellogg. Does that name sound familiar? Well, if you've ever been down a cereal aisle of a supermarket, then you'll know what I mean. And yes, it's the same person. The foundation was created from Kellogg's fears of what he perceived as race degeneracy. Davenport also found funding from the Carnegie Institution, Rockefeller Foundation, and the Harriman Railroad fortune. In 1911, the Carnegie Institution supported a preliminary report of the Committee of the Eugenic Selection of the American Breeders Association to study and report on the best practical means for cutting off the defective germ plasm of the human population. The report had 18 points, and number 8 was euthanasia. Along with the money came political power and many willing ears within American high society. At around the same time, Henry Herbert Goddard, a prominent American psychologist, was also working with eugenics-based theories. He was one of the first proponents of the IQ test and was the first to translate intelligence test into English. Goddard was fascinated with intelligence within the population and pushed for most US institutions to incorporate IQ testing. Throughout his career, he helped develop a new topic of clinical psychology, with positives such as in 1911 helping to write the first US law requiring the blind, deaf and intellectually disabled children be provided special education within the public school system. He also argued that subnormal intelligence should limit criminal responsibility of defendants. But like many in this video, his ideas also had a darker side. In 1910, he advocated for labelling of subjects linked to their IQ, using the terms moron for those with an IQ of 51 to 70, imbecile for those with an IQ of 26 to 50, and idiot for those with an IQ of 0 to 25, the categories of increasing impairment. These labels would stay in mental health treatment for many years to come and become part of the English lexicon. If you've ever called someone a moron, well, this is where it came from. He went further, advocating for people who fell into his moron category and below to be segregated from society as to not allow them to have children. As part of his intelligence testing program, he established exams on Ellis Island to find, in his word, feeble-minded immigrants. Interestingly, these tests would only be given to third-class passengers. Back in London, a new eugenics organisation was founded in 1912, named the Permanent International Eugenics Committee. It was a continuation of the first International Eugenics Congress. Interestingly, the first Congress was presided over Leonard Darwin, Charles Darwin's son, at the University of London, and was a global venue for scientists, politicians and social leaders to plan and discuss the application of programs to improve human heredity in the early 20th century. In 1921, the committee arranged for a second meeting of the International Eugenics Congress to take place at the American Museum of Natural History in New York. This time, Alexandra Graham Bell was the honorary president, further adding to the famous names to the eugenics list. It focused on issues including human heredity, race differences, regulation of reproduction, and eugenics. You see, eugenics found more fertile ground in the USA. There was a fear that non-Anglo-Saxon people were genetically inferior, and thus water down the gene pool. Obviously this is untrue, but eugenics was the vehicle in which racist ideologies could travel. Harry Laughlin, the director of the Eugenics Record Office, had become a pushing force in various eugenics-based legislation throughout the USA. In the early 1920s, Laughlin looked to further the number of states with compulsory sterilisation laws, as well as increase the numbers of sterilisations amongst the states that had enacted legislation. In Laughlin's mind, the current laws were poorly written, allowing states to employ sterilisation with less vigour than he would have liked. In a way to improve this stumbling block, Laughlin drafted a model eugenic sterilisation law to help things along better, which was published in his 1922 book, Eugenical Sterilisation in the United States. Although I won't read out the full model here, Laughlin included the following conditions that should result in compulsory sterilisation: the feeble-minded, the insane, criminals, epileptics, alcoholics, blind persons, deaf persons, deformed persons and indigent persons. By the 1960s, Laughlin's model was responsible for 64,000 individuals being forcibly sterilised under eugenic legislation in the United States. The law will be used as the basis for the law of the prevention of hereditary diseased offspring, the 1933 Nazi legislation that would ultimately result in 400,000 people being sterilised against their will. But Lauchlin's exploits didn't just end with sterilisation laws. He was also used for extensive statistical testimony to the United States Congress in support of the Johnson-Reed Immigration Act of 1924. This law limited immigration to the United States from Asia and set quotas on the number of immigrants from the Eastern Hemisphere. Internally in the US, a number of states also brought in eugenics-inspired marriage laws forbidding weddings between people of different races, such as Virginia's Racial Integrity Act of 1924. After the 1921 Eugenics Congress, the Permanent International Eugenics Committee was retitled in 1925 to International Federation of Eugenics Organisations, bringing in future Nazi Eugen Fischer, and this is where our story takes a turn into scientific racism. Davenport, in 1922, attempted to prove the dangers of interracial relationships with his book Race Crossing in Jamaica. The book gained wide ridicule, as the conclusions within stretched far beyond the data provided, and in some cases even contradicted it. The eugenics movement in the US would peak in the 1930s with policies of both positive and negative eugenic implementations, with Fitter Families contests awarding medals to eugenically sound families, more states implementing sterilisation laws, and ever popular eugenic advertisements being commonplace. A disproportionately higher number of women of African and Native American backgrounds were forcibly sterilised under the laws written with Lauchlin's model. Scarily, who was seen as genetically inferior was down to the flawed and racist thinking that non-whites had a higher chance of bearing children with mental and physical defects. Women in general were targeted with more of these laws, resulting in roughly 61% of all eugenic sterilisations being performed on women. So much so was the influence of the US eugenics movement that the methods for eugenics-based discrimination would be imported back to Europe, and a new hateful political ideology building up in Germany. Much like the rest of Europe in the early 20th century, eugenics was deemed by many German scientists as a legitimate study. The eugenics programs followed very closely the lead of the US, and once the Nazis got into power in 1933, the discrimination went into overtime. German eugenics was split between two types of thinking. The more moderate Wilhelm Schallmayer, who rejected the race element in the field, but his version of the study would be by the 1930s be drowned out by Alfred Collett and his more racist view of eugenics. He was a proponent of the cruel racial hygiene movement, which he published in his 1895 book Racial Hygiene Basics. In 1933, he was put on to the Expert Advisory Committee for Population and Racial Policy. This was tasked to advise the Nazi Party on how to best implement eugenic and racial hygiene policies. And this brings us back to Lauchlin's model of compulsory sterilisation and its implementation in the law for the prevention of hereditarily diseased offspring. This would put alleged cases of hereditary illness up in front of a genetic health court. Hitler, in private, expressed his interest in pushing the programme towards euthanasia, but stopped short of implementing it during peacetime. But as Germany started rearming and setting its sights on war, the policy would be brought in. In 1939, a trial case of euthanasia was used in the murder of 5-month-old Gerhard Kirchner, who was blind as well as having physical and developmental difficulties. The murder was undertaken by Karl Bandt, one of Hitler's personal physicians. 3 weeks after Gerhard's murder, the Reich Committee for the Scientific Registering of Heredity and Congenital Illnesses was created to register sick or newborns identified as defective. In October 1939, Adolf Hitler signed the Euthanasia Note, backdated to the 1st of September 1939, which authorised his physician Karl Bandt and Reichssteller Bühler to begin the euthanasia programme, which post-war would be called Action T4. Germany had taken negative eugenics to a whole new level, seeing Darwinism as justification for the demand for beneficial genes and the eradication of the harmful ones. A number of physicians were authorised to decide which patients under their care would be deemed incurably sick and then euthanise the victim. The list of conditions acceptable for murder included, but wasn't limited to, schizophrenia, epilepsy, Huntington's chorea, advanced syphilis, senile dementia, paralysis and terminal neurological conditions generally. Between 1939 and the fall of the Nazi regime in 1945, an estimated 300,000 people were murdered throughout Germany, occupied Poland, Austria and the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. This number included infant children, women and men. Various execution methods were experimented with, from lethal injection administered by a medical practitioner to the first implementation of poisonous gas for large groups of victims. The first such instance, in January 1940, was at the Brandenburg Euthanasia Centre. So much so were the Nazis impressed with the use of gas in the extermination activities during the Action T4 programme that it was expanded to an industrial scale for the Holocaust. As the war in Europe ended with Allied victory, the realities of eugenics-based racial and social discrimination became public knowledge in the US and UK. The Doctors' Nuremberg trials and the euthanasia trials highlighted the terrifying outcome of eugenic ideas, and thus the field fell out of favour. In the wake of the horrors of Nazi Germany, formalised policies of medical ethics and the 1950s UNESCO Statement on Race came into force. Several eugenic societies would back their definitions from the field, although forced sterilisations would continue into the 1960s, with it peaking in the 1950s. Eugenicists pushed more towards federal funded birth control measures after the invention of the pill for their deemed undesirable groups, such as ethnic minorities and the poor. But the field couldn't shake off its links to the Nazis, and as such, many societies hemorrhaged members. In 1959, a special meeting of Britain's Eugenics Society discussed ways to stop losses in membership, including the suggestion that the society should pursue eugenic ends by less obvious means, by the policy of crypto-eugenics, which was apparently proving successful with the US Eugenics Society. Many eugenicists went underground, pursuing other careers, with many new fields of study being influenced by eugenics. Prominent eugenicist Paul Popenow founded marriage counselling during the 1950s. He grew the subject from his eugenic interest in promoting healthy marriages between fit couples. Much of the eugenics-based policies were overruled during the civil rights movement, thankfully eradicating the racist and ableist abuse imposed by the government. However, as time has moved on, some eugenic ideas have become possible, but instead of coercion and abuse, modern science has allowed isolation of certain genes. This, of course, is through genetic screening, and although controversial, it bypasses the horrors of negative eugenics. There are still many modern proponents of eugenics-backed societies. One such was the Genius Sperm Bank, which ran between 1980 and 1999, created by Robert Clark Graham. This bank was responsible for around 230 children conceived with sperm from high-achieving donors, of which some were Nobel Prize winners. But more than anything else, the field of eugenics produced some of the darkest outcomes of the 20th century. These ideas helped create division within societies, become the justification for genocide, and led many away from compassion, which should be the mark of a successful society. I wonder if Darwin could have ever envisioned the horrors that had taken inspiration from his work when he took those long strolls around the grounds of Down House. I know this has been a very dark and sad, as well as a long video, but I've only just scratched the surface. This video is a Plainly Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plainly Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently sunny southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've also got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. Scientists have tried to conquer the mind through many different ways for many different reasons. One such is in the treatment of mental disorders. Experimental science has, in some of its most controversial studies, shed a light into how the brain works. We've seen this in this very series with the monkey mother, baby Albert and Milgram experiments. But how about the treatment of mental disorders in a world before modern day medicinal drug-based therapy? Around the mid-20th century, a form of invasive surgical procedure would gain praise for being able to tackle the problem of overcrowded mental hospitals and treat the previously untreatable. It would eventually be known as the lobotomy. The surgery would go down in the annals of time as a barbaric and cruel procedure, which would leave behind thousands of patients in its wake with devastating side effects including confusion, incontinence, seizures, and in some cases even death. One of the main characters in the story of this surgical procedure would describe the operation as surgically induced childhood. Eventually the surgery will become synonymous with the mishandling of mental health and the running roughshod over a patient's rights. As such, I'm going to rate this dark page in scientific history a 9 on my plain with thought ethical scale. Welcome to the dark side of science. It is the turn of the 20th century. Mental health institutions throughout Europe and the USA have become dangerously overcrowded. During the 19th century, where scientific discovery took leaps and bounds, many attempts to treat the mentally ill had failed, leading to a large population of incurable patients. This was due to many industrialised countries having national systems of regulated asylums. These institutions sought out care for patients that had been disposed of in the system by their families, poor houses and the criminal justice system. With no proper ways of treating inhabitants of the asylums, many different forms of medical procedure were tested on the unfortunate patients. There were many gruesome types of treatment on offer in the early 20th century. In 1917, malaria therapy was introduced, where a patient would be deliberately infected with the zoonotic disease to induce fever to fight neurosyphilis. In 1920, the barbiturate-induced deep sleep therapy for premature dementia, aka precocious madness, or in its modern name form, schizophrenia. This treatment used drugs to keep patients unconscious for days or even weeks. In 1927, you might have been given insulin shock treatment, which used the peptide hormone to introduce daily comas. In 1934, patients could be prescribed with the first type of seizure therapy, where a patient would be deliberately induced into convulsions by the use of PTZ. This therapy would be superseded by the more familiar electroshock therapy. Although these treatments could cause long-term lasting psychological and physical trauma, the patient had not undergone a surgical procedure to eradicate the disorder. But in 1935, in Portugal, a doctor named Antonio Moniz would change this when he performed the first leucotomy on a patient. The leucotomy in its most basic form was the deliberate damage of brain tissue in order to treat mental illness. The name would later be changed to a more recognisable name when the procedure spread across the Atlantic Ocean, but that will come later on in our story. The thinking that inspired Moniz was that mental illnesses originated from abnormal neural connections in the frontal lobe. Moniz had seen the after effects of soldiers who had received injuries to the frontal lobe, in which the veterans would show a calm and quiet disposition. The brain is made up of two types of matter, grey and white. Grey matter is the brain's neurons and associated blood vessels and extensions. The white matter is the nerve fibres that connected the areas of grey matter and carry messages between them through electrical impulses. Moniz theorised that by severing the white matter fibres from the frontal lobe would improve the patient's mental illness. Although in theory this might make sense, the connections within the brain in reality are far more complex than what was thought at the time. The grim procedure, in its first form, would involve drilling holes in the skull either side of the prefrontal cortex and injecting the connecting fibres with alcohol to destroy them. Moniz found this method to not yield very good results due to the solution damaging much more than the white matter. A tool was developed called a leucotome, which looks like a long stick with a retractable wire loop inside. It allowed the operator to insert a metal loop into the brain, which was used to sever the white matter by extending and then retracting said loop. The process cut 6 cores in the white matter of each hemisphere using the new tool. Because the procedure involved cutting through the skull, the patient had to be operated on in a proper operating theatre under general anaesthetic. To test the theory, Moniz enlisted neurosurgeon Almeida Lima to conduct the surgery on 20 test subjects. Of these initial 20 patients who were suffering from depression, schizophrenia and anxiety, Moniz claimed 7 cures, 7 improvements and 6 unchanged cases, although the results were open to interpretation. Moniz claimed that the risk of some behavioural and personality deterioration outweighed the debilitating effects of severe psychiatric illness, which is understandable when taking mental health care at the time as a contextual background. A second set of patients were operated on due to the success of the first trial. These 18 patients all suffered from schizophrenia, and 3 were considered as almost cured and another 2 had also become improved. Moniz did conclude that patients that had deteriorated considerably from their condition pre-procedure did not benefit much from the operation. In a well-known quote from Moniz, he described his radical new surgery. Prefrontal leucotomy is a simple operation, always safe, which may prove to be an effective surgical treatment in certain cases of mental disorder. The procedure would eventually earn Moniz a Nobel Prize in 1949. But initially, Moniz's new way of treating the thought to be untreatable was widely derided by the medical community. In 1936, Moniz published his results through articles in the medical press and a monograph, but to little attention. On the 26th of July 1936, one of his assistants gave a presentation at the Parisian meeting of the Société Médico-Psychologique on the results of the second test subjects, the 18 people suffering from schizophrenia leucotomized by Lima. This meeting wouldn't go down well, as the lead doctor at the institute in Lisbon, who had supplied the first set of patients to Moniz, was also in attendance and widely denounced the after-effects of the surgery, saying that patients who had returned to his institute post-operation were diminished and had suffered a degradation of personality, further adding that the initial results of calmness and improvement were more likely attributed to the severe shock of the surgery and ultimately from the horrible brain trauma that the procedure induced on its victims. Many other physicians denounced the procedure, but bizarrely, this isn't the end, as several individual clinicians thought Moniz's leucotomy could be useful on an experimental basis on severe patients, and as such, the surgery was spread throughout Europe and even to the US during the mid to late 1930s, and this leads us down an even darker path. It is here that we are introduced to American doctors Walter Freeman and James W. Watts. Inspired by Moniz's new surgical procedure in 1936, the duo performed their own leucotomy. Walter had learned of the procedure after a chance meeting of Moniz at the London-hosted Second International Congress of Neurology in 1935. The American was fascinated by the surgical technique. Upon returning to the US, Freeman started communicating with the Portuguese doctor. Moniz, during the correspondence, promised to send a monograph on leucotomy and urged him to purchase a leucotome of his own. Upon receiving the paper on the procedure, Freeman reviewed it and set about with his colleague Watts on experimenting with the surgery, which led to September 1936. Seeing flaws in the surgery, Watts and Freeman developed their own variation, which renamed the procedure the standard prefrontal lobotomy, to differentiate it from the Moniz method. This version severed more of the white matter and would be the de facto method moving forward for lobotomies performed in operating theatres. Walter thought that the lobotomy could be streamlined even further still. The new standard procedure had the same shortcoming of the Moniz method, and that was access to the brain. You see, cutting through the patient's skull required the operation to be conducted in an operating theatre, with all the trappings, anaesthesiologist, qualified surgeon, hygiene, and so on and so forth. Walter had heard of an Italian doctor, Amarello Biamberti, who had performed the leucotomy by accessing the prefrontal lobe through the eye socket in 1937. Biamberti's method was to puncture the thin layer of orbital bone at the top of the eye socket, and then, much like Moniz's early experiments, inject alcohol into the white matter, or in later surgeries, cutting the white matter with a hypodermic needle. Walter took this process and modified it using probably one of the most unlikely of tools. This is a surgical tool. Or is this a surgical tool? It's hard to tell, as one was used in psychosurgery and the other is an ice pick. Well, the similarity is not a coincidence, as Freeman's improvements on Amarello Biamberti's transorbital lobotomy replaced the needle with an ice pick. In development of this new method, Freeman took an ice pick from his own kitchen and started practicing on a watermelon. He would eventually graduate to using cadavers. The thinking was that if the lobotomy could be performed without exposing the brain, then it could be performed by psychiatrists in psychiatric hospitals, allowing more people to be operated on. These are the tools used to the Freeman transorbital lobotomy. A new tool called the orbiter class, essentially an ice pick with markings along the side, and a hammer. The method would involve the patient being either under anaesthetic or electroconvulsive therapy used to render the subject unconscious. Then the orbiter class sharp end is placed under the eyelid and against the top of the eye socket. The hammer is then used to penetrate the surgical instrument through the thin layer of bone and into the brain along the line of the bridge of the nose, eventually going 5 centimeters deep. The orbiter class was then pivoted 40 degrees at the orbital perforation with the tip cut towards the opposite side of the head. After this, the tool was then hammered in a further 2 centimeters into the brain. Again, the orbiter class was pivoted around 28 degrees each side, to cut outwards and again inwards. Once this was complete, it was removed and the process was repeated on the other eye socket. The first patient to receive the procedure was in 1946, but once Freeman's partner Watts had heard about this new method, he left their practice, disgusted at the transorbital lobotomy. But like every other chapter in this story, this would not hamper the procedure's prevalence. The lobotomy had now been transformed from a serious surgical procedure of last resort to a 10-minute doctor's office job. Along with this came a severe lack of follow-up care and monitoring, which led to high relapse rates. Because of this, towards the end of the 1940s, nearly 20,000 people in the US had received the procedure. But not only that, the transorbital lobotomy would spread across the world and even back to the leucotomy's home grounds of Europe, spreading further still to the Soviet Union and Japan. To get a lobotomy in its late 1940s peak, you really didn't need to have much of a mental health condition, with the treatment touted for all kinds of ailments. The list of treatable illnesses with a lobotomy included, but was certainly not limited to, ADD, OCD, anxiety, PTSD, postnatal depression, chronic pain, Alzheimer's, criminality, and violent outbursts. Freeman, ever the showman, was responsible for a patient's death in 1951 when pausing a lobotomy to pose for a photo, in doing so causing severe brain hemorrhaging. He was even known to lobotomise 2 patients at the same time, one with each hand. The doctor even performed the operation on minors, including children as young as 4. In total, around 15% of patients who received the lobotomy died, but many more were changed for life, a shell of what they once were. For those who survived the ordeal, relapse would often follow. But like its first unveiling to the world in Paris in 1936, the procedure didn't go uncriticised. In the late 1940s, as Moniz was set to receive his Nobel Prize, multiple voices in the medical community spoke out on the barbaric procedure. But it wouldn't be the criticism for the December banning of the procedure in the USSR, but the synthesization of chlorpromazine, the first antipsychotic. As a side note, Soviet psychologist Dr. Nikolai Orozhevsky was quoted saying that lobotomies violate the principles of humanity, and that was from an official from 1950s USSR. The procedure gradually fell out of vogue, but Freeman would continue to perform the lobotomy all the way until 1967, when after their third lobotomy, one of Walter's patients died of a hemorrhage. This final procedure would get him banned from performing it ever again. The USSR wouldn't be the last to ban lobotomies, as even Moniz's Portugal would disallow the procedure from use. With further developments in drugs such as SSRIs, antipsychotics, and types of therapy like CBT, the need for surgical intervention slowly faded away, and by the 1980s, lobotomy became a thing of the past. Now, how would you rate the lobotomy on my ethical scale? 1 being good and 9 being pure cruelty? Let me know in the comments. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a sunny southeastern corner of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of photos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so if you fancy, check them out to support the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching.
Well, seems I'm done. Yeah, first gotta finish talking to this bloke. Thank goodness I was wrong with the assumption that they were the transporting, you had to go to the spot where you had to, pick one, so then you're physically carrying it and you had to go all the way to the camp and back and forth. Nope, it was as simple as just gathering at the spots. Thank goodness, I really hate it. Especially the fact that they took away the transporter bloody skill, so you can't even go, run around fast. Anyway, look at these blue ticks. I mean, sure, that means that eventually there's going to be another quest or so in the future, but at the very least, I've caught up with everything. It's very good. Going in. Wait, no, transport items. Blech. Suppose I can leave this for next time. Oh, I'm lying. Alright, this will be the last quest of the night. 8 hours, 33 minutes. Oh, jeez. Last quest of the night. Hunter Nagakuga, Brathian, and a Magnum alone. Because Elder Fugan wants me to do it. As usual. And now, I will be honest, the only reason why I wanted to do this last quest, even though I should be rightfully done, is because I want to listen to one more video. The Dark Side of Science, the Bobo Doll Experiment, 1963. But I mean, with the other ones, you kind of, you know, guess what the kind of is. Well, I didn't know what the Robbers Cave experiment was till I, you know, heard it, you know, read the description and such. But the Bobo doll experiment, this one, he's immediately caught my attention. And it goes for 17 minutes. So here it goes. The Bobo doll experiments.
It is the 7th of December 1993, and the first of several congressional hearings is waiting to begin. The room is full with people, with an empty table near the front. One side has a TV screen and an easel. Senator John Lieberman, holding a light gun, begins to speak. He explains that video games are increasingly becoming a more violent and dangerous influence on children. The TV is switched on, and a video of Mortal Kombat springs to life. As the senator continues to speak, he describes the basis for the game. As the committee meeting goes on, a number of industry and educational experts speak. This hearing will become to be known as the 1993 Congressional Hearings on Video Games, and it was the culmination of a moral panic, the thinking being that violence shown in media will be emulated by children. The ultimate result of the hearings is a more unified age rating system for home media. Although not explicitly stated, this idea is an evolution of fears tracing its way back before home video games to a long-standing theory, the social learning theory. This line of thinking became part of the social zeitgeist from a number of studies, starting with B.F. Skinner's operant conditioning and culminating in a controversial but fascinating study called the Bobo doll experiment, overseen by Albert Bandura. The aftermath of the study reinforced the belief that children become violent when exposed to violent media. The experiments would, in retrospect, be seen as a controversial and ethically questionable chapter in the discipline of psychology. Many criticisms to the experiments would be brought forward, including accusations that the children were manipulated to gain the desired results and selection bias. But the results would influence general thinking on children copying actions observed, which would ultimately be the scientific justification of media censorship and age-related restrictions. Welcome to the dark side of science. Our story starts in a small town in Alberta, Canada, named Mundare, on the 4th of December 1925 with the birth of Albert Bandura. He was born to Polish and Ukrainian parents. Growing up in a small town, educational opportunities are fairly limited, but under the guidance of his family, he became self-motivated. He was encouraged by his parents to seek out experience of life beyond Mundare. After high school, he took a job in the Yukon. It would be here that his interest in science would be sparked. In an unlikely turn of events, while studying at British Columbia University, he took a psychology course in order to pass the time in his empty early morning schedule, becoming passionate about the subject. In 1949, he would graduate with a BA. To further his newly discovered passion, he moved to the University of Iowa. From there, he gained an MA in 1951 and a PhD in 1952. Postdoctorate in 1953, he took a teaching position at Stanford University. Throughout the 1950s, Bandura became fascinated in a new theory, originally posed by B.F. Skinner in his series of lectures in the 1940s on social learning. Skinner mentioned a thing called echoic response. In its most basic form is the copying of a parent's speech by a child. Fairly straightforward and obvious when observing a child copy a parent talking. But Skinner stated that all verbal behaviour was underpinned by operant conditioning. Around the same time, a book, Social Learning Theory, was published in 1941 by Clark Lewis Hull, which suggested that personality traits were learned by copying parents' actions. In 1959, Noam Chomsky published his review of B.F. Skinner's verbal behaviour theories and criticised his 1957 book called Verbal Behaviour. Chomsky said that operant conditioning alone could not explain our ability to learn language, and instead there is something more. As if Skinner's theory was right, then to learn a new response would require multiple attempts and positive reinforcement, much like how you train a dog to sit. In the same vein, Bandura set out to find if learned behaviours were from operant conditioning, i.e. from reward or punishment, or from imitation, i.e. watching another do something and copy it. One particular thing that fascinated Bandura was aggression. In social learning theory, 3 models of observational learning are posited. Live models, where a person is demonstrating the desired behaviour to a participant. Verbal instruction, in which an individual describes the desired behaviour in detail and instructs the participant in how to engage in the behaviour. And symbolic, in which modelling occurs by means of the media, including movies, television, literature and radio. Stimuli can either be from real or fictional characters. Working with one of his first doctorate students, Bandura set out to prove his theory. This resulted in their 1959 book, Adolescent Aggression. The research for the book involved looking into the origins of antisocial behaviour of 26 adolescent boys. Each boy and a matched control were given an intensive interview and a TAT-like projective test. The parents were also interviewed to determine their attitudes about and how they actually handled problems relating to dependency, aggression and sex as they arose from day to day. Bandura's next study would be the culmination of his research, and that would be to put the theory into practice and see if a child would copy a model doing a certain kind of behaviour, and this involved a strange item, a large blow-up clown doll. This is Bobo, a blow-up clown doll. Although a kind of creepy looking toy, he is a bop bag and is intended to be used as a safe way for a child to practice boxing, bouncing around and generally playing with. Well, that's what my daughter does with it. An unlikely tool for a psychological study, but it will become a vital part of a classic series of experiments. The Bobo doll experiment would start in 1961, but first let's look at the method that Bandura set out. The study involved 36 boys and 36 girls who had been enrolled in the Stanford University Nursery School. They ranged from the age of 37 to 69 months, with a mean age of 52 months. 2 adults, a male and a female, served in the role of model, and 1 female experimenter conducted the study for all 72 children. The children were split up into 8 experimental groups of 6, with a control group of 24. Half the experimental subjects would be exposed to aggressive models, and half were exposed to models that were subdued and non-aggressive in their behaviour. These groups were further divided into male and female. Half the subjects that experienced the aggressive and non-aggressive models had same-sex models, whereas the others had an opposite-sex model. Each subject would be exposed to the scenario individually. This was to prevent the children from copying one another. The child and model would be brought into a playroom where they would be confronted by the Bobo clown doll. The child was seated in one corner filled with things such as stickers and stamps. The adult model sat in another corner with a toy set, a toy mallet and the inflatable Bobo doll. Before leaving the room, the experimenter explained to the child that the toys in the adult corner were only for the adult to play with. In the aggressive scenario, the model would initially start playing with the Bobo doll. After a short while, the adult model would start to verbally and physically assault the doll. They would also use the mallet. After a period of 10 minutes, the experimenter came back into the room, dismissed the adult model and took the child into another playroom. In the non-aggressive scenario, the Bobo doll was completely ignored and the model simply played with the other toys in the room for the 10 minutes, before being dismissed, and the child, like in a previous scenario, was taken to another playroom. The next part of the experiment involved the child being allowed to play in the second playroom with some toys. To create frustration, after around 2 minutes, the experimenter would tell the child they would have to put the toys down because they were reserved for other children. They were told they could instead play with the toys in the experimental room. In the first room with the Bobo doll, the child was allowed to play for 20 minutes, while an experimenter evaluated the child's play. The experimenter would record each time the child would initiate aggression in 4 ways. The first measure was based on physical acts such as punching, kicking, sitting on the Bobo doll, hitting it with a mallet, or tossing it around the room. The second measure was any verbal aggression towards the doll, especially if it mimicked the model. The third measure was the number of times the mallet was used to display forms of aggression other than hitting the doll. And the fourth measure was each time aggression was shown that was not a direct imitation of the role model's behaviour. Bandora's results were not particularly surprising. The children who experienced the aggressive scenarios were way more aggressive in the playing with the Bobo doll. The results also showed that if the model was of the same gender as the child, then they would be even more aggressive. The most aggressive were boys who had a male model who had shown aggression towards the Bobo doll. When compared between the two genders, males exhibited 270 aggressive instances compared to 128 instances exhibited by females. After the experiment, Bandura wanted to dive deeper, but it would take another 2 years before he upped the ante. For his second experiment, Bandura set out to see if the results would change if the children saw the aggressive scenario in the form of a cartoon or a film in comparison to a live model. Bandura also thought that maybe the children would experience a cathartic effect by seeing the aggression through the medium of media, or would watching the aggression on TV create the same response as a live model. This time the number of subjects was increased from 72 to 96, but like before, they were from the Stanford University nursery and were divided into 3 groups. A live aggressive group, a pre-recorded model aggressive group, and a cartoon of a cat being aggressive to the Bobo doll group. There was also a 24 child control group. Like before, they were subdivided again to gender. The original results from the 1961 study were used as a control for the experiment, and like before, each subject experienced the aggressive scenario individually. Like before, after the exposure, the subject was placed in a mildly frustrating situation before being left alone with the Bobo doll. The results were similar to before with the live model. But what was interesting was that the children did actually show aggression after exposure to the pre-recorded model and the cartoon. A third experiment in 1965 sought out to find if classic conditioning could affect the results. This time, 66 children, 33 boys and 33 girls were used for the study. Again, 3 groups were used, which were again subdivided into gender. The first group would witness a model display aggression towards the Bobo doll, followed by a researcher praising the model, rewarding them with candy. The second group would witness the same scripted scenario of aggression behaviours, but instead the model received a reprimand and was hit with a rolled wooden golf club. The third group served as the control, and the model had no reward or punishment for the displayed behaviour. The children, like before, would watch individually. The child would then be placed in a room with the doll, and any aggressive behaviours would be noted. The results showed no real difference compared to the previous studies, at least in regards to the reward and control group. However, the group that witnessed the model being punished showed an interesting reduction in aggression. The Bobo doll experiments helped further Bandura's social learning theory and carve a new way of thinking. This is mainly due to children observing the punished model and subsequently understanding this to modify their own response to the Bobo doll without being punished themselves. But let's look at the study's criticisms. Although not as controversial as other studies involving children, the Bobo doll experiments did have some shortcomings. Firstly, there was the question of whether the children did actually show aggression, or were they just mimicking the model. You see, children are very well known for copying adults, with little thought to the consequences, meaning finding out the motivation behind the subject's actions can be difficult and open to interpretation. An overtly aggressive act to an adult observer might be perceived by the child as a simple action, with no weight placed on the actual meaning behind it. A later study, which copied Bandura's method for the experiment, found that subjects acted much less aggressively when observing an aggressive model if they had a neutral exposure to the Bobo doll in a previous experience. This means that the novelty of the doll in the study could have encouraged a more exaggerated response from the children. The study could also be considered as unreliable, as most of the subjects were from the same racial and economical background, being that in the early 1960s the majority of attendees were wealthy and Caucasian, due to having parents that were students of Stanford University. The main concern for the study, however, is its ethical implications. This is due to the children being almost trained into being aggressive by placing them in a frustrating situation before observing them with the Bobo doll. There is also a question of consent, as a child isn't able to make an informed decision as to whether they want to take part in a study. Needless to say, from all three studies, the subjects did not agree nor disagree to take part, which leaves a potential ethical grey area. The children also didn't have a long enough cool-down period between experience exposure and observation. This means that there can be no proper conclusion as to the long-term effects of exposure to aggressive acts. Which brings us back to the media, and whether it actually in the long term makes children more likely to be violent in real life. Personally, I think age restrictions on media is a good thing. As a parent myself, I would not want my child to be exposed to age inappropriate material, such as swearing, as I know she will just start copying and say it to everyone she speaks to. I think the Bobo doll study is a very fascinating experiment. Although not particularly dark, I still really enjoyed looking into the subject. The study is a very important cornerstone of modern day psychology, and this is reflected in Albert being the fourth most cited psychologist of all time. And as such, I'm going to rate it a 3 on my ethical scale, which is mainly due to the lack of informed consent from the children. But more importantly, where would you rate the subject on my scale? 1 being all okay, and 9 being as cruel as a fox's head on a stick? Let me know in the comments below. This is a Plain Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike license. Plain Difficult videos are produced by me, John, and they're currently late night and dark southeastern quarter of London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. Check out my Twitter for all sorts of videos and odds and sods, as well as hints on future videos. I've got Patreon and YouTube membership as well, so check them out if you fancy supporting the channel financially. And all that's left to say is thank you for watching. Throughout history, stories of humans.
Well, that's probably enough for a very short one. Let's see. Okay, this one's an 11-minute one. The Interstate 75 Fog Crash Disaster, 1990.
どうしましたか?
There we go. Play. And back to this.
Good your time of day to you. This video marks the 200th episode of in its many iterations of Plainly Difficult. It's taken 6 years and over 750,000 subscribers to get here, and I'm surprised that you all still keep coming back every week to hear me talk and watch my dodgy cartoons. Well, I'm glad you do. Whilst I've got your attention, would you like me to revive one of my early days series from the channel in the future, such as Strange Places or Interesting People? If so, what would you like me to cover? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, that's enough of me talking. Time for the episode of me, well, talking. It is a December morning and traffic is flowing along Interstate 75 in McMinn County, Tennessee, United States. All is calm until two lorries crash. Both drivers are uninjured, and in the face of it, it is a pretty unremarkable event. However, it would set off one of the USA's most deadly pile-ups in living memory. Hello, my name is John, and welcome to Plainly Difficult. And today's video is on the I-75 fog disaster.
This is the makeshift moor. Still looking north in the southbound lane. You can see it's just the devastation.
Background. The I-75 is one hell of a long road, stretching from Florida's Miami Lakes all the way to the Canadian border. Measuring in at 1,787 miles, this behemoth highway slices through 6 US states. The first parts of the route had been open to the public in 1957, and over the following decades sections would be added. The section that will be the focus of today's video is a part of 4-lane highway opened in December 1973. More specifically, the SR-163 interchange near Calhoun, Tennessee. This section of road is situated between two valleys and is very susceptible to quick forming fog. In the area there are several locations in which water collects, such as behind the Chickamauga Dam and in settling ponds of a local paper mill operated by now defunct Bowater Incorporated. This alarmingly quick and thick fog was responsible for 6 multi-vehicle collisions in which several people had lost their lives during the 1970s. With a now increasingly notoriously bad stretch of road, the state of Tennessee Department of Transportation decided to try and improve the situation. What they did was to install dual warning signs, which read "Extreme Dense Fog Area next 5 miles" along this stretch in each direction, which contained flashing lights that would activate if fog was detected. In addition, state troopers would be placed along a section of road on foggy days to help reduce the speed of motorists. The initial spate of the section of road's pile-ups came to an end in 1979. This accident would involve 18 vehicles and resulted in 3 deaths and 14 injuries. And luckily, all would be quiet for the next 10 years until 2 trucks would have a minor crash. Is conducting a pretty standard fog check. He found that the morning, as far as he could see, was acceptable on the visibility scale. A light fog would descend on the road, although at the time it was not causing any visibility issues. The fog would continue to intensify as the morning dragged towards 9 AM. Witnesses would later report that the thickest accumulation was at State Route Overpass 163 near Calhoun. The distance that drivers could see varied between 20 and 10 feet, but some even reported less. Because of the visibility issues, many drivers slowed down, however some did not. This was when at roughly 9:10 in the morning, a freight lorry was struck in the rear by another lorry, which had a tanker trailer. The former was travelling at 25 miles an hour and the latter at 45. The accident was pretty trivial. Both drivers of the southbound trucks were uninjured. They stopped to inspect the damage roughly 100 feet south past the overpass. After a few minutes of pleasantries and checking out the damage, a 1991 model year Oldsmobile saloon vehicle struck the rear of the tanker, which then itself was struck by a truck. This caused the car to crush between the 2 trucks and caused a fire which killed both driver and passenger in the Oldsmobile. A secondary cluster of crashes occurred a little back north on the southbound lanes, and this involved 72 vehicles. Around the same time, on the northbound, traffic started to slow, which were then themselves crashed into. By 9:20 AM, there were 2 sets of pile-ups, one in each direction. Some of the collisions had also caused further fires. This resulted in many victims being burned in their vehicles and even the asphalt road surface being damaged. Some were burnt beyond recognition. Just 4 minutes after the initial collision, 911 had received its first calls. First responders were quick to arrive on the scene. By 9:30 AM, a triage had been set up for the wounded on the northern side of the highway. The overpass was repurposed as a helicopter landing site for the most seriously injured. Many others were sent via ambulance to local medical centres. More than 200 rescue personnel were involved in rescue and recovery work on the highway. In total, 99 vehicles were involved in the pile-ups. Sadly, 12 would die, with a further 42 injured. The accident site also posed a hazardous materials risk due to the number of freight vehicles involved, and this would require extra time and specialists to clean up. The NTSB attended the scene pretty quickly to begin investigating the underlying cause of the horrific number of crashes. The investigation. Investigators had quite a large number of witnesses to interview, as nearly 100 vehicles were involved. Because of this, the NTSB would take the best part of 2 years to release its findings. Initially, the finger of blame was pointed at the Bowater paper mill and its settling ponds, but the NTSB couldn't find definitive proof. The striking quickness of the onset of the fog was one of the most startling parts of the story. One eyewitness who was under the overpass stated they could not see the bridge just a few feet above their heads. The NTSB put the root cause of the accidents down to drivers responding to the sudden loss of visibility by operating their vehicles at significantly varying speeds. But even though the NTSB didn't put the blame on Bowater for the fog, the US Department of Energy had contradicted this finding 9 years before the accident, when it had concluded that the plant was likely to cause 3 times more fog in the area than that would have naturally occurred. As such, multiple lawsuits were aimed at Bowater, which would result in an out-of-court settlement of $10 million with 44 victims and family members of victims in January 1994. But it wasn't all Bowater's fault. The state had failed to implement proper fog detection procedures, and as such it spent $4.5 million on a computerized fog detection system. This is a pretty sophisticated system, with 9 forward scatter visibility sensors, 14 microwave radar vehicle detectors and 21 CCTV cameras. All of this is linked to variable speed limits, flashing lights and warning signs. The variable speed limit lowers from 70 to 50 miles an hour at a visibility below 1/4 of a mile, and down to 35 miles per hour when the visibility is below 480 feet. Access to the highway in the area is restricted by gates when the visibility drops to below 240 feet. The pile-up highlights the risks of travelling in poor visibility and serves as a sobering reminder that an average commute can become deadly. Well, thank you very much for watching this 200th episode of Plainly Difficult. Hopefully we will have well over 200 more. I'm going to have myself a nice vanilla latte to celebrate, and I'll see you next week. This is a Plainly Difficult production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plainly Difficult videos are produced by me, John, in a currently moderate corner of southern London, UK. Help the channel grow by liking, commenting and subscribing. I'd like to thank my patrons and YouTube members for all your financial support. If you want to follow me further, you can check out my second channel, Made by John, which makes music, or you can check out my Twitter. And all that's left to say is, Mr. Music, play us out please.
It's time for me to end the stream. Done all I wanted, completed the final little quest, and also watched the last one, the last video that caught my attention. What's up, best? Alright, so next time I stream this game, I would immediately be able to just jump right into hunting an Astalos.
またお話聞かせてくださいね。
I was only meant to do this for a few hours. I didn't realize I was going to take up the rest of my bloody day. What? 9 hours 4 minutes. Well, 9 hours 4 minutes 40 seconds, so 9 hours 5 minutes. So many things. Let's see. Yep. Let's just. Watched. There we go. Oh, 9 freaking hours. Well, that's what just happens when I'm busy doing my own thing, buddy. You know, just gathering up the materials, doing hunts, yada yada yada. So, let's just get the next thing out. Oh, wait, no, not that. This one. With sneaking suspicion, I'm going to be using these more. Which just means... Okay, yep. I should get you lot already as well. Yeah, that's what I would have. Element drone's quite resistant. Alright. Now I'll end the stream. Now I truly am done. I'm done with setting everything up for the next stream. And I'm reminded that I should keep looking for a good replacement kitty. Not this round. Yep, right. I should also make just... Alright, yep. So, this will be me ending off the stream. Next time, it's back to focused progression. But, considering I knew this was just going to be kind of a waste of time. Well, not waste of time, but, you know, obviously, you know, if someone's going to come around to watch a playthrough stream of Monster Hunter, they'd want more progression, you know, doing the key quests, furthering the story to get to the end game. Meanwhile, I just want to, you know, get myself all prepped up for the next round and next round and next round. And now, considering I got my set of gear that I've grown to really love, because I'm a Switch Axe main, and now I've got all my weapons all good to go. And I've cleared up all the bloody, you know, other stuff. Yep, good to go, good to end the stream now. So, this will be me saying end the stream and saying goodbye multiple times, because I never know when the delay kicks in. So, goodbye, 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 good night and goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, 9 hours, jeez. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.